like, hey, I don't
follow
think
you
this
guys,
one's
let's go
carryable, guys.
next.
Let's go next. Yeah, let's all save some time because games get hostaged quite a bit. So
right now.
honestly, I didn't think about that angle. Maybe I'll be a good persuader now.
We got a rallier. All right, that's good. Let's talk about what could be coming up ahead. First, I'll look to you because now you're in the position of being in the finals. You are already guaranteed to go to Brazil. I mean, that's always going to be the case. But like being in that position now in the finals, 12-1, is there anything that you feel like you guys need to work on, or any personal satisfaction of how last couple of years have been?
I mean, our practice hasn't been that intense, so we just need to walk in there. I think we need to have solid practice so that we go into the weekend feeling confident. And I always kind of think that the team who survives lower bracket has an advantage in the finals. I think the schedule works in the way that Lyon TL will play 3 games back to back, right? If whoever wins.
We win, yeah.
So I think that team who like manages to do that has the advantage of like being warm.
Yeah.
So I think, I mean, we just need to be on top of our game. We'll obviously have the advantage of looking at their drafts and stuff like that. So we'll take a good look at what's happening and
do they play on side or not?
Yeah,
they got some
the side
plays going or not.
Thankfully, the SG's out, so we're safe on the side plays.
Huhi, now you get the opportunity to see Team Liquid and Lyon fist fight.
Yeah.
Who do you think is the who's coming out of it, and don't look away from Dokla? But also, what's something that you feel like you need to, as a team, improve on to be ready for that matchup?
I think so. First, I think out of TL and Lyon, I feel like they're both of their mental are, in my opinion, not that great. So I feel like whoever wins the first game might have like the momentum and kind of win over. I definitely do think that both teams are good. So I feel like it's gonna be a fun match to watch.
Yeah.
Maybe like for now, I want to give like Team Liquid more of a chance compared to Lyon. But I wouldn't be surprised if Lyon will beat TL either. And I think what we have to improve on is basically just like kind of an individual play. I feel like today me and Rahal didn't play that well in ball laning phase. I feel like C9 just smashed us all 3 games. Whether like the jungler is pathing away or not, I feel like we just kind of played really poorly. And also in team fights, I feel like game 1 and 2, I feel like we definitely had a fair chance, but we just kind of under the stress or like under the pressure, we just struggled and just got wiped in like every 3rd dragon fights and stuff like that. So that's something that we're definitely going to try to work on and bring it back.
So Dokla, I hear that it's going to be 3 straight wins. Not only do you have to go up against Lyon or Team Liquid, then Sentinels, then the finals. It's just another lower bracket run, maybe.
Yeah.
That's another thing that you have to go through.
That's you guys make it sound like it's like a big deal. It's not really a big deal. You're just playing League, and that's it. So I feel like it's actually fun, and this is probably what I would want to have happen anyways. It's just fun. So personally, I look forward to it. I've been in lower bracket a few times, and I think Gauntlet was pretty similar last year too. And honestly, actually, I think whoever won the series between us in that game 5 would have probably had the same type of run. You guys would have been to the finals and would have been at Worlds. So
yeah,
I feel like the same situation might be happening here, where it's like whoever wins between us and TL is gonna have the same.
I don't think so. Not this
type
time.
of thing. Well, I mean, we lost to FlyQuest. I mean, the you guys or FlyQuest won in the finals, but I feel like we're gonna win the rest of the way, and then the finals will be close. Yeah.
So what do you think about that matchup? Because that one's going to be the one that everyone's looking
at. Yeah, I mean, I think Morgan's really good. And personally, I'm just looking at like a 1v1 because top is so isolated.
Yeah.
But I have confidence in the rest of my team. But 1v1, I mean, yeah, he's very good individually. Both him and Thanatos. Actually, I'm facing 3 Koreans. It's him, Impact, and Thanatos. So I got my work cut out for me. Yeah.
A flashback to Worlds, I guess. That's good to see. I wanted to kind of wrap the episode up with kind of some level of nostalgia. You guys are former teammates, Huhi and Dokla. Is there any fun stories you could tell us? It's been a while now. Surely there's
fun
something
stories.
you can...
Fun stories.
Even if it's not so fun stories. Even if it's trial and tribulation.
That one trip we had was fun.
Oh, the one trip, yeah.
Yeah.
We went to a vacation together, but that's just me and Nishim.
Oh, that's
Yeah, that was just that was
That's
not-
cute.
that is cute. Where,
No,
where are we
other
going?
people too, not just me and him.
Yeah, other people. Well, on the team, it was just me and him.
Yeah. So that was nice.
Some fun stories. I mean, I don't know.
There was one fun story,
Yeah,
but
there
I
is
can't get
one
into
fun
it.
You can't get into it?
I really can't get into it.
I have
Different
one
type
fun
of
story
podcast
too.
maybe, or what?
I really can't get into it. But there was one funny moment.
But definitely like energy. I think joining energy, I will say, was the most stressful year in my career.
Yeah.
I think it was my first time ever really thinking, oh, like maybe this is it. I want to retire.
Yeah.
Damn.
Because
Is that bad?
yeah, because for me, I think throughout my career, I've always enjoyed what I did and
Yeah.
kind of loved what I was doing, and I knew how privileged it was.
Yeah.
So I was just making sure I was enjoying every moment. But yeah, on energy, it was really stressful.
Yeah,
and
first one, last one in, first one out.
yeah, I'm like, wow.
Me and Vic always clowning
this
on
is
that.
that year was special to me.
And you don't have to get into it if you don't want to, but like for me, it's like before you joined the team, it was like, oh, we argued a lot, but a lot of it was kind of seen as a positive. You guys in energy, right? Like the fact that you guys had a very vocal, open system within that team. So like,
Someone argued a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's a therapy session if I like speak too much, you
yeah.
know, because I'm like kind of getting to my traumas.
Yeah.
Go
But
ahead.
like, I wouldn't say like names, but
yeah,
it will be like stories like on my first day joining the team. I don't know if you remember, but on my first day joining the team and the first day of screaming, we had to cancel scrims,
Oh.
kind of
Was
thing.
that first day? I think.
Yeah, it was literally my first day. I was
Oh,
like
yeah.
there first because some people are good, and
Yeah.
then
someone.
someone
Had
and someone are
disagreements.
good, and then the scrim was just canceled. I'm like, wow, like this is my first day, guys.
Nice
Like,
introduction,
what are
yeah.
you doing?
Let's keep it
And,
easy,
yeah.
guys.
I mean, it was pretty funny because joining the team, I think FBI was my former teammates.
Yeah.
So he kind of gave me a lot of like heads up, of like stuff like, because he know how I am as a person. He was kind of hoping that I can kind of make everyone
Yeah.
become like a friend
glue
or
guy,
like that kind of person. But yeah, I think I had my struggles there too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, damn. Okay, I was going for reminiscent.
Yeah.
No,
Different
yeah.
direction.
It
I
took
was
fun in
speaking
another
more,
way.
yeah.
And that was funny looking back at it.
Yeah, I mean now it's funny, right? But
no,
like,
I thought it
back
was funny
then-
in the moment because
you thought I was shocked. I was shocked, but
Oh, welcome to the team.
yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, you know what? You could join in this. Do you have any awkward like joining in a team? You're like, because I guess you've been on a few teams
Mhm.
already, of course,
Mhm.
throughout the LCS. Any memories of like joining the team and just having a culture shock, a little bit of how things are done?
Maybe EG initially, because I think, I mean, I don't know how, it's kind of well known at this point, but Inspire is a very specific way of giving feedback.
Yeah.
And it's like kind of, because he's European and it's like a different culture over there. And I came from C9 where we obviously gave feedback to each other in a pretty straight way, but that was like next level.
Yeah.
So that was a pretty big culture shock. But you get used to it. And yeah, I think that's maybe the one thing I can think about is going to EG. Impact's also kind of like that. I guess you mentioned it with the Asian dad thing, but we had Impact and Inspired who were like, if Jojo was making a mistake, he would know about it.
Yeah.
And he would know exactly how bad it is and like why you should never do it again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was a big difference.
Asian dad and Polish dad did it help. Did it help a lot in terms of getting through problems, or did it?
It worked. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd
you
say it
guys
helped.
won, yeah.
Yeah, there it
Yeah.
is. That's a dub. I'm sure it's helping. The Polish dad in the house. Maybe don't. Maybe not in those
No, it
words.
It is.
Perfect. I mean, that's good. That pretty much wraps it up for all of us. Thank you guys for joining me.
Thank you.
That was a great episode. And like, comment, subscribe. Also, shout out to all you guys who are just like listeners on Spotify, iTunes, all that. And take it easy.
See ya.
C9 probably have better chance than like a lot of LCK teams, because when I watch there, they don't know how to make like, certain things like better smite or like crowd fights, how important it is and stuff
Mhm.
like that sometimes when I'm watching them. And Cloud9 is definitely the first person or first team to do it. That's what I mean by like over technology, where because like it is just not fair when your
That's
jungler
actually
is like
primitive technology. Blabber was on the crab before
That's
everyone
years
else.
ago.
Yeah.
Like he's actually he
Yeah.
was there at the very beginning.
Welcome everybody to this episode of Pros. I've got Huhi, Dokla, Vulcan with me. What's up, guys? It's a lot of 3-0s this week, huh?
yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, well, what's up?
Right.
Oh, what are you looking at?
I don't know. I guess my first question, coming out of it is, I'll ask you immediately because you've had 2 series in which this happened. Where do you think it's coming from? Just like the quick series from across the board.
I mean, I think TL and Lyon were somehow in the lower bracket, even though I'd consider them like top 3 along with us. Somehow DSG and Sentinels managed to like sneak in to the upper bracket. Because I expect, that once we get to finals and either Lyon or TL, whichever one win that series, I think they should be, Sentinel should be the underdog going into it, obviously. So I think both the Lyon TL series and the one after that, the finals, should be a lot closer. So I think just because of how regular season went, that's the reason we're seeing quick series.
Yeah, because like, of course, there's going to be a combination of like format discussions, but I do think Lyon, Team Liquid, like those teams definitely had some rough moments in the regular season themselves. And like, Huhi, I'll go to you because you guys had the actual smooth uprising where at the beginning, week 1, it was tough. But then over time, you guys found like gradual improvement to get to the position that you guys are. And then how do you feel, because like immediately coming after this series, the improvement that you guys had, but then going into the series versus C9?
I mean, I think in the beginning, like we really sucked. Like I felt like we basically were not a team. Like everyone was kind of just playing solo queue. That's what happens when we don't practice, like a month before LCS starts. And I feel like because of visa issues, everyone had visa issues this year, but 2 of our Koreans also came 2 weeks before. And like, I think I've mentioned in different podcasts or something, like I think Sentinels podcast where like Hambak actually never screamed like for a straight year, more than a year. So I think that does play a big factor, especially when it's a new team. We're trying to get to know each other. I don't even know his play style, and he's just kind of playing solo queue, and that's why it took some time to kind of learn the meta and kind of get on the same page. And I think after we started screaming, it just naturally got better and better. Yeah.
I feel like throughout the series, and Dokla, you joined us for the beginning of the day to like kind of like analyze the series itself. We can probably start with it. There was like, yes, it was a 3-0, but there was like a little bit of drama. Especially, actually, I want to hear the insider about the Vayne pick. And people were like, ended up going through the rule book, trying to get it right. At first, it felt like the decision was like, oh, you guys are gonna have to play the Vayne pick, and it's gonna go to one of those roles. And then actually, it was like, no, because C9 didn't end up locking a pick in, that didn't happen. So you were in the comms when it happened. What's your perspective of it?
I mean, I think my perspective of it is just Rahul made a mistake. He even admitted like he made the mistakes, and I think what I was trying to do is like it is what it is. Like there's nothing we can control anymore, and we just gotta stay mentally strong. I kind of saw Rahul kind of like being really like sorry, like he feels really bad.
Yeah.
And I think luckily like C9 are like, thank God you guys let us kind of, I don't know, remade or like the right, like looked at the rule book again. But for us, like I kind of joked how for us it's always happening, like the Guardian Aatrox and now to this Vayne pick. We are the issue, like in that sense. So it is what it is, but it's something that we definitely gotta focus up more even in Champ Select, and we gotta fix that. And we were just thankful that we got to remake.
Focus on clicking our buttons here.
Yeah, I mean, someone did mention, I won't say who, but someone said like if we lock in a Champ right now, because we knew it was a mistake, it was like within 1 second of your guys' turn to pick, Vayne was like insta-locked, and we're like, well, they already have Lucian, and no one is blind picking Vayne top or picking Vayne mid into Zig, so we knew it was a mistake.
Yeah.
And then someone said like, if we want, we can lock something in, and it like it gels them to play Vayne. But we were like, no, let's not do that. Like it's already 2-0. If it was a finals, maybe we'd consider it. You know,
Yeah.
like if
Yeah.
if it was like for everything, right?
Yeah.
But in that moment, we're like whatever. And then they started like investigating the issue and everything, and we were just like telling the ref, not that it has any impact, because I don't think they care what the opposing team says or wants. But we were like, can we just get to the place where like they get to redo draft? Like we don't want to play this game.
Yeah.
It was a mistake. Can we just get there already? Because like it was like a long back and forth, and we redid the champ select because we were gonna go into the game with Vayne being locked in, but then they looked further, investigated more, and we dropped it
I
again.
feel like they just need a good faith rule, because like imagine if this happened at like Game 5 World Finals, like everything on the line, and then some bug or like a mistake happens like this. Like you're not gonna want to ruin the moment. Be like, oh, on a technicality, you know, we have to do this. I just like in a good faith rule, just like, you know, obviously you made a mistake, just you know, let's just fix the situation, move on.
Yeah,
I think,
and it's not like us seeing Vayne locked in gives us any kind of disadvantage. Like it's not like someone could abuse it, you know. So
yeah, exactly.
I think it would be,
Just
it would be
I
good
feel
to
like
have that
just
kind
add
of-
a good faith rule in the rule book, and then maybe just, you know, I don't even know,
Make it
I don't even know how
easier.
you're
I
bouncing
mean,
on Vayne. That's like the real thing. you
Yeah,
know?
I don't know. I didn't ask. You
Yeah,
know, like he
yeah.
was already like kind of like annoyed about it.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
you know, he
I mean,
made he
yeah.
knew that he made the mistakes.
Well, at least
So,
you guys weren't jailed, so
yeah.
that's nice.
Thank God.
Dokley, you're with us for the day. Just your thoughts on the series overall from the perspective of, you know, being in the lounge.
Yeah, I mean, I think C9 just looked solid. I think every lane just played well, and I feel like Game 1 was the closest, but even that, it's like they had a lead, but you guys just weren't able to convert. Like Rise was bought, pushed in
Yeah.
on the third dragon, and then Humbug just walked in, and you guys
Yeah.
just died. And after that, it's like the comp just kind of fell apart. So yeah, it just looked rough, honestly.
sure.
Yeah.
And so for Vulcan, I guess we can go straight into it because he kind of alluded to just C9 being dominant, but that's just for it felt like the entire split. You guys are 12-1 in game score. A lot of it has been kind of credit to, I guess you guys have started literally in December and had a lot of, and on top of that, you didn't make too many changes. You got APA in, Damin came in as assistant coach. What have you felt that is different now going into playoffs than, let's say, last year, because you've been with them for a bit, that is making you guys so strong?
I think we're more aware maybe of our strengths and weaknesses. I think Loki as a player wasn't a very vocal person in the room whenever we were doing draft meeting or like talking about what we want to play, what kind of champions, what kind of style. He didn't really share his take, or if you asked it out of him, one time it would be that way and the other time it might have, you know, maybe flip. So it was hard to get like a consistent read on what he wants. He was a really good player,
Of course.
but Ian APA on the other side, he's like much more vocal about his strengths, his weaknesses, how he wants to play and stuff like that. So it helps us a lot because any kind of direction from anyone is always very helpful. So yeah, I think we're, I guess, yeah, we have a clearer direction, how we want to play and stuff like that. So it just helps in general.
I think you did an interview earlier on in the week or last week where you talked about the comms difference specifically with APA. Even today, while we were going through one of the team fights around Rip Trailed, and it was APA's Talia. Like it was a winning fight. Talia ultis. Yes, he made a mistake, gets caught by Renekton, but like we listen to the comms and it's still very focused. Not like most of the time you'll say, "Oh, I fucked up. Sorry about that." No, but he's very loud. That's like a sneak peek to those comms that I haven't heard from before. What do you think or feel like he has added to the team that you guys haven't had on top of that? What you've said.
Yeah, I mean, he has a good go button whenever he's like, he sees the fight being very winning. He's like, there's the one kind of famous clip, I guess, where he goes like, "I'm going forward no matter what. I'm going forward no matter what. I'm going forward no matter what." And he just like clicks in 1v5.
Yeah.
Where it's always good to have someone recognize a situation and act on it, and it's very easy to follow that kind of thing. So yeah, I'm in my ideal world, all 5 players are able and willing to do that kind of thing. So it helps that our millionaire is doing it on stage. So
I'm going to ask the two of you guys because I wonder, last year it was just like FlyQuest dominance, you know? And I think the community and myself kind of played into that as like there's no other competition. But hearing from the same kind of narrative, it's the beginning of the year, do you guys think that C9 is just as far ahead as like, let's say it was a FlyQuest last year? I'll ask you, Dokla. I'm looking at you.
No, I don't think so. I mean, honestly, FlyQuest was pretty close. Like spring, wasn't it a game 5 you guys went to, and you guys
Yes.
probably should have won that game. So like, it was actually
game
really
4 too,
close.
we kind of we had like a quarter kill early game in that game 4 because we were up 2-1
Yeah.
in the final. So
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was like far closer than than
That people
like,
thought,
it was
isn't it?
than people thought it was. So no, this year I think it's closer. I mean, obviously we're in the lower bracket, but I feel like we can contest all the teams remaining. So I feel like personally it's close, but yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think for now, I definitely do think C9 is the strongest team. They're the most connected, and they read the meta the fastest. Like they knew what this meta was exactly about, and I think they started learning about it first. So I think every other team is kind of catching up, and I think in that sense, I agree with Dokla that it's not going to be like that dominant in the end, whether the meta shifts or once, because it's pretty apparent what I feel like Cloud9 is doing, and it's pretty easy for other teams to kind of catch up in that sense. It's really hard to learn or recognize what the meta is, but to catch up from other teams, you just have to watch the VODs and kind of understand the game. And I hope that we're pro players for a reason and can catch that,
Yeah.
So as long as like we learn those kind of small details, I definitely do think that this season will be, this year in general will be closer.
You said it at the beginning, before the series, beginning of the day, kind of talking about how you felt as though like Cloud9 were more like scientists and you guys are more like punchers, fighters. But you guys wanted to kind of like inch towards that. What do you feel about, you can make the comparison and kind of elaborate more on that?
I mean, yeah, basically it's like similar thing to what I just said, like about the meta. So basically, they have like over technology compared to us. Right now, they know they have more details.
They went to Korea. It's pretty much Wakanda. Korean technology. Wakanda, and they found the new. Yeah, they found vibranium over there. Or what?
I mean, like for me, I think even compared to LCK, like when I watch LCK, like I feel like C9 probably have better chance than like a lot of LCK teams, because when I watch there, they don't know how to make like, certain things like better smite or like crowd fights, how important it is and stuff like that sometimes when I'm watching them. And Cloud9 is definitely the first person or first team to do it. That's what I mean by like over technology, where, because like it is just not fair when your jungler
It's actually
is like
primitive technology. Blabber was on the crab before everyone else.
Yeah.
Like he's actually he was there at the very beginning. So now it's just even more important. He's like, wait, I've been great at this the whole
I've been
time.
on this.
Yeah.
So basically, it's just like we just made a joke as a team that like they were kind of fighting with a gun and we're like using our fist, but we're trying to make our weapon too. Like we're trying to get to the bow.
Yes.
But definitely Cloud9 right now has
We're in the Bronze Age.
Yeah.
Okay.
The most detail oriented, like really small things that people won't really catch if you're like a casual users. But right now, I think they're most connected and the most detailed.
Where do you feel like there's a change in the process in which you guys are doing it, or is it the same thing? Is it the addition of coaching staff? Because it feels like there's a lot of credit being given to your guys' overall macro. Where do you get, like, what is happening in that process for you guys?
No, I mean, I think Kuhi kind of touched on it about the whole crab thing. Is like Blabber is very vocal about what he needs in a game or like what he wants to happen, and having that kind of player shape, I guess, the way we play the early game is very helpful. And he's always super confident when he calls like in that kind of situation. He knows exactly what he wants to do and how we should play it. So we're kind of just aligning with that and going with it. So I think the credit goes to Blabber, honestly. I don't know how much Dom helped him because he's obviously much more focused on Blabber than anyone else, even though he's like a proper assistant coach and he'll oversee everything.
Of course.
He helps Blabber more. So I don't know, maybe some of the credit goes to him about, how they figured out how we need to play for early crabs and having the better smite and things like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, the junglers are probably, taking the credit for that one.
Yeah.
Both the junglers.
Makes sense. Let's talk about, there is something in the water because also in the LEC, they have like G2 and MKOI 6 and 7 seed. Like, feels like if you are a lower seeded team, there's a lot happening there. But for you, Dokla, you, at the beginning of the split, there's obviously like maybe not on the same page, the team. What was a major change for you guys to be able to turn it around?
We were not on the same page. I was playing like shit. I think those are two big factors. And then, in our DSG series, like we had good conditions. We just completely messed it up. So, the 2-week break, just practice a lot and make sure we're all going to fight to the death for the scrab because it's the only thing that matters in this video game.
Yeah.
And, now coming out of it, we just all know what the goal is. So, yeah, we're just more time together is going to help. So I think that's all it took, at least for these last 2 weeks, to beat FlyQuest, and we're still going to have to get a lot better to beat C9 in the end. But yeah, we're on the right path.
That's fair, and I think I am interested in kind of that discussion because I felt like you guys really well prepared for FlyQuest. The same goes for you guys, but I want to kind of bring it to the table what the general thought on FlyQuest is as a team, because they looked really good at the beginning of the split, but then of course, due to the format and also like you guys picked them, so you guys faced each other like 2 times in a row, 2 series in a row, and then in the lower bracket, you guys are going up against the Lion Sharks. So it's like, where would you place them amongst the league? But do you guys, where would you place them?
I mean, it's hard to put them very high after the last 2 weekends. I think for them, it's just they have rookie players in 2 very important roles in like support and jungle, and I think people kind of figured out how to take advantage of them in draft a little bit. So they're maybe just a bit downloaded, and they need to either like get better at normal games or expand on their like not cheesy picks, but they have like a specific style that they like to play where their support is like pretty good at Karma and he enjoys playing it. He plays aggressive in lane, so if he gets that, he's happy. And then maybe Griffin gets like a Gwen game. He tried to play it against Lyon and super well for him, but maybe against some of the different junglers it would work better. Not sure. But I feel like they're maybe a little bit downloaded, and they're one of the team that has the most chance of getting better, right? Having so many rookies. They should at least have the most.
You can only go
potential.
up, right?
Yeah, so
in theory.
We'll see. This is only the first split. It was super quick, so I think they have good individual players, but they're not a very good team. That's how I read them.
Doku, would you say the same because you just are coming off fresh from the prep, having faced them?
I mean, yeah. I mean, they're just rookies. I think they're individually they're fine. It's just yeah, if they fall behind, they don't really know how to either stall the game out or like what is their comeback play, because they just kept going for plays that like are so obvious, and they just lose more and more and more, and then the game's just over like really fast. So just need to learn from these mistakes that they're making, and yeah, I think they can be good.
You haven't been able to face them, huh? Or my memory bad?
Yeah, FlyQuest. Yeah, we only scrimmed them. Not on stage.
Based on the scrims, is there like a difference from what you're seeing that's hitting? Because a lot of the younger teams, a lot of the times, will have probably more aggressive scrims.
Yeah, I think the major difference is that in the beginning they looked good on stage because every other team was kind of bad, and as teams are kind of getting more stable and kind of learning how to be a team and meta, FlyQuest is just naturally looking worse because I feel like they kind of play similar, like what Volkan was saying. Like they have young players that plays pretty well, like individually, but in the end, it's a team game, and I feel like they don't really understand how to, play from behind.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to the other 3-0 that ended up happening. Neither representatives are here, so you guys can talk freely. It's Team Liquid versus DSG. So for that one, I'm interested in the TL perspective because they were a team that either people thought were the best team in the league or the second best, but had a really rough start. Even just the last tiebreaker to get into playoffs versus Dignitas.
Yeah, I thought they were gonna lose that game. Holy shit! Like it was actually, and I was wondering, like, there's just so much stress probably on them, just given the expectations, and they're playing a tiebreaker, and they were actually low-key losing it. They probably should have lost.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I can't believe
we were all hate watching that day. I think everyone at this table.
Yeah,
we're all hoping for big season.
Yeah, I mean that shit was insane. I mean, forget about that. It's just the stress that they must be going through. And the craziest thing is, what Jan was typing in that game in all chat. Like,
was he typing?
Yeah. I think FBI started it, but regardless, I would never type in a game that's tiebreak and you're like kind of losing.
Yeah,
everything on the line. That's crazy.
It was like after I think Dig had hinted at earlier on, and then he typed a question mark. There was like stuff.
And
like
then
that.
in that series, or in the second series, I think against DSG, game 3, where they were like absolutely stomping ball in, and then the game somehow became close.
Yeah,
I mean they did end up winning, but yeah, that was like how could you throw a game like that? I mean, obviously they probably feel the same way themselves, but that was not a good look.
Where do you think it's coming from? Because it reminds me of when I was watching the Kespa Cup with you guys and Team Liquid. And Team Liquid also had like a major loss, or like throw. It was like an AK throw there. So I was like, oh, hopefully this is not a trend. But like, what do you think is happening? But also like, what's your take on Team Liquid now?
Yeah, I mean, for the DSG series, I think DSG is one of the worst bot lanes in the league, maybe. Not that they're like that terrible, but just I feel like the bot lane level is pretty high this year. And TL I would probably rate as being the best in lane. So it's like a pretty big mismatch there. So hard to win the game when your bot lane is, just losing outright no matter what. It's not very playable. So that's why it was such a stomp, I think. And then I don't know why they throw so much. I think they just like maxed out their early game stats, and like in the RPG game, like they just maxed out their early game, and then didn't put any in the like late game or like game sense later on.
Yeah,
that's what it feels like. So I hope they don't level up and get more points for the finals or your guys' match. But yeah, that's how I see it.
Because Huhi, it was in the same series where Impact like got the Guardian Aatrox, and I was like, oh, this might be doomed. It was not. Your read on Team Liquid, because that one, it felt like they had made a lot of mistakes, but you guys looked incredibly strong in that time.
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid kind of, I think Vulcan said it like how I wanted to say it. Like they just don't know how to play the game if their bot lane doesn't win like early, in my opinion. In scrims, sometimes I'm just surprised how they're playing. Like they just like kind of flip it level 1.
Yeah.
Losing or winning matchup. I think that exactly the same thing happened game 3. I feel like when we were playing Team Liquid on stage, they had like kind of an early losing bot lane, but they were trying to get the push, and they just screwed themselves over, and after that, I just felt like the game was so easy because they're kind of, in my opinion, a better FlyQuest. They definitely do understand how to play the game from behind, but I also do think they don't have that much good understanding because they're just so used to winning early. And once you have a lead early, I think as long as the other team doesn't make a mistake, every team should be able to close Team Liquid out.
Yeah, it's weird. Do you think they're playing the right way? Because Morgan's playing
the right way. Yeah, that guy's playing the right way. But top lane's so isolated these days. But
tell me about it.
I mean, what does there say? It's just isolated. It's pretty much 4-4. Like this series, I think you could take out top lane. I don't think it would change much, honestly. I mean, yeah, it's just the meta right now.
It just feels like junglers aren't allowed to spend time.
Yeah, if you spend any time,
it's just like you're gonna lose something. Bot like plates. There's always like plates to get. Like 1 second on the turret, and you get plates no matter what champ or whatever.
Just a crystallized thing.
And Drake is really broken, so if someone goes top, we're like, oh. Okay, nice.
Better be worth it. I mean, you guys went top today.
Yeah.
But you guys traded for it.
You have to when it's like counter matchup with like Rise mid. So yeah. It's the meta.
But what were we talking about? Team Liquid.
Yeah.
I mean, top lane's playing well, but yeah, I mean, they just throw so much. I don't know. I think in game 3, Quid he decided he didn't want to get carried, and he's like, I want to make a play mid and try to kill this guy.
1v5. I saw the screenshot. He's like in the middle of 5 people.
Like, I want to be part of this game and not just get carried playing Azir. And just, so hopefully, he keeps that up because that'll make it easy for us. So,
what about your old boys on DSG? Because that team had like a real surge, and they were playing well even when Cryo wasn't here, which was a surprise. And I haven't heard of a team ever not putting scrim time in like the sub player, but fully believing that they would have Cryer at some point, so they gave him the scrim time. But like watching DSG play, what is your feeling on them? Only asking because everyone's pre-split expectation was 7th, 8th.
Yeah.
And it was changing. And then now we were like, maybe it's back to where it was.
I mean, I think they're pretty good, honestly. Like I think they're definitely in the middle of the pack, maybe like middle lower. But I think Calmy is good. I think their jungler is good too. I think Sujed individually is not bad, pretty good in my opinion too. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe like after they started winning, maybe the ego kind of got on them.
Ego already?
I don't know. Actually,
win a few games.
But like, I definitely think playing versus them, especially like going into the game, like our first stage games versus them.
Yeah.
I definitely thought even though we lose early, like they probably won't know how to play macro, but then they were playing pretty well as a team. So in that sense, I was actually pretty surprised. They're kind of the opposite of FlyQuest, where their laners might be a little weaker, but they have better understanding of the game. Yeah.
So Vulcan, apparently, like hearing some of the C9, like I guess content pieces, you're poking fun and being like, oh, let's not pick DSG guys. What are your thoughts on the team?
I mean, at that point when we had to make the decision, we hadn't scrimmed DSG ever since they got their jungler in, because they were scrimming a little bit with Kizno, because they weren't exactly sure yet if they were going to get the visa in time. So we hadn't played them in a while. We didn't really know, and they looked good on stage from the games that we saw. And then the one argument that it was either Dom or Inero that brought it up, but we were saying that they make good side plays, and it's annoying to deal with, so we don't want to pick them.
Yeah.
And then, so we picked FlyQuest, and then like we scrimmed them, obviously, because we weren't playing them. We scrimmed them the following week.
Yeah.
And they couldn't play the game. Like it was not good for them.
Yeah.
We were really stomping them. And then obviously I need to like rub it in their face, my coaches, that like, nice guys, don't pick DSG. They make side plays. Careful with the side plays, guys. So that's about it. Yeah, but I also don't think they're that bad. I think they're a pretty good team, and they should also get better as time goes on. They have a couple rookies, so yeah, I think the league's pretty solid this year.
Okay. And I wanted to ask you, who here on your team, I guess it's been brought up a few times already, but the idea of you once again playing the role of an in-game translator and like being able to get people on the same page. Specifically, I'm imagining Rahel, Hambak, and Darkwings mid. A, how has that role been for you? But B, how has it kind of progressed ever since? Because you said on stage it was like 70-30.
Actually, I have a question. So like, when Golden Glue is watching the game backstage and he doesn't understand 70% of the comms, like what does he say in review, like after the game ends? Like,
just, you just kind of see the game,
Oh, yeah.
And this definitely on stage games, I definitely try to like communicate the English plans as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, definitely for me, it has been a challenge, especially when I am so focused on like the comms.
Yeah.
And I feel like my individual play kind of gets a lot worse. So focused on always kind of looking at the map. I sometimes like miss where they are.
Yeah.
It even happened game 1 or game 2 when I was playing Rakan and Yunara just jumped on me and I actually kind of jumped.
Yeah.
It was just so stupid thinking back because I saw the word over the dragon pit and I don't know why I walked there.
Yeah.
Stuff like that happens, and I feel like that has been my biggest challenge where I have to keep my individual level like up as well. But yeah, I think as time goes on, I feel like my job will get easier and easier because in the end, I feel like communication is kind of there to make everyone on the same page. And it's really needed in the beginning when teams are new, when we don't know each other that well. And right now, it's for me, it's way better to over communicate than communicate less. And as time goes on and people kind of learn like our play style, and because in game sometimes when we're so connected, we don't even have to say when we're going, and people know that like by the movements like we'll go, like
True.
I feel like in the World's Finals, the Keria Faker moment, like Keria was saying how like he just saw Faker's movement that he canceled base, he knew that he's gonna go. Like those kind of things happens, like chemistry
they've been playing
wise.
there for like 3 years.
Yeah.
a little different.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
my base logic is like as time passes, like we will learn about each other's and body languages, and I will be needing to communicate less and less.
Yeah, Douglas just mentioned it, but like, because I was on a team that had like full Danish team, but like we were like, okay, well, let's swap it to English because that was a choice, mostly for the ease of reviews. The reviews can't be easy, right? Like being able to get people on the same page, and like especially for Golden Glue, being able to be like, I can't talk about the comms ever unless if you brought up the feedback.
Yeah, for sure. I think lots of feedbacks are not based on comms, and it's just about how we view the game. So we try to like, I feel like, separate those two. We definitely have like pretty interesting dynamic, I will say. I feel like Impact is pretty vocal.
Yeah.
I always kind of make a joke how I feel like he's the dad of the team. I'm the mom. And I don't know if it's appropriate, but like I feel like he's an Asian dad and I'm the Asian mom, and I feel like he gives like a lot of harsh comments with no bad intention, and I give a lot of it's okay man, like, kind of a thing, like well as long as we're learning everything is okay kind of a deal. But I definitely enjoy, I feel like everyone is kind of enjoying each other's company because it is needed, in my opinion, to have someone like that is harsh and someone that can take care of like everyone's mental, because it is a marathon. And
I guess it would make it difficult at first. Vulcan, you just came off of you've had a few Korean lineups in general. Like, what would you say would be the biggest difficulties? Would it be in game or out of game for you guys in the past?
I think out of game, I think it just makes everything like take more time because it doesn't matter how well you can say or like explain a thought or a point that you want it to happen in game. Maybe it needs to be translated.
Yeah.
So you kind of waste a lot of time, and that can be draining sometimes. But then, like, it doesn't really matter that we had a longer scrim day, as much as we need to be able to communicate better and efficiently on stage. So it's kind of more important during the game.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, if it can be hard. Yeah, it can be hard for everyone. I think even as like I think Thanatos, he's quite good at English now, but sometimes we're talking so fast because we're not doing the thing anymore where we're like slowing down and using basic words all the time. Maybe he's just like, I mean, I don't know for sure, but I feel like he tunes out sometimes.
Yeah.
Just because it is draining for someone to like constantly be like, that word, I don't know. So I need to like assume based on the context what it means, et cetera, et cetera. Like it's exhausting, and you're also playing the game, trying to review, you're talking to people on top of it. So it can be quite draining. Yeah.
I think I remember seeing or you talking about when you were on FlyQuest with a double Korean lineup on that one. That is like, I talk too quickly for the people on the team. So is that something that you yourself have been like, long-term goal, talk slower in general so my teammates can understand me?
No, I don't care.
No,
like,
you don't
get used to it. Yeah.
Dokla, have you ever had that within your career? You had Crown and I guess an Optic.
Yeah, I mean, I had Crown, Arrow. The Arrow's English was decent.
Yeah.
I had a lot of Koreans in my course of my career, but yeah, I mean, talk a bit slower, use simple words. They typically understand that when they're just learning like the league terminology. It's like the first words that they know. So yeah, to me it doesn't really matter. Obviously, but in review it's a bit difficult to get your point across and have them understand it. But that's just part of it's a trade-off of getting a Korean versus communication. So yeah, you just gotta deal with it.
A question that I had, and we'll round back to the playoffs themselves, but it was a discussion within the community that I'm interested in. It's kind of just been like voice comms in like solo queue. And I wondered how you guys viewed it, because in almost every other competitive game, it's something that has been there, like Dota has voice comms. And you guys had the ability to play through Champions Queue and have that experience. I guess I'll go to you, Vulcan, and thoughts on how it would impact like your view of solo queue. I don't know if you've thought about it much.
I mean, a little bit over the years, but I think it's very good for the game because I play Counter-Strike now and then, and it's obviously very nice to be able to communicate easily to people. So I think it's a huge bonus. It's going to obviously take some getting used to. It's a shame that we're 16 years into the game and it's coming in now when I think it could have been put inside the game a long time ago. But I think it's good. I just don't know if I will personally turn it on when I'm like coming off of a scrim day. I don't know if I have it in me to like go communicate to randoms.
Yeah.
And like it's just going to be very different than what I'm used to. So I don't know if I'll care about it during the season, but it'll be cool for when I have nothing to do but play solo queue during the off season or whatever. I think it'll be nice to be able to have voice comms and fully focus on solo queue when there's nothing else happening and I have full energy on it. I think it's nice. But as a pro, I don't know if I'll like, for the couple games that I play at night after scrims, I don't know if I want to not care that much, but I don't want to put that much energy into it maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, solo queue, it's just going to be different. Because I mean, first of all, I don't know how antisocial everyone's going to be, because this game, everyone's been just catered towards like pinging only and typing in all chat. So
deafening.
Just that barrier itself is going to be interesting to see. But I mean, for sure, I think the biggest thing is like, I don't know if it's in champ select or like once you're in game, because then it might determine like a lot of champ picks, and then I think that one might be a big deal because everyone's like kind of going to play more meta, and I hope that doesn't happen where people just lose their individual like champs that they are good at just to conform to like, oh, a pro's in my game. Oh, well, he's probably going to want me to pick meta or something. I don't know. Maybe it happens. So, but yeah, I mean, solo queue's always just been solo queue. I mean, it'd be more impactful for like flex queue or something. Like if but obviously that's like completely dead. But it'd be fun if Flexi was like a thing, and then like a 5v5 thing happened. But yeah.
About the voice comms,
Yeah.
I don't know. I honestly don't know what kind of effect it will have or whether I'm gonna use or not. I feel like talking to newer people, especially when, for example, like I'm doing with Rahal a lot, and I don't know if he will be willing to do that
Oh, of
kind
course
of
not.
thing,
Actually,
you know. Especially like when it comes to like in-game decisions, like I don't know if like I'll be able to like communicate that well. Like I don't want to argue in game,
yeah.
you know. I feel like that's the most important thing. Like when you're playing a team game, it's best to not argue it when you're playing the game. But you know, I feel
It's
like
gonna lead to some good content, though. I will
Yeah,
say
for
it's gonna be
sure.
pretty funny, though. So I'm
Yeah.
excited about that. And I feel like I do play solo queue a lot, so it tends to be like a really antisocial if you got nothing else going on. So in that sense, it's a bit better, just to see like gauge the temperature of everyone else in the game. So I think it's a net improvement. I think pretty much every game has a social aspect to it besides League. It's like, so you can't ping anymore. You can't.
I mean, it used to be a lot more social, but I feel like
Yeah,
a lot
they
of
just-
changes.
yeah,
was
I mean, sure.
it's like
forcing
intentional.
people to
Yeah,
not
yeah. So now this is
social, yeah.
like, now it's gonna bring it back a bit. So
Yeah.
it's
Do you think
good.
it'll change? Because I remember, I know Nemesis has made this point, but do you think it'll change the game completely? Like what you pick? Like for a good example is like people are just playing the Katarina one trick that is permanently looking to roam, the Bard roam that might come. That's probably going to be better communicated, maybe more slower gameplay. Do you think that's a fear?
Oh, wait,
No.
actually,
I
in
mean, this
that
is assuming
sense-
like best case scenario, like everyone's
Yeah.
opting in like, at all times. I don't think that's gonna happen. But maybe it has some impact. But I still think it's still gonna be roughly the same.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be that crazy of an impact. Maybe at like the very high elo game where like
Yeah.
full
That's
pro
what-
lobby,
that's what I was
but like
thinking
I
also.
really don't think it's gonna make too much of a difference.
I feel like for high elo maybe, but I feel like it's such a nice change for even people at lower elos to actually like kind of experience how the game is played for pros. Like when we go on stage, we have communication. When they go in solo queue, they don't.
Yeah.
And I feel like the game is kind of meant to be played with high level of communication.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with all the changes that Riot has made, they were kind of limiting that. And like since like 5 years ago, I always get my pings muted in solo queue. When I try to ping a lot of information, I
Yeah.
get muted and I get so annoyed.
Yeah.
Like I'm trying to relay information that is like, in my opinion, very important in the moment. And the game says like, you use pings too many times. Please wait a little bit. And then I'm like, he's gonna be there, careful. And I do it again, and it like extends the moment, like the amount of time that I'm muted.
Yeah, it's
So
you know, a little
the whole thing
timeout.
is very annoying, but I think it's gonna be so nice for people who get into the game to have voice comms. And toxicity is like the other side of the argument, but I think you can just mute and go back to how I was already.
Mhm.
I feel like the mute function is OP, so I think
That's
it's
the
just
thing.
good.
Because like for me, there'll be days where I'm like muting or communicating. I don't know. It depends on the moment. Like you kind of said, if you have a long day, I wonder how much of a disadvantage in like a actual strategic game in comparison to FPS of like you having maybe two teammates or three teammates that are communicating versus the enemy team that's maybe having like 4 or 5. That could be a pretty big like difference maker. Maybe it doesn't matter. I don't know.
Dude, actually, one thing I wonder is if you can rally people to FF faster now. It's like, yo, man, this one's looking real rough. I mean, it might be my bad. Like, hey, I don't
fault,
think this
guys.
one's
Let's go
carryable, guys.
next.
Let's go next. Yeah, let's all save some time because games get hostaged quite a bit. So,
right now.
honestly, I didn't think about that angle. Maybe I'll be a good persuader now.
We got a rallier. All right, that's good. Let's talk about what could be coming up ahead. First, I'll look to you because now you're in the position of being in the finals. You are already guaranteed to go to Brazil. I mean, that's always going to be the case. But like being in that position now in the finals, 12-1, is there anything that you feel like you guys need to work on, or any personal satisfaction of how last couple years have been?
I mean, our practice hasn't been that intense, so we just need to lock in there. I think we need to have solid practice so that we go into the weekend feeling confident. And I always kind of think that the team who survives lower bracket has an advantage in the finals. I think the schedule works in the way that Lyon TL will play 3 games back to back, right? If whoever wins.
we win,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I think that team who like manages to do that has the advantage of like being warm.
Yeah.
So I think, I mean, we just need to be on top of our game. We'll obviously have the advantage of looking at their drafts and stuff like that. So we'll take a good look at what's happening and
Do they play
prepare.
on side or not?
Yeah.
They got some
The side plays.
plays going or not?
Thankfully, DSG's out, so we're safe on the
Yeah.
side plays.
Huhi, now you get the opportunity to see Team Liquid and Lion
Mhm.
fist fight.
Yeah.
Who do you think is the who's coming out of it, and don't look away from Dokla? But also, what's something that you feel like you need to, as a team, improve on to be ready for that matchup?
I think so. First, I think out of TL and Lion, I feel like they're both of their mental are, in my opinion, not that great.
Mhm.
So I feel like whoever wins the first game might have like the momentum and kind of win over. I definitely do think that both teams are good. So I feel like it's gonna be a fun match to watch.
Yeah.
Maybe like for now, I want to give like Team Liquid more of a chance compared to Lion. But I wouldn't be surprised if Lion will beat TL either. And I think what we have to improve on is basically just like kind of an individual play. I feel like today me and Rahal didn't play that well in ball laning phase. I feel like C9 just smashed us all 3 games. Whether like the jungler is pathing away or not, I feel like we just kind of played really poorly. And also in team fights, I feel like game 1 and 2, I feel like we definitely had a fair chance, but we just kind of under the stress or like under the pressure, we just struggled and just got wiped in like every third dragon fights and stuff like that. So that's something that we're definitely going to try to work on and bring it back.
So Dokla, I hear that it's going to be 3 straight wins. Not only do you have to go up against Lion or Team Liquid, then Sentinels, then the finals. It's just another lower bracket run, maybe.
Yeah.
That's another thing that you have to go through.
But that's you guys make it sound like it's like a big deal. It's not really a big deal. You're just playing League, and that's it. So I feel like it's actually fun, and this is probably what I would want to have happen anyways. It's just fun. So personally, I look forward to it. I've been in lower bracket a few times, and I think Gauntlet was pretty similar last year too. And honestly, actually, I think whoever won the series between us in that game 5 would have probably had the same type of run. You guys would have been to the finals and would have been at Worlds. So
Yeah.
I feel like the same situation might be happening here, where it's like whoever wins between us and TL is gonna have the same
I don't think so. Not
type
this
of
time.
thing. Well, I mean, we lost to FlyQuest. I mean, the you guys or FlyQuest won in the finals, but I feel like we're gonna win the rest of the way,
Right,
and then the
okay.
finals will be close. Yeah.
So what do you think about that matchup? Because that one's going to be the one that everyone's looking
Yeah, I mean, I think Morgan's really good, and personally, I'm just looking at like a 1v1 because top is so isolated.
Yeah.
But I have confidence in the rest of my team. But 1v1, I mean, yeah, he's very good individually. Both him and Thanatos. Actually, I'm facing 3 Koreans. It's him, Impact, and Thanatos. So I got my work cut out for me. Yeah.
A flashback to Worlds, I guess. That's good to see. I wanted to kind of wrap the episode up with kind of some level of nostalgia. You guys are former teammates, Huhi and Dokla.
Mhm.
Is there any fun stories you could tell us? It's been a while now. Surely there's
Fun
something you
stories.
can,
Fun stories.
even if it's not so fun stories, even if it's trial and tribulation.
That one trip we had was fun.
Oh, the one trip, yeah.
Yeah.
We went to a vacation together, but that's just me and Nishim.
Oh, that's
Yeah, that was just
That's cute.
That is cute. Where,
No,
where are we
other
going?
people too. Not just me and him.
Other people. On the team, it was just me and him.
Yeah. So that was nice.
Some fun stories. I mean, I don't know.
There was one fun story,
Yeah,
but
there
I
is
can't get
one
into
fun
it.
You can't
story.
get into it?
I really can't get into it.
I have
Different
one
type
fun
of
story
podcast
too.
maybe, or what?
I really can't get into it. But there was one funny moment.
But definitely like energy. I think joining energy, I will say, was the most stressful year in my career.
Yeah?
I think it was my first time ever really thinking, oh, like maybe this is it. I want to retire. You know,
Yeah.
Damn.
because
that bad?
yeah, because for me, I think throughout my career, I've always enjoyed what I did and
Yeah.
kind of loved what I was doing, and I knew how privileged it was.
Yeah.
So I was just making sure I was enjoying every moment. But yeah, on energy, it was really stressful.
Yeah,
and
first one, last one in, first one out.
yeah, I'm like, wow.
Me and Vic always clowning
this
on
is
that.
that year was special to me.
And you don't have to get into it if you don't want to, but like for me, it's like before you joined the team, it was like, oh, we argued a lot, but a lot of it was kind of seen as a positive. You guys in NRG, right? Like the fact that you guys had a very vocal, open system within that team. So
someone argued a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's a therapy session if I like speak too much, you
yeah.
know, because I'm like kind of getting to my traumas.
Yeah.
But like, I wouldn't say like names, but
yeah,
it will be like stories like on my first day joining the team. I don't know if you remember, but on my first day joining the team and first day of screaming, we had to cancel scrims, kind of
Was
thing.
that first day? I think.
Yeah, it was literally my first day. I was like there first because some people are good, and then
someone
and someone are good, and then you know the scrim was just canceled. I'm like, wow, like this is my first day, guys. Like,
Nice introduction.
What are you doing?
Let's keep it easy, guys.
I mean, it was pretty funny because joining the team, I think FBI was my former teammates.
Yeah.
So he kind of gave me a lot of like heads up, of like stuff like, because he know how I am as a person. He was kind of hoping that I can kind of make everyone become like a friend
guy,
or like the kind of that kind of person. But yeah, I think I had my struggles there too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, damn. Okay, I was going for reminiscent.
Yeah.
It took
I was
fun in
speaking
a
more,
different way.
yeah.
that was funny looking back at it.
Yeah, I mean now it's funny, right? But
No,
like,
I thought it
back
was funny
then-
in the moment because
you thought you were, I was shocked. But
Oh, welcome to the team.
yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, you know what? You could join in this. Do you have any awkward like joining in a team? You're like, because I guess you've been on a few teams already, of course, throughout the LCS. Any memories of like joining the team and just having a culture shock, a little bit of how things are done?
Maybe EG initially, because I mean, I don't know how, it's kind of well known at this point, but Inspire is a very specific way of giving feedback. And it's like kind of, because he's European and it's like a different culture over there. And I came from C9 where we obviously gave feedback to each other in a pretty straight way, but that was like next level.
Yeah.
So that was a pretty big culture shock. But you get used to it. And yeah, I think that's maybe the one thing I can think about is going to EG. Impact's also kind of like that. I guess you mentioned it with the Asian dad thing, but we had Impact and Inspired who were like, if Jojo was making a mistake, he would know about it.
Yeah.
And he would know exactly how bad it is and like why you should never do it again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was a big difference.
Asian dad and Polish dad, did it help? Did it help a lot in terms of getting through problems, or did it?
It worked. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd
you
say it
guys
helped.
won. Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. That's a dub. I'm sure it's helping. The Polish dad in the house. Maybe not in those words.
It is.
Perfect. I mean, that's good. That pretty much wraps it up for all of us. Thank you guys for joining me.
Thank you.
That was a great episode. And like, comment, subscribe. Also, shout out to all you guys who are just like listeners on Spotify, iTunes, all that. And take it easy.
See ya.
Will Lyon continue their lower bracket dominance, or can Sentinels stop them in their tracks? LCS starts right now.
I'm looking here.
Yeah.
Well,
we're coming. We're coming. We don't have ult yet. Yeah, we're gonna go, guys. We're gonna go. We're gonna go.
Nami has flash now, I think.
Look here.
Yeah.
I'm zoning the other guy.
Okay. Go Baron.
Come.
Coming.
Oriana no flash.
In the range, no flash.
Come.
Oriana no flash. I can flash combo in 4 seconds.
She has Zonis.
Okay, I will go if she gives me range. Keep clicking.
Go.
Has Zonis.
It's fine.
Get the mid-wave now.
Yeah, I go. Nice.
Can we end?
Yeah, we can.
31 minutes in, the Nexus will fall. Lion take game number 1.
Flip the Drake. Yunara, hit the Drake.
They don't know me.
Rail's flash is up.
I'm looking Thunder.
Rail has flash now, Berserker.
Thunder.
We got the soul.
We can look.
Kaisa.
I stop watch. I'm zoning Kaisa. She can't hit anyone.
His ulti.
Sun passive.
Mid. One base.
And Lion have taken the series. They've knocked down Sentinels. They've claimed the soul. And in a hard-fought 4-game series where you thought maybe, just maybe, Sentinels could have pulled it back, Lion make it happen. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LCS Login Finals! We got the tailgate going strong. We got tacos. We got games. We got the best fans in the world right here. And I want to hear from the fans. Who are we cheering for? Make some noise if you're cheering for C9. That's pretty loud. Lion, make some noise if you're cheering for Lion. I think we know who the crowd's here for today. Let's see if the teams can deliver. Garen, what are we here for today? For Demacia! That's it from us. Lounge, take it away.
That guy definitely delivered on the Demacia chant.
Yeah.
That was nice. That was very nice.
He did. I feel like the last few days of playoffs have been delivering as well. The weekend before, with the 9 out of a possible 15 games,
I was scared.
Didn't deliver.
Yeah.
But I'd say yesterday as well, looked like it was going to be a sweep. Turned into a very scary series by the end for Lion, but now they're going to be up against C9 in the finals. So let's pull up the bracket to see how the lock-in playoffs have shaken out. C9, undefeated. They lost a single game in Swiss. They were the #1 seed, and they awaited whoever was going to come at them, and it turns out to be Lion.
Just being able to see the bracket, the story of every team that's gotten here, to your point, the 3-0s that marred the beginning of the runs for a lot of these teams. But of course, you got a little bit of a banger with Sentinels versus DSG. And when we got a little piece of that, I was like, please, we need more Game 5 series. I think today will be able to give us that.
Well, yeah, and watching Lion do this lower bracket run, we talked to Dokla about how much he loves these lower bracket runs. But I know, Raz, you wanted to call out some Lion fans really praising their team for how well they've been doing.
There are so many, driven Latin American fans, especially from Lion. And you even see the founder of Lion, Biblos, who's so extremely excited to prove the point of for people that doubted this organization of being able to make it be in a finals, to get it done with the big dogs in North America, is he made that speech very clear, and the Latin American fans really followed him.
Yeah, and they didn't have a good year one in what was the LTA North, but up in the LCS, because they kept getting eliminated early, or they'd look kind of good and then fall quick and not make it into the playoffs, whereas they went big on Inspired.
Yes.
And so far, it's looking pretty nice.
And last year, it was not only marred by the idea of visa issues after visa issues, close series versus C9 in Split 2. They always felt like they were just about to make it and then never be able to prove themselves. This year, you're right. They invested in the talent, and now they find themselves in a finals and really proven right in the first split of the year.
And what's really funny is they still had visa issues. Berserker got here super late. Zamudo never got here, but they found Dokla. He's been the treasure just in plain sight in North America for the last 4 years.
Yes.
He's been rejected and passed over, but his last 2 splits really, with 100 Thieves joining them when they were at their lowest, taking them all the way to the #2 seed, and then being one of the best maybe better performing than FlyQuest at Worlds, arguably, depending on they only won one game, but they look good because they had a hard schedule.
Yeah.
And now he's in finals once again. So he has been on good teams, but he very clearly knows how to win games.
Yeah, surprising us again and again and again, and it always feels like he is just undervalued. I just remember off-season the entire community really rallying behind him, being on a team. Yeah. What are you standing over there for, Kangas?
Get in here.
I made it over here.
Guys, it's hot outside. I was in the sun for like 20 minutes. Well, you don't have to kick Timbers for me, but I appreciate it.
He was taking your spot.
I know how far Raz is willing to go for me. Dude, the crowd outside is awesome, by the way. I just got to say shout out to everybody here for playoffs. El Santo?
Yeah.
Yes. It's Saint. It's time to talk about him. I heard you guys talking while I was getting mic'd up about the fans believing in Lyon. And I want to remind people, Lyon, the org that we see today, has a legacy. Because they actually were built from 2 other organizations. They used to be Lyon way back in the day, then Rainbow 7. And look at what they were able to accomplish in their home region, in the LLA and then LAN. Regional titles, 16 total titles overall. And I checked. This would be the first opportunity an org could win in multiple regions, Raz. Yeah. They actually could win today if they take down C9, which would be the first time ever.
The most decorated organization in LA history, being able to like carry that over and now have another chance to number 17.
17
would be crazy.
The never seen 17.
There it is.
There it happened to John Cena. It can happen to Lyon.
But if we're just talking about history, C9 is going to be another team that's able to do an undefeated run in playoffs.
Yeah.
Like this team that has had the run that they have, let's compare them to the other organizations.
Ooh.
C9, and CLG from 2013, 2014, and 2015. And by the way, this is, you would say, an even more impressive run because they've already hit 6-0.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so to be able to make a 9-0 for how dominant they have been so far in lock-in would be historic.
Yeah, some fun LCS history here. Back when those other undefeated runs happened, you noticed it was only a 5-0.
Yeah.
Not only did we not do double elimination, oftentimes you didn't do best of 5 until finals. So it was the upper bracket, the first round of the playoffs, best of 3, baby. Let's get it done. But I feel like they would have won because they were already up 2 on the series, and reverse sweeps never happened, clearly.
Yeah.
But then the most dominant C9 team of all time would have been the 2020 C9.
Yeah.
But that was during double elimination, and they ended up actually dropping 1 game to FlyQuest with Solo in the finals back in 2020. So it would be very impressive if they can do that right out the gate in the lock-in tournament.
Yeah, and not only that, the fact it's been 11 years since anyone's even come close to doing that. It's not even the same number of games.
Yeah.
Like, this would be unprecedented if C9 could pull this off, which then begs the question of, can they pull it off? Like, that's such a crazy feat to win that many games in a row on stage.
And if you're going to do it, it's going to be off the back of, I would say, the best player right now in lock-in, and it has been APA. Like, if you just look at what he's been able to accomplish throughout the split, he is the POG leader. He has been winning play after week after player after the week. Like
wow.
What he's been able to accomplish in lane with the solo kills. And of course, you can see at the bottom half of it is player of the games, player of the weeks. That he has just been so consistently strong for the team, and it's been what we kind of expected from him. Emily, you talked about how he's been basically moving frequently to aid Blabber, and that's been what we've been seeing consistently, and a strong team fighting.
Yeah, I'm going to hone in on this a little bit later, but I thought he was going to be a phenomenal mid laner for Blabber just because of the way he sees the map. I actually went and looked because I'm like, is he dropping so many waves that maybe he's not getting as fast of a quest completion time? No, he's still second in the league for that too. Yeah. So he's been just absolutely crucial in this team. And I mean, you just can't let him have Ziggs.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to talk about because just the stats that you were able to see there. Yes, his Ziggs success rate has been, like, he's just been banned on that champion the entirety of the split. There's been 1 game that it got let through.
And he wins.
And he looked great.
So it's like how successful he is on a plethora of champions, his Talia and Azir, you just kind of see more consistently because finally it's like, okay, we got to give him something. They give him the Ziggs. And you're like, oh, now I know why you can't let it happen.
And I also love that our LCS stats team, Leo, never lets anything, like he has stats that nobody else has.
Yeah.
So he was first place in all those conventional metrics. This is a new metric.
Oh, brand new, just introduced.
Mutes in the LCS, but also the career mute count of 170. The second place, by the way, we asked was JoJo, another great NA mid laner.
Yeah.
But APA, he's taken it to another level. Those are some crazy stats.
I do want to call out that some of the total mute count, I believe, is because Tournament Realm resets, so you then have to, like, basically, as soon as he starts typing, people are reminded, like, oh, wait, I have to remute APA.
Easily the most muted player in LCS history, and we haven't done the statistics, but I'm just going to say the most muted person in the world.
We had the stat right there.
It's got to be in the world. In the history of the internet.
Say that. So you don't want to hear APA speak.
Say it with confidence.
Yes, I mean, he's going up against Saint, and guess what he's told?
He called him a freak. International events, too, so I bet you a lot of those players have him muted already.
Oh, true.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
So he's probably up to 400 by now.
Oh my God.
Let's talk about his gameplay.
Let's do it.
Because I had a take. My hot take, or I don't even know if it was a hot take, but my take at the beginning of the year was that APA was going to be the perfect mid for Blabber. I brought up several mids that Blabber has played with in the past, including his last one, just to remind people that he actually was not even the intended mid, right? And so my point was, because of his play style, and we spoke about that 2020 roster, ignore what happened at the very end of the year, but I thought Niski was a great mid for Blabber, just based on his willingness to drop waves, roam for jungle. I'm gonna pull up a few plays that just showcase C9's coordination, and specifically APA's coordination with Blabber and Vulcan. So basically these two plays off of each of these recalls, basically Vulcan is just recalled. They're all going to be making the play for this topside crab. And it's just really, really well coordinated with how APA is just gonna basically clean up this wave as the rest of the team is rotating up, specifically Vulcan and Blabber here, and they're going to be able to make this play onto Griffin pretty easily as he's trying to take the crab. I think APA's Taliyah wall usage overall is just really stellar as well. You'll see that a lot of times in team fights or when trying to make these side lane plays, he'll wait until the perfect time to use it and kind of join up with his team. Again, they are eventually going to be making a play on this top side of the map. APA is going to once again push this wave out. We see that Vulcan is already recalled and he's going to be heading up here, as is Blabber. So as we play this through, as soon as Thanatos is going to hit level 10, so we're watching out for that. Basically, he pops Dominus as soon as it hits. APA is already rotating up here, as is Vulcan. They know exactly what the play is going to be in coordination with Thanatos. Arguably, APA doesn't even necessarily have to be here because Gakkos is already so low in general, but yeah, they make that play onto him. I just really love how he chooses these moments in coordination with the team. You saw both of those times. Vulcan was actually coming off of a base recall as well to make those plays on top side.
Yeah.
And I've just really loved his coordination with the team. His willingness to drop waves at sometimes I think is really, really smart. And you saw in those plays, these were all very premeditated map plays.
I fully agree on the note, because this was something that you were definitely saying in off-season of like, oh, it's going to be APA and Blabber. That's one of his greatest skills. Another great skill that APA has is, I feel like, really being attentive on side lane. Especially if he's on like 80 picks or side lane picks, like Azir can actually count towards that because he just is really oppressive on sides. Like being on side lane, not losing a plate, especially in this meta, I think that makes it so much that C9, if he's in lane, can find a lot of windows and opportunities on side lanes. And when you get to mid game, he's going to be there so you don't really lose an opportunity. With how good Lyon has been on sides, that's something that I feel like really helps them.
Yeah, they're so coordinated as a team, and it's awesome to see them look like that when they're going for these types of runs. But I think it's still to be determined who's the best player on C9. That's the conversation we've had.
Thanatos
we talked about APA. I think there's arguments for everybody. So I actually wanted to ask the fans out there who the guy is on C9. Let's see what they had to say.
It's APA.
All right, I got some C9 fans here. Up first, Tyler. Who's the guy on C9? It's APA. Why is it APA?
He's been a really strong mid laner, and I think that, everyone give him a chance out with TL, and they scooped him up on C9. He's going to be awesome. I think he did really well last year up against some of the international teams. He's the guy.
He's the guy. He's the guy. Now, Nicholas, do you agree? You have somebody else here, so we got to get that off. Who's your guy? Oh, you have Vulcan. Why is Vulcan the guy?
Because he's the only Canadian.
The only Canadian. Simple. Simple. I like that one. All right, next up we have Matt. Matt, who's the guy on C9?
For C9, the guy? It's been Thanatos. The difference between Thanatos and every other top player in the league, I think it's been the biggest gap between the top player in their role and the next best. And I think a lot of the timers that APA and Blabber have been cashing in on have actually been created by Thanatos being such a good laner that he just gets leads that other players do not have in the league. And that's been C9's biggest asset outside of the core. So I think he's the MVP of the league and he's been the most valuable player so far.
He's been smashing top lane like you just smashed that on there. Thank you, Matt.
Had to be aggressive, you know?
All right, I got Yun here. Yun, who's the guy?
Blabber is the guy because today is all about the jungle diff. Blabber is gonna run the jungle and put Inspired where he belongs.
But you're learning from Griffin and his body mouth here.
My bad.
All right, we got Mahir here. Mahir, who's the guy on C9?
I've got to say my boy Vulcan. People always talk about 2016 this, 2016 that. It feels like we're back in 2020 when Vulcan was still nice, you know? So I really feel like he's at a resurgence. I'm really happy to see him playing well again, and I think he's the best support in the league.
Slap him on there. Throw it on. Upside down, but we'll take it. Back to the lounge.
He just decapitated his head.
Yeah, it's upside down. It's crazy.
What the hell, Mahir?
He just got excited. He just wanted to get it on there so fast.
Yeah, sure. Not intentional. Totally planned.
All right.
At least he's got
a
his
bunch
head
of
on
guys
right
are
here.
getting out of this car for C9.
Nobody said Sven. I can't believe nobody said Sven, by the way.
So underappreciated.
Wait,
He really
of
is.
all of the people you
Nobody I talked to, there were a couple that didn't make it on there.
He didn't even get out of the car.
Oh,
he's still in there?
Is he not there? Do we not have him?
No, I thought he got
Is he the bus driver?
He got out at the beginning.
Yeah, he did.
Oh,
Or he's in the trunk.
I was like, what are you talking about? I'm
Emily's the one
watching,
paying
Jack.
attention.
You can't gaslight
You
me.
got me.
But with that being said, we actually have Azael standing by with an interview with both Berserker and Isles.
Hello, I'm here with Isles and Berserker before the finals against Cloud9. It's your first ever finals, man. How does it feel to have made it to an LCS finals?
I mean, I'm really grateful to my teammates and Lyon for giving me this opportunity and setting us up, and it's been a great journey so far, and I hope it doesn't end here.
How about for you, Berserker? Because obviously you were in NA, you won a couple titles here, you went back to Korea, back to NA, immediately back into an LCS finals first split. How good does that feel?
I mean, for me, it's really like been a while to just like be here. So, I mean, also it's like both C9. So, I mean, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, both of you guys have some history against Cloud9 and also some history with Sven. So how would it feel to be able to take down Cloud9 and maybe take down your good friend Sven to win your first finals?
I mean, I love playing against C9. I say that, but I don't think I've ever beat C9 in a best of series since I parted ways with them. But it's always a lot of fun. Good friends with Sven, so I'm really, really happy to get this opportunity again, and I know it's gonna be a fun one.
Well, maybe today will be the first time. Berserker, how about you? How does it feel going up against Sven? You guys are both playing AD against each other in the finals, and you have a lot of history with him as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's just for me, it's not only about the Sven. There are like Blabber and Vulcan and Thanatos is like over there, so yeah, I mean, I don't want to lose.
Prediction for the series today?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how good C9 is, so I'll give him one game.
Oh!
I'll give him one game, but
Generous of you. So a 3-1 for Lyon. You heard it here first. Back to y'all at the lounge.
A generous
He had us in the first half.
Yeah, very generous man. You know, I was like, I'll give him a game. Why not?
I'm glad that Berserker talked about how he's like, you know, it's not just about Sven, but about the rest of the team. And it's really cool to see him back in finals immediately on his return to North America, because for those that remember, here he is
he
running
was so
around.
glorious moment.
He was so excited too. Look at the hair. But yeah, you know, and then kind of had a disappointing finish with C9, kind of that first of their failures to go to international competition. Last year on DNF, they were unfortunately one of the worst teams in the LCK. Now to go back, and he won Player of the Series yesterday.
Yeah.
He's back in NA. I saw some Reddit comments talking about how just give Berserker NA food, and he just becomes an absolute beast.
Give him some burgers, and he's going to carry.
I mean, the late game carry in that Yunara game, it didn't really look that winnable if he wasn't popping off in the end.
I will say, though, I just bought this yesterday.
Uh-huh. He's stealing the C9.
Wait a minute.
Do we have Secret Agent Berserker?
Hey! That's crazy.
He still has the C9 mouse pad.
Does this mean he took it all the way to Korea and back with him?
That's what I'm wondering. I was actually looking at DNF B-roll. I know I have issues. I was reviewing some of his games. I was reviewing some of his games on DNF last year, and I didn't see it. So I don't know. Maybe they made him.
He left it in the locker room here. He just picked it up when he got back in the States. Yeah.
Yeah, we have a live update as well. Is he still using it?
Yes, he is. Oh, what does that read? What does that read as?
It's League of Legends mouse.
Yeah, there's League of Legends mouse.
Just making sure.
Yeah.
Just making sure.
Raz doesn't have his
Rachel
glasses
has a C9
on.
mouse too?
Yeah. That was like a C9
with the
mouse,
color, yeah.
Maybe with like a Sven
A special
autograph.
chip inside that can make it go change the mouse sensitivity mid-fight if things start going wrong.
Of course. Hey, I understand it. I have a Dignitas mouse pad, all right?
I mean, there's a lot of those to go around.
A lot of it.
I hear everyone picking one of those, though. That's like a rite of passage
everyone.
in esports.
But that's the thing. It's funny because, like, that history is so thick when it comes for Berserker. When he came to North America, he was playing on Cloud9, and who was he laning with? He was laning with Sven.
Zven.
And he looked incredible because Sven understood how to play with an AD carry. He was honestly playing AD carries as support with the Kalista pick. So like it felt like the success of C9 back then was because he was working alongside Sven as a partner. Now he's going up against him. So like that history, I think, means a lot. And so even though on stage he was saying how much, he was like, well, it's about the fact that I'm going up against like all of the other players too. I just don't want to focus in on the series, but you have to, because the timeline showcases how it kind of intersected throughout both of their careers, but more so about Berserker. I remember back then he was talking about how he learned a lot about how to play the lane or competitive because he's literally having an ancient human being right next to him, and Sven, to be able to like give him that input. But Sven really wanted to play AD carry because especially since at that time it was Enchanter meta. And you could tell he was bored just being the Lulu, buffing up an AD carry. So.
And also that was the last time the C9 won was when that duo was together as well. They haven't been able to pick up a title since then.
Yeah, but specifically it's Berserker who hasn't had that much success without Sven. We pulled this stat the last time they played and we've done an update, but essentially Berserker's best days have been with Sven, and this is just LCS, it's not counting the DNF. They had a near 75% win rate together. It's where Berserker won his MVPs, his titles, his All-Pros. He was better in lane, he had a better KDA, he did more damage per minute. Everything was better with Sven, but then when Berserker's played with anybody else, Winsome, Vulcan, Isles, in the same number of games, worse stats and no accomplishments of note. We'll see if that changes today, for sure.
Big brain. I will say, just so happened to have been a non-hyper carry meta when he was not.
There's no Zeri Lulu.
Yeah.
I mean, they're playing Yunara Lulu. They're still trying to do the same thing.
They're trying. They're trying.
Listen, the way that Lyon wants to play the game isn't necessarily Berserker focused, and I think it's going to be really interesting in the series today to watch this. So this is a clip from yesterday, and Raz, I need you to remember something for me.
Okay. Using my
This is the gold difference, 3.3 thousand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lyon is ahead. A lot of teams, when they're up by 3.3K gold, and the next Drake is 10 seconds away, they're likely going to just group for the Drake because they have the opportunities to just take River and then fight the Drake. But they still just want to accumulate gold. So look at how Lyon actually play this out. They keep Dokla top lane on Gnar. They actually teleported their Azir down into the bottom lane just to push the wave in even more, rather than teleporting him to mid lane to have equal numbers to push in. Impact is overgrouping for Drake. Everyone on Sentinels is just trying to pile into this area, but Lyon is still just content maximizing gold throughout this whole sequence.
Wow.
What was that number before, Raz?
3.3, I thought.
3.3. So, yes, they give over the Drake. Dokla gets turret and plates top. Azir gets the turret bottom. Berserker gets plates mid. What is the gold now, Raz?
Zoom that in there.
5,000.
5,000 gold.
So they traded the Drake for 2,000 gold to then make the overall gold lead seemingly insurmountable. Now I'll say, if you do this, when it does become time to fight, you have to execute the fight properly. So next Drake, in the gap with their 5,000 gold lead, they made it 5.8 thousand. So it's a 6,000 gold lead that they have in this fight. But they still have to execute. What's the one thing that can go wrong if you have a big gold lead is to group up for an AoE. So as they're retaking this,
Surely that doesn't happen.
as they're going for this fight, I will say they group up for a 4-man shockwave, and this game ended up getting fairly dicey. So they are excellent at trading up in gold, but they are still not completely connected in how they want to retake the space. They ended up giving up soul in this game, and it was actually very losable. But that's just an interesting thing I noticed about them playing really good macro, but it's not quite super terrifying.
Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, because I remember in the moment, because I feel like their playoffs run has so far been getting as much gold on the map on their 2 solo lane carries, and has been working out so well for them. But that is a great point about the risk involved with it.
I also think it's going to be really interesting because throughout yesterday, I did notice their attention to like side wave detail was really, really good, right? Like they kept Sentinels having to either respond to side waves or they just have them in a really, really good spot on the map for when they set up for objectives, like you already pointed out. And so contrasting that with how C9 really want to play, especially with APA roaming to sides or taking that side lane farm, I think that makes it like super, super interesting to see how both teams are going to approach the map.
And part of my concern with Lyon into Cloud9 is the fact that, I mean, even going back a day earlier, how they beat FlyQuest was, you know, like going for like these Dokla counter pick stuff in the top lane, like all these crazy picks that we saw. He didn't do it as much against Sentinels, but I don't know if that's going to work against C9 because of how much they play around the map and are willing to back up their top lane as well.
That's the thing. The prep, I think, is going to be crucial for Cloud9 because the two things they now know is, yes, getting counter pick is incredibly important.
Yeah, so they're not going to give it to him. Cloud9 already picked second pick. That was their choice.
So that's already like the biggest note is that, and also scaling options. Lyon, because of the gold aspect of it, they want to get the gold on their carries because they will either get a really good scaling carry in the top lane, scaling carry in bot lane, and if it's in a 0-zip mid, then it's going to be putting the opposition on a timer, so the gold is so much more valuable there.
Yeah, and Inspired has had just an insane run.
Yeah.
In LCS, in all honesty, but with the FlyQuest team and what they've done in such a short time with this Lyon team, because the first few weeks of Swiss Stage, it didn't look like it was an Inspired team. Now, he's running the show again with completely different teammates. And I'd say the fight for NA jungler supremacy, like Blabber's literally lost one game. But just because he hasn't been on stage, Inspired is already making the case to be back up there. But if we compare the accolades here, the NA only, 17 splits versus 9 splits, the overall accomplishments are actually there. 5x LCS, LCS champion, a 3-time like Player of the Year / MVP for Inspired. He's putting up some insane numbers. But Blabber has also been the other GOAT NA jungler.
Yeah, and I feel like it feels like Blabber just, like you said, had this run until Inspired got here, and then it got really dicey. What's super interesting to me now is how each of them have been playing, right? Because we've seen Inspired play out games kind of traditionally like we see him, where they're seeding objectives. He doesn't necessarily interact with his lane. He returns to like king of farming. But then just yesterday, we saw how early he was getting into his lanes, how early he was ganking for them. And it like flexed based on their team comp and how they wanted to approach. I feel like Blabber has done the same thing with C9's game plan. So it also makes that matchup really juicy just based on what we've seen this split.
Yeah, and also the one really interesting thing about that last graphic was 7-time All-Pro, first team All-Pro for Blabber. Because Blabber during the regular season, there is no question about his success there. It's only been during playoffs where the spotlight has really shined in when, specifically on this jungle comparison. Because then, well, C9 gets first seed, but they haven't been able to do it in playoffs, especially recently.
Yeah, their jungle pools have been a little different too. Like Inspired is playing Malphite a lot. So he's very specific about the timers that he wants to play on. Whereas Blabber, his timers are second crab. But it's basically, he's picking high uptime junglers because I'd say Blabber has been attacking the early game much more aggressively than Inspired. Inspired almost caught teams by surprise because he went for a gank rather than it being a core part of his style. So I do think I want to see how it matches up now that they're both well organized. Like, is Inspired even going to contest at these crabs? And like, the other thing about Inspired that we kept talking about, or I kept talking about when I was doubting them, was how are they going to have winning lanes against someone like Team Liquid? But they found a way around that in the moment with the counterpicks top lane, with Saint playing better, and then with Berserker and Isles just matching Core JJ and Yon so well. I still feel like that's true. Like I still feel like they'll need to have the same or better laning in order to take down Blabber. So it's making it a really interesting series for me.
I just love how flexible Inspired has been so far. Because, again, in the TL series, he was willing to give up that crab and just say, nope, I'm not even going to contest it. You're just going to take that, hit level 6 early. I'm going to go back to full farm the rest of my camps as they spawn. And you talk about the Malphite, the Nocturne as well, the Wukong. I'm seeing Inspired have a lot of champions that are setting up the team for success. It's not like I have to be a Xin Zhao or a J4 every game to, like, carry for the team. It's no, I'm going to play Malphite and just, like, engage for the team and then set up my team to actually win the fight. I think it's really cool that he trusts his team to actually do that for him.
So much of the focus has been on Dokla's Vayne. You don't get Dokla's Vayne without Inspired's Ornn.
Right? The funniest thing to me about Inspired, like, setting up his teammates is, like, he's telling them what to do, right? When Dokla's doing the top lane turret on Vayne, he's just like, we want the turret to die. Dokla, you need to freeze. Like, he's telling everyone what to do. So while he's playing the supportive champions, like, he is demanding in game all the time. So it's going to be super interesting. I think it's time to get to predictions, though. Lyon coming up from the lower bracket. C9, only one lost the entire split. Kangas, we'll start with you.
I'm going C9. I love to go with my heart. My heart says Lyon can do it. My heart says, ooh, they can go for that 17th title, the first team, the first org to ever win in multiple different regions. I can't. I think C9 have looked too dominant. And even though I also put a lot of stock in, like, the lower bracket run, C9 have it.
I have C9 taking it 3-2. I think it's going to be really, really close, especially with what I've seen from Lyon coming through this lower bracket. I think thus far from both teams, based on just playoffs, it still feels like C9 are a bit more well-coordinated to me and also have a good handle on macro. So we'll see. But I am giving that slight edge to C9.
Especially, you mentioned their lower bracket run. Don't you have faith because of their lower bracket run? I mean, there's a few things. I'll name a list of them. I'll start with Inspired. The amount of splits that he's had, that he's ultimately clinched a championship off of, is insane to me.
Wow.
Raz, did you choose
First, third,
this
fourth, second.
picture
First,
of him
third, fourth. First.
down on us?
Yeah.
5 championships, 9 splits.
That's crazy.
If he plays, you expect him to win it all. So yes, Inspired, you may be talking about your heart and how it's with C9.
And
my
that's
head
with 3 different teams.
Is with Lyon. And yes, 3 different teams, 3 different organizations. Success no matter what. You've talked about how he's influenced the comms. I'm a believer. I'm flopping.
I mean, you're also saying, like, Inspired is clutch.
Yeah.
Like, when it becomes playoffs, he's clutch. Cloud9 hasn't been clutch. These are disappointment shots because the expectation was that they'd win. I'm getting there,
There's no way.
I'm getting there. They have been so hyped for the last years. Remember the JoJo roster, 3 MVPs on this roster. We thought they'd win. They collapsed in playoffs. They consistently finish high in the regular season, but then they end staring at the other team as they lift the trophy. So I'd say the last few splits that they have had, look at this.
Yeah, it's not a good track record.
It was good until it wasn't, right? So 15-4 in 2025 split 2, 6-0 in split 3 of last year before losing to Shopify. They're 5-0 now.
And it's pretty good.
But listen.
Looking good.
This is Cloud9 when they're chasing the trophy. It looks like it's going to be so clear.
It's right there.
But it's actually moments away from disaster. So if it happens 1 split in a row, sure. 2, 3, 4. How many times do you need to be fooled by Cloud9 doing well in the regular season before you're willing to admit that they can't get it done in the clutch without major roster reconstruction?
C9 fans got a lot of coke chat.
So you're going Lyon.
I'm a sucker because I think this split is different.
Oh,
I legitimately do. Guys, they have only lost a single game. Give me that pillow, Rez.
Oh, okay.
They're clutch. I think they can match Lyon in the laning phase. I think Blabber has been more connected than he has been with the mid laner in years, to Emily's point. This is reminding me of 2020 C9. That's the feeling I'm getting about these guys, and I still feel like Lyon is not all the way there. Their team fighting isn't super clutch. I don't think they're going to surprise C9 with counter picks, so I'm going C9 3-1.
I like it. I like it. I even have the 3-0. I have more confidence in them. You know, they haven't won without Berserker. They got to beat Berserker now in the finals. They got to beat Inspired, who's always been crushing Blabber in playoffs. I still have faith. I think they've looked too good.
It's so tough to say, and you can see it in them. They're moments away from being able to hit the stage. lock-in championships. My palms are sweaty. It's got to be the case with them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just trying to do that last bit of focus before the game start. Experience will be important here. Nerves will definitely be important. So C9 versus Lyon, a few seconds away, Raz.
Lock-in championship starts now!
Doesn't matter what I do, people just keep yapping. Saying I was carried on my last team. That I'm a one trick.
Mid laner maybe can play less than 3 champion.
That I could never live up to our team's legacy. And the noise doesn't stop there. They say Blabber's washed.
There's Blabber going in for the Cyclone, killing Demasu.
Like the best jungler NA's ever seen just forgot how to win. They say that Sven and Vulcan already had their run.
Kill him! The Pocket Lulu!
They say that Thanatos won't survive here.
Thanatos chases Gakpo.
But lately, when we type, you don't type back.
Ah, forgot to mute APA.
It gets real quiet when Cloud9 finishes the conversation.
Cloud9 roars to life!
It's almost like there's nothing left for them to say. Because Cloud9 has shut everyone up.
You win enough, and people get tired of you. The conversation shifts from who you are to who you used to be.
You were talking about, oh, are they living up to expectations? That was some real MVP stuff showing up on stage.
Former MVPs,
The finals MVP in his rookie year.
past champions. Like we are highlights.
Fighting a 1v1 right now, and he likes those odds.
Like we are history.
Double kill to Saint! Quadra kill to Saint!
Like dominance was just a phase.
Flying over the wall for miles!
And Lyon, this name struck fear for years. When playoff brackets bent around us.
Lyon Gaming, 9 veces campeón de Latinoamérica.
You can call it the past if that makes it easier.
Lion!
But when Lyon roars again, it won't sound nostalgic. It will sound inescapable.
Riot Games Arena, welcome to Demacia! Lyon has dethroned preseason favorites Team Liquid, then silenced the rising Sentinels. Now they face the most dominant force in Lock-In, a team that has lost only a single game, Cloud9. Will C9 lift their first trophy since spring of 2023, or will it be Lyon's first trophy ever in the LCS? C9, Lyon, the lock-in final starts
Lyon
now.
marching in the lower bracket to make it all the way to C9 to try to go to first stand.
And trying to keep his top laner alive. Griffin jumps in, so does Matu. Double kill to Saint as he'll shuffle away. Quadra kill to Saint.
Flash forward from Dokla, he fancies himself the first blood solo kill.
Berserker stands, Berserker fires, Berserker wins. Lyon are on a roll, and it's up to Cloud9 to stop them.
Sven looking for the damage, trying to find Huhi, gets one kill. Hombot goes after Sven, but he can't kill him. It's a triple kill for Sven.
The Scuttlecraft fight is actually happening.
Oh, man. They want to try to get in there as Griffin's going to be taken down to 200 HP. Blabber and the Crabbers get their job done.
How good are Cloud9?
A beautiful double binding coming out from Vulcan's part. Oh, it is not going that well at all. Another ulti there from Quid. Can't threaten anything lethal this time, and APA just runs him through with the spear. Nice solo kill.
We're hell on the run, but you got nowhere to go. It's a double for Berserker as he is going crazy. It's Lyon off to a roaring start.
C9's not really intimidated by it, and now APA, he wants the shuffle, and he hits Quid. Blabber with the shutdown. C9 are going to continue rampaging through the LCS.
The Lions are ferocious. They are coming for that lock-in trophy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Riot Games Arena here for our lock-in finals, best of 5, with Lyon going up against C9. C9 have been favorites all throughout these first couple months of competition, but Lyon have been looking fierce here lately.
They really have. I mean, they are killing it in the lower bracket. Only 2 losses, 9 wins in that lower bracket. Lyon looking to upset some predictions here today against Cloud9, who definitely are still coming in as heavy favorites.
Yeah, I mean, you saw them sitting in their thrones at the beginning in the intro here, and they really have been waiting to see who is going to make it up here to challenge them. Lyon have had to fight tooth and nail to get here. Very arduous journey up to challenge Cloud9, and now we'll see if there's a long best of 5 ahead of them.
And I think one of the real stories about Lyon in this lower bracket is their drafting. Their drafting has been, I think, really, really strong, very surprising in a lot of cases. They're utilizing flex picks in a way that no other team in the LCS has been. Varus top, Aurelia top, they're bringing in the Orange jungle, they're bringing in the Vayne top, they're bringing in all of these picks that are making it so hard to draft against them.
And top lane has been a really, really big area for that battleground of the draft. Dokla, of course, has really stepped up to the challenge here for the team. The rest of the players also very flexible with their champions, but you do have to think every team when they're going against Cloud9 always have some plan to deal with Thanatos.
Well, coming into this finals weekend, Cloud9 could have had 3 possible opponents here waiting for them on Sunday, and every single possible opponent, C9 has already beaten in a series so far in lock-in. They beat Lyon in a best of 3, they beat Team Liquid in a best of 3, they beat Sentinels in a best of 5, so now Lyon has to find that secret sauce that nobody else has found thus far here in lock-in. We're already underway, and it's triple mid lane bans from Lyon, the tried and true go after APA strategy, the Ziggs, the Taliyah, the Annie, all banned out. C9 getting rid of the Varus, the Pantheon, and the Nocturne. Azir, first pick over to Lyon.
So Lyon here already. Of course, they opt for the Azir side with Nocturne being off the table. There's not the Orianna Nocturne combination available. And Lyon want to supplement this Azir with a pushing bottom lane, which allows your jungler to go gank that Orianna mid. Ezreal and Karma will be completely fine by themselves in the bottom lane, so now they can get an aggressive jungler for Inspired to pair with this Azir and pressure the Orianna's flash.
And now the question is, do they go Nami here and try to match, fire with fire in that bot lane, or are they gonna, kind of break the parity in the roles so far? Nami, Corki, really strong 2v2, absolutely can challenge it, but instead they're putting the priority on the Ambessa. This is a flex pick. This could go to Blabber. I know he plays it a ton in solo queue, really likes it. Obviously, Thanatos, also a stellar Ambessa player.
And I think that their bans will tell us which role it's going to go into. If they ban Renekton, then it's probably going to go into Thanatos' hands here because you don't want that lane matchup. But if they leave a lot of the top lane options open, then the flex becomes a little bit more apparent towards the jungle side. So, you're thinking about Rumble and you're thinking about Renekton, these types of things that can float around the top side, and they're banning jungle champs, so okay. I kind of smell jungle Ambessa here for Blabber.
This would be really exciting. I do think if you're going to go jungle Ambessa, having some point-and-click CC to set you up for that ultimate, entering into these fights with the public execution can be such a strong pairing. So possibly they don't want to ban Renekton because maybe they want to play Renekton, because Renekton and Ambessa can be a really strong 2v2. You go forward, stun them up, in comes that public execution, all of a sudden someone's getting knocked down.
And similarly, okay, so they do ban at least one of them, but they leave the Rumble open. So they could also say, okay, fine, you can have Rumble, and then they pick Galio, and you do Mbessa Galio combination. So there's so many layers with a couple of these champion selects, especially top lane and jungle flexibility.
But there's the Renekton ban that you guys were talking about at first. That's the one that you don't want to deal with in the 1v1 in top lane. So we are definitely keeping the full question mark pings of the flex pick in effect here in the second half of the draft. Lyon has one more ban to go, and once more, they are going to target the support role. Different type of support, though, removing some of the point-and-click engage of the Nautilus as compared to the laning power of that Nami. So where do C9 want to go from here? We still need to see what that support is going to be.
Yeah, support for sure, because you want to keep the Mbessa flex like we're talking about, so you can move around if they do decide to go for Rumble, or if they decide to go for a tank on the opposite side, and then it makes it easy for you to go with that one. And the Nico, while it isn't the Nami, it is huge potential for team fights. And Vulcan has been very good with engages. So Nico CC, as well as being a strong lane here, looks pretty good for Cloud9, rounding it out while also keeping their flex alive.
And I love the fact that they're keeping that flex alive makes it harder for Dokla here too, right? Because Dokla has been willing to bring out some of these range counter picks. You can't slam a Vayne top and know that this could just get flexed away,
you
right?
can always slam Vayne top, Isaac. Come on.
But then you could ask for a remake.
It does not look good here.
No, it does not. And so it's, you're not going to be able to go for any sort of niche counter pick if you don't know for sure what you're playing against. So he has to be basically blinding here.
Yeah.
And as a result, you pretty much have to go towards a tank. Cassante likely to be that option. It is a draft that is pretty light on engage. Of course, you do have, Mega Gnar coming out. You have the Emperor's Divide, but there's no real go buttons. And I will say Lyon to me yesterday looked a lot weaker in the drafts without those hard go buttons.
Okay.
Game 1, Game 2, where Inspired was playing Jarvan and Malphite, they looked really dominant overall. Game 3 and Game 4, it was a different story.
So this is interesting because you just mentioned the Malphite in the hands of Inspired. He's used it a whole bunch. If you use the Malphite takeaway here in game number 1, this is a very, very good, fearless strategy from Cloud9, and it's just a good combo with Mbessa. This engage, Mbessa, Malphite, Nico, and Orianna. That is quite strong.
That's some go buttons for sure, and you mentioned it, Inspired has been playing it a lot. He is actually 3 of the 4 picks of Malphite in the LCS, so he is really the only guy who has been playing it consistently.
And he loves the, like everybody does, these efficient support tank items. He's been rushing both of them with the Protoplasm as well as the Zeke's Convergence. I expect Blabber to do the same. It's part of the power of this champion. Because it's not, ever since it got its nerfs, it's not, OP anymore, and that's why a lot of other people kind of dropped off playing it. But in pro play, you can just play around your R cooldown, and you can just buy these really cheap support tank items and have a huge amount of value for team fights for your team.
And the great thing is, these cheap support items all have a ton of CDR, so the ultimate cooldown is not that long.
So much of that Malphite is the unstoppable force, having that up and available as often as possible, and we'll see how effective Blabber can use it, taking it away from Inspired like y'all already talked about. It's time to head to the Rift for game number 1. C9 have a lot more ways to start the fights, but we know that Lyon can pull out some pretty incredible team fighting of their own. We've seen all their comms replays with Inspired guiding the team, showing them exactly where they need to go and what they need to do, and they're going to have to be coordinated to deal with this combo potential on C9.
So Blabber and APA start out almost every game with typing good luck, have fun. I don't think this is just good sportsmanship. I think it is also a screen to see if you have them muted.
Well, Inspired, he's not getting Malphite, but this is why it is important. It has been taken away from him. This has been such a big pick for Inspired and Lyon here, and he has been dominating it. I mean, just look at the KDA 9, 2, and 26. Has been incredible.
Yeah, that being said though, Xin is a champion here that he also uses very effectively, and Inspired will force a lot of plays early with Xin because it is so good at dueling, way more threat on this champion. And so in this game, with him actually pathing towards bottom side, towards this pushing Ezreal and Karma here, I expect there to be some options for him to go aggressive.
All right, as the laning phase has kicked off, we've got Emily standing by for an interview with APA's mom.
Thank you so much, Flowers. I am here with Stacy, APA's mom, who's come out to see her son perform in the LCS finals. So congratulations, first of all, another finals for him. How are you feeling? I heard you just got back from a cruise, too, and then flew directly here?
We didn't fly. The cruise was out of Long Beach, so we just came up today, yes.
Does not know how cruises work. That's me. So it's now been an entire split, with C9. How would you rate just overall your son's performance in terms of fitting on this team?
I think his performance has been excellent this year, and I think he fits on the team very well.
And then additionally, he's been so successful since he stepped onto this stage. What have you done kind of behind the scenes to support him in that?
I think we've always supported him. We've supported him for years behind the scenes, and we'll always support him.
That's awesome. So there was a call out that you did on Twitter where I was using this giant head of your son as a prop. So now I'm going to give it to you to cheer him on today. And I have heard we have a game pause. So we're going to throw it back to the casters to see what's up with that.
Thank you, Emily. And yeah, we do have a pause, but hopefully we'll be able to get you any information about that pretty quickly. A lot of cosplayers here today. We got Garen and Lux on stage. We got a bunch of cosplayers in the audience as well. It's great to see everyone here for LCS Finals.
I like that Heimerdinger stash. That is looking good.
It's natural. It's not actually it's not a prop.
We got a packed house here. We also had a really fun timeout in the parking lot with the pre-game there, and getting to hear from a lot of the fans. I think you have an update, Flowers, possibly?
Yes, I just heard from producers. They are investigating a potential APA mouse issue. Pretty hard to play mid lane if your mouse doesn't work, so we're going to get to the bottom of this, hopefully resolve any issues there with that, and get back into game ASAP.
I will say, he was doing a good job even despite the mouse issues, because you could hear during Emily's interview, the crowd was making huge noise for every cannon minion and CS that Saint was missing as APA was pushing him into the tower. So, starting out pretty well despite the issues, and hopefully we can get those resolved very quickly for him here. Emily was also asking, what do you do behind the scenes to support APA? Maybe bring a bunch of extra mice to his games.
There you go.
So you got them ready.
You got the backups ready to go.
Yeah.
And let's talk a little bit about C9 and why they are such a big favorite coming into this. I mean, they have been absolutely killing it this split. This is the team that I think, coming in, people were mostly putting C9 or TL at the top, but TL and Lyon, did have some struggles early on in this Swiss stage. And C9 has just been crushing it. So 12-1 is their win-loss. 2-0 last time they did play against Lyon. This team has not only been beating everyone, they've been crushing everyone. Very few of the games have even looked close. And so coming into this weekend, before this weekend, everyone I was talking to is saying, oh yeah, TL versus Lyon could be close. We don't know what's going to happen against Sentinels, but then C9's going to win, right? And I do think that story has changed somewhat as we have seen Lyon play over the course of this weekend. They were able to really pretty much dominate TL. Then they looked good yesterday against Sentinels. They showed us all these new unique tricks in the draft, and I think that has kind of changed the story and made people look at Lyon as more of a legitimate contender here against Cloud9, despite the fact that Cloud9 has been so good this split.
Lyon is definitely the non-Cloud9 team of the four heading into this weekend that leveled up the most. Their improvements are legitimate. They're an exciting team to watch. Those counter picks that you're talking about add so much flavor to this team and the way that they want to play the game.
Yeah, it's been multifold, the improvements that we've seen from Lyon. It has been in draft, it has been in game with their coordination around team plays and knowing what they want to go for, and it's been individual performances that have been a lot better, especially Saint, that everyone has been talking about and has had much better performances. So we'll see if Lyon can continue their success, because they have had the much more difficult journey here, playing these back-to-back elimination series and having to prep over and over for a new opponent each day.
Yeah, I like that you bring up Saint improving throughout the playoffs, because looking at APA coming into the year, I think everybody realized that last year was a bit of a downturn for APA. So to see him bounce back here at the start of 2026 has been great. Meanwhile, Saint was generating a lot of buzz last year himself, only to start off 2026 with underwhelming performances. Now really starting to sharpen those edges up here in playoffs. I think this mid lane head-to-head is super exciting.
It really is, right? And it's not the mid lane head-to-head I think people were talking about. People were talking about, Quid and Quad and these guys, I think, even a little bit more. And Zinni, the hype from him. But the improvements from APA, I think, have been very recognizable. Obviously got replaced on TL. TL is not here in finals. APA is, and he has been killing it. And really just gelling well with the team. A lot of the C9 members have talked a ton about how vocal he is, about how his shot calling is making a big difference as well.
Thanatos putting the pressure onto Dokla up here as he reverts back to Mininar. Both of these top laners are so exciting as well. Dokla with his counter picks, with his creativity in the role, and Thanatos just being this dominant laner who's also willing to accept that challenge. When one throws down the gauntlet, the other will immediately be ready.
Yeah, and Thanatos on Mbessa especially is one of the most fearsome top lane carry threats in all of the LCS. Last year, this was terrifying. Nobody would want to let this happen. So we'll see if he is able to do that in this game. Mid lane trading very low.
Yeah, APA down to 100 HP. Saint flashes forward. Flash out from APA. Both mid laners, no flashes, no mana, 100 HP.
And usually that favors the Azir because you're close to your level 6. You can go for Azir sweep. It's a much more mobile champion. So that's why Saint, he knows, yeah, this is not a kill angle, but I'm going to make you trade 1-for-1 on flashes. And guess what? Inspired can come really early. This is before junglers are level 6, so we'll see about the next grab.
Though.
It's a level 5 Malphite ganking Dokla right now.
All right, Dokla only has 3/4 of an R-bar. A lot of burst coming out. Public execution flashed out by Dokla to stay alive.
Nice little angle there from Blabber. This is something that I love when Malphite players mix in, because everyone just thinks about champions like this and Nocturne as they're not going to do anything except farm until 6. So sometimes you can find these angles where you walk in, you force a flash, and you don't really have to commit anything to do that.
And talking about kill pressure, and Mbessa kill pressure, the ultimate is a very good trade for the flash of the Gnar. You can use that to constantly pressure in lane. So now, if that top lane is left isolated, Thanatos will have big pressure next time around that his ultimate does spawn. Crab is on the bottom side though, and we are always talking about this 6-minute Crab for the level 6 because Blabber goes top side. And because he knows, all right, you've got the Ezreal Karma constantly pushing, you're probably going to have the bot side Scuttle Crab anyway. Inspire does get the critical one. He gets to that level 6, and he takes the vision, so you expect there to be some setup for Dragon.
Yeah, we've seen flashes forced in both the solo lanes, but bottom lane has the biggest individual advantage. Berserker at 67 CS compared to only the 52 of Sven. This is the power of putting the priority early in the draft on the Ezreal and Karma combo. But now Lyon trying to make sure that Inspire can get away with stealing this blue buff from Blabber, as Blabber will just try to finish his Gromp here, grab his own level 6. He hits the mark, but Inspire got what he came for.
Yep, and he's using that leverage off the pushing bottom lane. So Vulcan just went for a reset here on the Nico, coming right back out. Nobody go, wait a second, no flash on Saint.
There goes Blabber immediately for the unstoppable force onto Saint, who just shuffles him backwards, denies any further damage, and walks back to safety.
Nicely done there by Saint, because that is something I wanted to talk about, is that, normally it is always so much in the favor of Azir when you get both flashes down on these mid laners, but flash is very important against Malphite. Unfortunately, APA didn't have his ulti, and that was the big difference. APA used the shockwave to push out that previous wave when he wanted to go for a reset. If you have the shockwave there, I think Saint is dead to rights, but they thought they could get it without that.
And I think the necessary response is going to be, after Inspired finishes up his topside camps, now Lyon know, with no Malphite ultimate, they have some pretty good setup around that area of a map. But Blabber actually sneaks back in.
He's still waiting now. The shockwave is ready to go. APA stepping forward, immediate point blank range on the shockwave. The second time's the charm, and it's first blood over to APA.
Who said it's not scary just walking at them? And the Azir goes into the Orianna, so APA can just hit the shockwave, and they get the kill in the aftermath.
Wait, we gotta show chat, because after that first gank that failed, Saint hit them with the question mark. So Saint hit them with the question mark after the failed gank, and then immediately gets first blooded, and C9 are active in chat after that. So Saint was getting busy, they're getting him back. This is just the play one more time. It's just a shockwave on the head, and nowhere for him to go.
Yeah, love it. I mean, the wraparound Malphite gank, after he already used ult on you, yeah, Saint's not expecting it. He's like, I already dealt with it. And so he has the confidence, fine, I can just go in for these trades once again. But that is not the case.
Wait, what did you do, Isaac?
This was not my request.
This is straight from production.
The dynamic duo Blappa. Oh yes, it's the Blappa duo. Of course, it's Blabber and APA. This is the new duo name.
Nice Picasso work that they the production
that was
did.
beautiful.
That was beautiful.
Knockwave, you guys are on board with.
Yeah.
Zahungle, I know Flowers loves, and so now it's Blappa.
So Zahungle, I'm out. Blappa.
You have said Zahungle more than I have said Zahungle, so you're in. You just don't want to admit it.
I also play it. But I am down with the Blappa because even APA actually last night he tweeted out Blappa duo with so APA and Blabber are.
It's a canon event.
Oh yeah,
okay.
They are fully on board, and that duo striking first here, it really just is fitting because one of the biggest stories for Cloud9 obviously is APA joining the roster, and the synergy that everyone has talked about, this mid jungle has really been on point. It's been one of the things that has shined the brightest here for Cloud9, so they get their first blood off of it, and that's going to turn into Dragon for them as they rotate over, and you have the 3 grubs, and the alert goes to the top side, but 3 grubs don't do a whole lot, and Cloud9 would love to stack Dragons.
You guys are with me on Blappa. Now hear me out. How about Sinspired?
What?
Come on, that's pretty good.
I mean, it's not that bad.
It's one letter of one dude's name and the whole other dude's name.
It sounds cool. That's the important part.
That's not. No, I can't get on board with that. There's not enough
Saint
parity
just
there.
gets the S.
Bro,
it's all he gets. Honestly, I think that is fitting because Inspired is such a huge part of the duo. Since he shot calls everything, he can
earn some more letters.
Yeah, you can get your whole name in there.
Well, he's going to have to be watching those letters because they're above a health bar that only has 100 HP left in it right now as APA is putting on the pressure here in the mid lane. Inspired will just be clearing out his chicken camp. There's not an opportunity to come in and try to punish APA's aggressive play because Saint is so low, he has to immediately recall.
Now, this is one of these things that is so nice about the Malphite jungle. We talked about it. Zeke's complete. You get that early item completion because it is so cheap. You get the ulti CDR, and also the Zeke slow stacks with the Malphite Q. I don't know if that's an intentional interaction, but that is why we saw in the Syndra game yesterday where Inspired was playing it, where the Syndra just could not move when you get hit by the Zeke slow plus the Malphite Q.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's not supposed to be that way because slows usually just overwrite and the strongest one.
I'm assuming too.
Strongest one takes priority. But you mentioned, oh yeah, this is so cheap, this support item. Guess what? Thanatos got his first item the same time too. And that Eclipse on top side is getting used.
Yup, he's immediately diving in with a public execution as Dokla tries to get away. Narbar's nearly charged, and Dokla's still got 40% HP left in the tank, but he does not want to pursue this any further. And this is what I was talking about earlier. Thanatos is such a powerful and aggressive laner, but now in the bottom side river, hold on, Lyon stepping forward, looking to maybe challenge C9 to a team fight. Berserker's Ezreal is very strong right now. Remember, he has been farming so effectively in these first 11.5 minutes of gameplay, but it looks like neither side is going to opt for the fight.
Yeah, it was all about the crab, Flowers. Yeah, there's no dragon down there, but in a Cloud9 game, we're going for crabs.
But it's a shockwave immediately into the follow-up from Blabber, and Saint just barely gets away again. APA can't quite catch up. Both ultis spent this time. The combo is there, but it's only 99% of Saint's HP.
I'll bet that there's going to be no, all chat after that one, though. He's going to remain focused, get right back to base because he was punished last time around. And you're still punished. Even though APA doesn't get the kill, turret plate money, it's one of the nice things about this new season. You can always get these guaranteed little increments of extra gold. And APA here does cash in again. Although, it's not the worst back timing for Saint. He finishes Nashers anyway.
And you can see it is almost 1,000 gold lead in mid lane regardless, right? So yes, they did only get that one kill. They would have loved to take down Saint those other times too, but he is missing out on minions. He's missing out on plates every time he does go back. And that True Shot Barrage, a split second too late to interrupt APA's base.
Yeah, mid lane quest completed earlier for APA. Very nice. Get your empowered recall, get out of there in time. And Berserker rotated into mid lane. This duo for Lyon, we've been mentioning, has been doing their job the whole game, creating that bot lane pressure, pushing in, allowing Inspired to do a little bit of counter jungling, not a lot, but at least a little bit there. And Berserker has been quite good on Ezreal in Lyon's run.
So I'm glad that you bring up Berserker moving into the mid lane. We're starting to see some rotations, some different assignments right now, but we've got about 90 seconds on the clock until the Dragon spawns, and the Herald only spawns very shortly after that. Do we expect to see a challenge at Drake number 2, or do we expect it to just be another handshake like Dragon 1 and the Grubs were?
I think it's just going to be a handshake. I mean, Lyon, based on how they've been playing, I think they have been very willing to give up objectives to try to play for side lane gold, so I think that is going to be the look. It's also just very difficult if they don't have that space controlled first. They have no real engage buttons, right? So if you're trying to walk into Fog here and you don't know where Nico is, you don't know where Malphite is, it is going to be almost impossible to approach. So unless we see them set up really early, I think they'll just play sides and try to get some gold.
That being said, they do have mid lane priority with the early move from Berserker as well as Isles. The Ezreal Karma keeps up its push. So they have taken over. You can see on the mini-map, they took over the ward coverage and they chunked Vulcan hard.
Yeah, Vulcan's down to 500 HP. He tries to get away. The True Shot Barrage is not going to kill him, but Inspired surely is. He chases after him, and the wind becomes lightning, strikes him down. Now Sven versus Berserker is also going to go Lion's way. It's a pick on the enemy support. Vulcan will be back alive in time for the Drake, but he still has to run all the way back down here as Lyon find their first kill 14 minutes in.
This is why every pro player is always talking about mid lane priority. It allows Isles to get in there, clear out the vision, and Inspired, you saw him on the minimap. He reset out of mid lane, straight down to that mid lane, waiting in the brush, jumps on Isles, and gets them a huge advantage.
But I think the funny part about this is that lost them the Dragon going for that pick, because now there's no Crescent Guard on Inspired. Vulcan held his Pop Blossom the whole time, and Blabber held his ultimate the whole time. Even though you do get this kill, that is a nice injection of gold, you can't take the team fight without ultimate on Inspired. So here is Vulcan face checking, gets caught, does get chased down and killed off, but in the picture-in-picture, Lion's not even going to try to contest here, despite the fact that they had that kill, because they were missing critical ultimates, and C9 held onto theirs.
Yeah, Inspired needs to remain.
Malphite was here and didn't use anything. And I used Flash ult, and Nico didn't use ult, just Flash.
Yeah, see, that's exactly what I was talking about. They just knew, he says, yeah, great, I got the kill, but they have ultis, so if we go, we'll just int. So you have to be willing to give that up, and I think it was so smart. Most Nikos, I think, panic Pop Blossom there and just die anyway. And Vulcan says, sure, you killed me, but you used everything. I'll just save mine for the fight.
And Lion have shown over and over throughout this lower bracket run, they are fine giving up early Dragons. Maybe this bottom side, though, under attack.
Yeah, Pop Blossom onto Saint right there. Blabber's ready to follow it up, but Saint flashes away. Now C9 finds themselves overextended, and Blabber is trapped behind enemy lines. Lion's ready to reinforce with Dokla. Thanatos arrives, but he's already too late. The party's over. Shockwave guarantees the rest of C9 get away, but an over-eager dive ends up more money in Lion's pockets.
So many times, Lion have given up early Dragons in favor of gold here in the early stages, and while they do give up the Dragon, they defend the play on bottom side. Teleports come out from both top laners, and they are there to defend Saints. Nice little pushback as well. It does cost the Azir the flash, though, so maybe that cooldown will get punished in the future.
Saint has been so good at getting away from a lot of these plays, though. That is 3 or 4 times this game where he's able to just barely escape. Blabber didn't have his flash, so I just don't think he maybe get in range perfectly to CC Chain. No, he could have gone early. I think he was just trying to wait too long. He was trying to have no overlap at all, so he held the ulti to try to wait the last second, misjudged it a bit, went a bit late. That allowed Saint to flash it. Whether or not it would have changed the fight, I don't think they would have had the damage to kill him, but you know, definitely could have ulted a little bit earlier.
A little bit of a tragedy there for C9, but Lion will happily take it. They're up almost 1,000 gold as a team. The biggest individual advantage there being for Inspired on that jungle. Xin does have his Sundered Sky completed, getting close to the second item completion now as well. And he and the rest of Lion have control over the top side river. Saint is there helping DPS the Rift Herald down, and Lion's going to secure the objective.
Ben, one of the things on display from this Lion squad is their discipline. Every time we get to listen in on the comms, it is Inspired talking for 90% of it, laying out the marching orders for the next 5-10 minutes sometimes. And they are so focused on keeping their economy up in these early stages and building it towards mid-game team fights. So we are almost at that stage where people are working on their second items at the moment.
Okay. I also like how you bring up Inspired's comms, how he's the shot caller, he's the leader, he's the one who's always talking. We'll see if Lion can get away from this one, though, as C9
looking for the dive on the Mega Gnar, and they chop Dokla down. Now with a Pop Blossom setting up the second one. Isles could also be in danger. Vulcan and Thanatos continue their chase, and the Blooming Burst takes Isles out of the picture. C9 pick up 2.
I mean, that time the combo was perfect. As soon as Dokla went forward with that crunch, he instantly gets ulted by the Malphite, then ulted by the Ambessa, burst down by C9. They get the tower, they get 2 kills, they reclaim the gold lead ever so slightly here, and they're gonna be so happy about how that play worked out.
Yep, and then the payment on the other side of the map, Rift Herald used up there, Saint pushing in, trying to get more money on the Azir, but Cloud9, they retake the gold lead.
We need
we should dive out,
Okay, then I'm going to dive this way. Okay, HP.
I'm going.
Yeah, I'm going. I'm walking up.
I'm not coming, guys.
Yeah. I'm looking, guys. Yeah, I'm looking.
I reach.
Look, no.
Yeah.
No,
Come on.
Look. Zin's top side.
I can maybe kill. I can maybe replay.
Nice, guys. Really good.
I think you play.
Yeah, very good to get both of the kills there on the chase down, and no hesitation with Ambessa and Malphite. That is going to be some good CC layering.
You had better believe it, my friend, but now there's 60 seconds on the clock until the next Drake spawns. C9 have already secured the first 2, and now it'll be up to Lyon to try to stop them from acquiring Soul Point. But again, it's what you all mentioned earlier. It's really hard for Lyon to approach an objective that's in C9-controlled territory.
And you do not want to give Mountain Soul over to a Malphite. That is going to be a
it's
problem.
thematically appropriate.
It is. That is some rock on rock action. As we have Saint here with the Seekers now, so he has a response to this potential engage. He has been quick to be able to respond to these, and now has an extra tool to do it.
Does Malphite not already have a soul of a mountain? He is a literal mountain in the lore.
Maybe he's soulless.
Oh, look, Kobe, if you have a pile of rocks, you know what happens if you add another rock to it? You have a bigger pile of rocks.
Rock,
that is
like
just better.
2 souls.
All right, 2 souls, 2 mountains, 2 Malphites, and an Ambessa ulti over the wall going after Dokla, who's trapped in Mininar form, trying to get away. Thanatos' pressure should be more than enough, but a nice defensive Mega Gnar across the map at the same time. C9's under pressure, Lyon going in, looking to find the kill, while Dokla still runs away here in the top side. So C9 hasn't lost anybody in the bottom fight here just yet, but APA is under immense pressure. Inspired chasing after the mid laner, and he finds him. He's still alive. Lyon are on the hunt, but Inspired finally falls. Blabber looks for a little bit more as Berserker wants to hunt down Vulcan. The last little bit of damage comes in from the auto attack. It's a double kill for the Ezreal. Dokla's coming back around. Remember, he never died in the top lane. Blabber and Thanatos have to try to get away, but Thanatos might just have his days numbered. Berserker does so much damage. Thanatos barely lives, but Berserker takes him out. Lyon, show their stuff.
What an incredible opening game to the finals. It is just punch after punch. One side of the map, won by Thanatos on the top side, but it's not enough. He then teleports in earlier, and the Lyon squad already won the bottom side fight. Look at Inspired. He's the one who flashes. He's the one who starts it out and keeps the chase going. Speed up from Karma allows him to get in.
Exactly, and then they try to go for the turn here, but look at the Seekers timing from Saint. Perfectly Seekers the Malphite ult, being able to immune that. And then Inspired preps the Q3, flashed in on APA, instant knockup, pressing guard, dash over the wall, chases down and finishes off APA. This was beautifully played by Inspired and Saint. And once those big cooldowns are used, Berserker's unleashed. They have nothing to threaten him, so he's just going forward.
Huge stuff here. They get the kills, they get the dragon afterwards. They chose their moment. And again, even though Thanatos, he chased Dokla off the top side, and he got to teleport in first, his team had already lost the fight. Berserker, Dokla going to finish this one. It's okay. They keep up the chase, and Berserker's able to get that money on top of it. Berserker, by the way, has just been exceptional for Lyon throughout this lower bracket run on the Ezreal, again, chasing down and putting in the big damage.
Look at this gold. We're dead even here after that.
Incredible
after all
opener.
of this, it is dead even. A couple hundred gold right now, not even separating these two teams. It's 2 dragons to 1. This is going to be a banger game.
And this is what people were hoping for with this matchup, with Lyon powering up through the lower bracket of this lock-in tournament, and now being able to challenge Cloud9 very effectively. Such a close game we have on our hands.
All right, also looking, though, at that Seeker's arm guard we mentioned earlier for Saint, was important during the previous fight, is now broken, needs to build that towards the completed Zonias to continue to have that effect.
Has the gold for it right now, so he's going to go back to base.
He'll go back and complete that one on the other side.
Blackfire
Torch plus Shadow Flame done for the Orianna, so APA will do plenty of damage. You saw in the replay of the last fight, Isles died instantly because that was the target of the shockwave, of the combo there with the Malphite. But if you're sending everything in the kitchen sink at support Karma, there's probably not enough left for the rest of the fight.
Yeah, and that was the problem with the Seekers, because it was supposed to hit both of them, but because of Saint, it didn't, right? He immuned that. Now he has the stasis ready once again, and he's going to have the flash. So as long as he's reacting quickly, it's 2 more Malphite ults before you're going to hit a Malphite ult, at the very least, right? Like, you've got to get the flash and you've got to get the stasis.
You got to look at the next big shockwave combo from Cloud9. APA here has a very damaging build with 2 items plus a Malphite delivering it with an Abyssal on that Malphite. It will amplify the damage. So if they get a good Malphite and Orianna combination here, I mean, ideally you get a bunch of members, but you could even delete a primary target if it's one of the main carries here, mainly Berserker, because Saint still has his fixed Zonias, and Berserker has no flash. So if you can do that, it would be super, super worth. But again, these fights are coming down to execution with being able to hit these huge ults.
And I just love Abyssal here. I think it makes a ton of sense. Obviously, you need some MR against this Azir, but also you're amping Orianna, as you said, and the Nico, and your own damage. So it is going to be very, very effective. A lot of upfront burst here. Even the Malphite, you know, with the Electrocute and the upfront just base damages, does a lot of damage at the start of the fight. Obviously, thereafter, you're not really doing anything, but the initial combo is so powerful.
And you mentioned earlier, Aziel, like the gold is dead even after 20 minutes of gameplay. But the big advantage for Lyon is Berserker specifically. He's got his 3rd item fully completed now with the Spear of Shojin. This Ezreal has to be raid boss status.
And he certainly has shown that. Since returning to North America, he has been very, very good. Let's see about this rotation, though, because Orianna, typically in this stage of the game, it is a little bit dangerous to go to these side lanes, and that is an advantage for Azir. So APA is playing it very cautiously. It means that you give up little timing windows, about 30 seconds, a little bit less now as they change how minion waves spawn with the new season, but you give a little bit of a first move to the Azir because of the mobility and the extra power in side lanes, considering you don't have super deep vision to watch junglers either. So Orianna is on top side, has to catch 1 more wave before returning to the big fight. Meanwhile, you see Saint on the minimap doing a little hover play.
Okay, Dokla jumping in after Thanatos. He knows he has Saint coming up behind him. He's about to transform into the Mega Gnar. Beautiful use of the public execution to buffer through the Mega Gnar CC, allows Thanatos to continue walking away.
And that respect from Thanatos in the side lane, knowing that there could be a move from the Azir. Inspired, trying to move in as well. They are going to continue the pressure. It is technically traded towers, but they're going to get the tower on bot side first, and they're going to get the early move once again.
And you talked about how good Berserker has been and how he's created this advantage. I think that is really important because when we look back to last series, think about how C9's bot lane was looking. They were creating monstrous leads every single game, it felt like, across playoffs. This is their 2 series here against Fly and then Sentinels. That was an 8,600 gold lead when the Nexus fell. He was always so far ahead. This is the first time it feels like we're seeing him down.
Nice shockwave from APA to pull Dokla back. Does not actually put him in lethal range, but critically it makes his Sterix gauge pop. So if there is a big fight in the next 90 seconds or so, Dokla is going to be significantly easier to kill. The entire time, though, Inspired is taking out this Mountain Drake. That's going to tie the Drakes up at 2-2 and bring this game even closer to absolute parity.
Yeah, Dokla's job is weak side over here. And, you know, he's able to clear the wave. The turret plate actually doesn't even fall there, the second one, so just barely. He doesn't even give up an extra little tick of gold. And Inspired, as you say, even these early Mountain Drakes before we get to the Soul are quite nice for durability.
All right, let's see if we're going to get anybody trying to make any sneaky Baron plays happen. We are at almost 27 minutes on the clock. We are starting to see 3 fully completed item points come online for multiple different players on both teams. A big team fight could really be the thing that blows this game open, considering how close it's been the entire time.
Yeah, a big team fight or maybe a sneaky pick. We do have a Nico on the map. Everybody's got to keep track. This mid game is where it gets a little bit more difficult keeping track of this champion, especially with all these control wards here from Cloud9, from Vulcan. You have to be very careful. When there's low health towers, sometimes those can be used as bait, but Berserker, he's just going to annihilate the tower. Ezreal, very safe. He's got Isles next to him, so you have this Wait a minute, Inspired's going in.
Yeah, Inspired chasing after Vulcan there only chunks him a little bit. Honestly, not a ton of pressure, but it still allows Lyon to maintain control over this topside river as Vulcan can't get in to try to sweep away any wards or make any moves.
It's important to always go attack the Nico because support Nico, just chunk her early on, and Inspired has always had his eyes out trying to spot the enemy engage.
Also worth pointing out that the Serpent's Fang has been grabbed, which I love when you can actually tech into that on a melee champion where it is quite effective because it has a higher percentage reduction on the shields. And you're thinking about Sterix on the other side, you're thinking about Karma on the other side, you're thinking about Ezreal Barrier. A lot of these tools that can be reduced because Mantra Shield, that Mantra Inspire coming through from the Karma, can really make a big difference.
And even just as lethality items go, Serpents is really efficient too. So it's not even like, oh, I'm going so far out of my way to help the team cut down these shields.
So you tell them that you are,
exactly.
so that they have to gank for you.
Yeah, you get those extra points.
Yeah.
Okay, 3 minutes until our next dragon spawns. Blabber is just trying to clear away a little bit of vision as Lyon is mostly grouped up back in mid lane. You could see Dokla taking his recall down here in the bottom side as Thanatos continues just trying to push out the bottom lane, make sure that C9 side lanes stay in a good state.
And again, it's this small window. You saw another timing where they had pushed in top wave. So you see the Orianna very safely and tentatively grabbing the minion wave, but everybody else on Cloud9 has to give a little space on the other side of the map while they know, all right, we could be outnumbered here. There's an extra roam timer on the side of Lyon. Nobody dropping and allowing the Orianna to actually push really far on that second one. They have so many wards over the Baron area for the side of Cloud9 that, you know, they've actually taken control and putting a little bit of information pressure on Lyon.
C9 with control over the top side river, and it's very, very dark in this fog of war for Lyon. So dangerous against a Malphite and an Orianna and a Nico. But Lyon have to make sure that C9 is not just taking away the Baron. Blabber going to push into enemy territory here as Inspired does secure his own blue before C9 moves over.
And as the pace of the game has really slowed down, I will say, I do think Malphite in a slower game is often less effective because you're playing on a zero ping environment, and if they have flash every fight, you're expecting Berserker and Saint to be able to flash that if they have any vision on the Malphite whatsoever. So that can be a difficulty. You then almost need CC coming out before, or you need to be, you know, from fog over a wall to get that kind of speed up on the Malphite ult.
Yeah, that's why I love this attention to so much vision here. So many control wards because Malphite would benefit from coming out of a brush with short distance. Nico would benefit hugely as well with information advantage. So it's something that doesn't show up on the scoreboard, but can have a really big effect on who is actually winning the current game state. And Cloud9 have been able to push out a lot of these Lyon wards. That being said, you know, they're trying to kill Berserker, and it's an Ezreal with Flash, with Barrier, with Karma always next to him, so it's a very mobile person. You're probably going to have to see, like, even flashing for a shorter range Malphite ultimate, so it's quicker, or trying to do it from fog, as you say, over a wall, or with Nico one direction, Malphite the other direction. Again, though, the Abyssal on the Malphite means if he's got that Orianna ball on him as well, you're going to get a huge burst of damage, a huge combo.
And with 30 seconds left until the next Drake spawns, you can see C9 shifting their vision control from the top side river over to the bottom side. They want to make Lyon check into this dangerous fog of war. They want to give Blabber the opportunity, or Vulcan the opportunity, to make this surprise play that can actually catch someone. Saint is going to teleport now towards mid lane, and Lyon are all moving towards the top side of the river, potentially to start the Baron. Inspired has already begun it.
Yeah, they're trying to get this teleport off of Ambessa, off of Thanatos right now. They're trying to pressure Cloud9. Currently, Thanatos still pushing. He's going to get up to the tower now. Lyon.
Okay, Baron's already at half HP. Dokla's got the Gnar bar charged. He transforms into Mega as now the TP will come through. Thanatos ready to join the fight. Inspired and Lyon have the Baron down to 3,000 HP. Inspired jumps in. He wants to go for the combo. Sven's already down to 40%. Baron at 2.7k. Inspired not dead yet as the pressure's on Sven. APA's about to fall, and it's going to be claimed by Blabber. They got the Baron, but now they got to try to get out. Saint goes in for a big shuffle. Dokla dies to Thanatos. Lyon continues trying to get away, and C9 hasn't lost a man. A double kill back over to Thanatos. He takes out Inspired. Berserker's on a rampage, though, and the Ezreal still got plenty of HP. C9 still hanging around. They want to see what else they might get, but what a fight. What a sequence for C9.
Blabber with the huge smite, and then he goes over the wall to escape, and even though Saint tries to chase him down and shove him back in, they can't win the inside of the fight because Ambessa.
Only me and Azir play for Nash, guys. Everyone else plays for the team fight.
Watch his Zen. No, he's touching him. No flash, guys. No flash, no E. I have stopwatch.
I got Baron.
I'm flashing. I'm looking.
Yeah, I'm looking. Look
Look bad.
Looking
Zero after Zion.
We're Zeno flash. Look, nice.
I have to base to B. Kai back.
Zeno flash, Thanatos.
I can base to B. I'm coming.
Sorry, we get Drake, guys. We get Drake.
I mean, that was the slimmest of margins there. Imagine they kill APA before he gets the Zonias off, right? He was down to about 5% HP, but he's able to Zonias, flash out, still contribute to that fight in a very meaningful way. Sven as well was down to about 20% HP. Lyon just could not finish these critical kills. Well, Thanatos on the other side absolutely could.
Honestly, to me, this is what League of Legends is all about. These close games when you get to the late game objective and everyone is feeling the pressure. There's two sides of the fight. We're on Baron. We're turning. We're trying to win the team fight. We're trying to get the objective at the same time. That is just the ultimate stress, but also the ultimate reward when you do come up with the big win. And Cloud9 now, with Dragon's Soul Point, with the gold lead, with the Baron buff, it is their turn to push.
Exactly. It's what I was saying earlier. When the game is this close for this long, generally it's one big team fight that really warps things. 4,000 gold lead. The Mountain Drake Soul Point that they earned after the Baron was taken while we were in the replay. And now pressure in the bottom lane as C9 are looking to just battering ram their way into the base, and Lyon is nowhere nearby. They don't want to try to defend against this for now. They're going to sacrifice this first inhibitor as C9 will claim it for free, and it looks like they're going to keep moving forward. They're saying, Lyon, you have got to come answer this. C9 continuing to cautiously move up. True Shot Barrage only hits Blabber. APA taking the focus here from Inspired as C9 groups up to protect their mid laner. Inspired still looking for a little bit more, but he does get slowed down by the Malphite. Dokla's got the Narbar. Lyon used the Xin ulti. Dokla goes in, but he goes in alone. The Gnar is going to die behind enemy lines as APA takes the kill. Public execution from Thanatos is just about ready to kill Berserker, and the Blooming Burst writes his epitaph. Lyon in a 3v5. C9 on the hunt for Nexus turrets. Saint, Isles, and Inspired trying to defend, but C9 still has the Baron for a couple more seconds. They'll continue pushing forward. That first Nexus turret already about to die. Death timer still at over 30 seconds for the two dead Lions as C9 will now switch their attention back over towards mid lane and make their exit.
Yeah, man, Cloud9, they're going to demolish a few more plays here. Sven going to get the last one and open up the mid lane turret as well. Thanatos is recalling at the moment. I think it should be fine, but they're going another free kill!
The Wombo combo, Unstoppable Force plus Shockwave. Blink and you'll miss it. Isles is gone, and that's right when Berserker and Dokla are about to respawn, so you've still got this power vacuum that Lyon can't meet because they're 4v5 for the next 30 seconds again.
And Thanatos, he's almost level 20 here. He has Guardian Angel completed. He is an assassin on this Ambessa, and he has 2 lives. And we'll take a look at how they kite. And this is a tale of like differences in coordination. Dokla here, you look at Inspired, was already walking way back. So I don't know what went on with the call for that one. But then Thanatos, look at this ultimate. Yes, Berserker's able to Arcane Shift. He does not care. Thanatos nails him with the snipe.
Yeah, last week we were talking so much about Thanatos wanting his first player of the game and the rest of the team always outshining him. I'll tell you fellas what, Thanatos is my player of the game so far in this one. His dominance in the side lane, his contribution in the team fights, his mechanical execution when he needs to click correctly, he has been on point in game number 1. This man wants to go to first stand.
Meanwhile, the rest of Cloud9 agree. And they're going to 4-1 split push Flowers. Top side here will be left to Thanatos, while the rest of the team continues on that open mid lane that they had opened up previously. And now with the previous play, they also have such a big gold lead. Look at the itemization difference here. Yeah. Quite the extra advantage. Oh, wow, thank you. They switch right back to the items perfectly. And we can see the Azir turret does go up, though, so defense 4 line. There's still possibilities, you know, it's not quite over yet. There is a Dragon Soul that is 40 seconds away, but there's still hope. Lyon trying still to find an opening, see if they can catch anyone, maybe with a lazy recall or splitting off from the squad. Now,
wait, hold on, Inspired jumps in. He wants to kill APA, but instead, the stasis protects the Orianna. Now Saint goes in for the follow-up shuffle, and APA is down. Lyon might have found their fight. Blabber's gonna flash away now too, as Inspired and Saint are about to drop. Sven's got the damage onto the Azir, and Blabber picks one up back onto Inspired. Dokla, Berserker, and Isles all on the run.
C9 continue their push in a 4v3. Thanatos turns his attention immediately over to the Nexus turret as Berserker fires back towards Vulcan. He nearly kills him, but close isn't good enough. Sven and Thanatos are ending the game. The Nexus is under pressure, and C9 takes game 1.
Oh my goodness, what an opening game! That one certainly delivered.
Damn, that was a great start to this series. Lounge, what do you got?
Oh, man, C9. It was looking dicey for a minute there. I actually thought that Lion might be able to take it. But C9, they're just too good in the late game.
Give me 4 more of those. I mean, you got to see some of the best parts of both teams, I think, Emily.
Yeah, and we were curious to see how they'd kind of go up against each other. The gold was even, or like close to even, within 1K for so long in this game, and it was so back and forth.
And I got a couple clips to go over. 2 of the deciding moments in the game. The first one was, okay, is Lyon actually going to beat them? And this was at the 3rd Dragon fight that we can start rolling right here. Inspired is the guy we need to be paying attention to because he absolutely dominates this fight. So he just jumps on to Blabber. And one of the big things when you're playing against Malphite is if you can engage on him first, you force him into a decision, either a very telegraphed ultimate or you just get, or he has to ult away. But Blabber decides to ult in, and Saint has perfect reaction times in this moment as we continue to play the clip. Saint stopwatches it. Yes, Isles does get 1 shot, but that's fine because Inspired here, if you watch, is charging his Q down onto the Scuttle Crab, and he'll use this to get straight onto APA, who even though he has flash, is unable to peel away from the Xin. And this is a 2-0-2 APA at the time. Inspired plays this fight perfectly, knocking him up, chasing him over the wall, and this leads to Lyon taking control of this Drake and kind of taking control of the game. So because it was such a fast ending, I got to go straight into the client here to show the setup for what the game turned into. 2 dragons to 2, 6 kills to 5, and this Ezreal Karma team composition, very hard to enter into, but C9 decides to go for it anyway. So Lyon starts the Baron. They're thinking maybe C9 would trade this for a Drake because it's going to be spawning soon, but instead C9 decides to go for the fight. And boy, was this close. Smite fights are always fun to watch. So Blabber, melee range, kind of taking away the threat of the Malphite ultimate, but watch this. I'm going to click on the Baron. I'm going to slow it down as much as I can. 1900. Blabber right here. It's just
so
autoing it. Times the W with the smite. 14-23. Perfect sync. Gets the smite. But you also got to watch this fight from a few angles. Like, how did APA get so low? We're going to watch this here. This is one of the reasons it's hard to check because Dokla is holding this position on the outside. He gets a nice ult onto APA. APA barely lives with stopwatch, and then Saint barely misses him with the swoop. So Blabber gets the smite. Saint doesn't quite get the execute. Thanatos' Serpent's Fang was at 0 shield broken before this fight, ends up breaking 670 by the end of this fight, and by the end of the game, 2,000 shield reduced. So just an incredibly close game where the split pushing strengths of Lyon were neutralized by the macro of C9, and it ended up really coming down to the team fight. So what a game. They were undefeated. I am sorry about this, guys. They were undefeated.
I believe in you.
In the playoffs. I think it's time to update this.
Do it.
Still undefeated. They're 7-0.
You know what?
That kind of works. I think Emily needs to draw next. Very impressive play.
My 7s
by
are
C9.
weird, though. Everyone always.
It's going to be yellow on blue, odd color combo.
What does a cursive 7 look like?
Wait, is there a cursive 7?
It's just a cursed 7. Okay, that's
okay. That's
cursed 7.
That's how I write it.
That's good.
Yeah.
And the 0 with the line.
Close
I mean,
enough.
it would be better if it was a color that wasn't yellow.
Yeah.
To be honest.
But
Man,
they
that was close.
they continue it, but it was closer than I thought it was going to be, and it wasn't the way that I thought Lyon was going to approach it. Jet, you were talking about earlier, it's like Lyon had been playing so far through their solo lanes, but this time it was Berserker getting them the lead with the Ezreal Karma combo, as opposed to their solo laners kind of walking away with that lead.
Yeah, and the early game was such a game of millimeters between okay, Blabber's gonna revisit, try to take advantage of Saint. They try the bot dive, Vulcan gets cut out, it doesn't work, but that ends up seeding the Drake because of what they had to give up. And
we have an announcement.
I have
we
some
have
great news.
What's the news?
Yeah.
This game was close.
Yeah?
Top lane got to contribute.
Oh my God!
Player of the game. The votes are in. It's Thanatos.
Thanatos gets it.
Justice for top lane. He finally got it.
Let's see what the fans believe on this one.
I mean, so much of what Lyon had been doing the last 2 days is dominating in side lanes, and then C9 didn't let that happen. They gave him a good matchup.
There it is.
Wow,
He gained his advantage, and then when the team fights happened, he delivered. So first player of the game for Thanatos, unblocking. He's done it.
Well done. And he earned it. He said he didn't want a pity vote. You know, he wanted to earn it. I think that's an earn right there.
Specifically getting onto Berserker on that bot side after Dokla had dove in and died as they were sieging bot was absolutely crucial because it was getting increasingly difficult to hop onto this Ezreal.
What just happened in game.
Dokla got knocked over.
Yeah, it's knocked over a little bit.
That's when, he's not out of the series.
A strength of Lyon a lot of the times is being able to get their solo lanes ahead. A, in the draft, B, in games on playing through sides. C9 really neutralized that in both ways. And then Thanatos, as you mentioned, with how close this game was really able to impact team fights. So yes, it was really close. That bot side fight that you showcased made it feel to me that Lyon was going to be able to take that win. And they tried really hard to bully and dive constantly. Anyone who was under bot turret, you were going to get neutralized. But no, I felt like Lyon made it close. C9 was able to clutch it.
Yeah, interesting here, Lyon selecting first pick. So C9 selected last pick.
Oh, yeah.
C9's going to be getting last pick 2 games in a row. So it diminishes Lyon's ability to flex, surprise them in the last moment. Potentially, they think, because the cat was out of the bag in the Team Liquid series, that strategy is no longer relevant to them. One of the cons of being in the lower bracket. But with how close that game was, I do think it's somewhat unlikely we see a sweep.
I also do think, even in that game 1 draft, we saw how it takes away from, because Dokla was still getting some counter picks yesterday. They just weren't like Vayne and Aurelia and were flexing the Ornn, right? So we will see how they do with first pick and if they'll be able to even up the series right after this quick break.
Looks like we've got a new addition on the Rift here today. Emily, is the Telluride just the obvious pick?
Well, Flowers, we're looking at the turbo hybrid powertrain. That's already a problem for the rest of the Rift.
And a 30-inch panoramic display, too? That is unfair control.
Guys, all-wheel drive with terrain mode? No shot anyone's catching this.
Yeah, this seems completely OP.
No debate. This first pick, we have to lock it in. Now!
The Kia Telluride Turbo Hybrid. Pick it before your opponents do.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Yeah. Let's win. Watch his in, watch his in. No, he's flashing in. No flash, guys. No flash, no E. I have to watch.
I got bearing.
I'm flashing. I'm looking.
Yeah, I'm looking. Look up.
Look bad. Looking zero after time.
We're Zeno flash. Look. Nice.
I have to base B. Come back.
Zeno flash, Sentinels.
I can base B. I'm coming.
What a fight! What a sequence for C9! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS and our lock-in finals best of 5 between C9 and Lyon. It's about time for game number 2, and I can only hope that it's as exciting as game number 1. It was dead even for what felt like 30 minutes straight, and it all came down to a barren fight that rested on a knife's edge.
It was a crazy game for how close the gold was throughout almost the entire time. I am really hoping we are going to get 5 games like that.
Yeah, I loved it because both teams were making good decisions. You know, they were not fighting the dragons that they were not equipped to fight, so they were giving up the objectives that they needed to, then getting gold elsewhere, then coming back for the later ones. If you're just joining now and you missed the first game, definitely going to want to catch that one as well. But
go catch it after, though.
Yeah, we exactly. We'll get into champion select here for game number 2. Fearless, of course. And so there's been a lot of discussion, obviously, around APA's champion pool. And he got 3 bans, 3 mid lane bans in the previous game. And they did the Orianna Azir trade. So now I'm heavily looking at Taliyah. Like, he is amazing on Taliyah. And the Taliyah Rise thing, I would think that Lyon would want to, like, kind of force the trade now, not ban it, and just get it out for the rest of Fearless instead of having to deal with it later.
And it was kind of cracking me up backstage. I was backstage and APA was running in his thing. He's like, "Oh, nice question mark, bro. You had to throw 3 bans at me." You know, just kind of bantering back and forth with them. So it is really funny seeing him do it both in game and in real life.
And in the bathroom.
The yapping will continue until the draft improves. He's tired of having all his champs
You can't mute him in real
banned.
life. That's the problem.
It spills out of the rift. It seems like we might be remaking the start of the draft. Somebody's computer might have crashed or something might have gone wrong there, but it looks like we're getting back in here pretty quickly. The one thing that you did see with just the quick glimpse of draft that we did get is Ziggs was the first ban once more from Lyon.
The little update was players entered the lobby in the wrong order, so they just had to quit out and remake so that they weren't wrong order for in-game. But yep, it is going to be the same couple bans that we already saw, and then we're just going to be continuing forward. Thankfully, it had just started, so not much time lost at all, but it is Taliyah banned out alongside that Ziggs.
I was hoping that they would do some Fearless strategy and force the trade. And
they lost game 1, so now they are fearful.
Yeah, okay,
because
so
if you lose to Taliyah,
fearless.
Yeah,
and you're only 1 game away from elimination.
Yeah,
so I don't know how long the series will go.
Maybe if you won the first game, you're willing to do that. But his Taliyah's pretty good.
Fair enough. But this is correct. You know, these are his 2 best champions, so get these out of the way. But then he still plays all this other supportive stuff. You can still go like Galio and then have Blabber play a carry jungle champion this time around, or something like that. But Aurora in the hands of Thanatos has been extremely scary, and Thanatos was player of the game. We've been tracking all tournament long. He has wanted to get player of the game. I just want to once again congratulate him because he finally got one on his huge Ambessa game.
So I feel like with Lyon going first pick and banning Aurora, they're showcasing that they want to play Rumble here, right? So C9, I think, was deciding, do they actually want to play Rumble or do they want to ban something else? So since Rumble is up, I'm expecting that will be first picked. And then they decided to ban Trundle because you let the Rumble through and then you can answer it with a Galio or an Ornn. Those are 2 good matchups. So I think that is the thought process that I'm seeing from the 2 sides as far as the pick and ban is going.
Yeah, 100%. And it's exactly what we were talking about, but then you get Blabber on a carry jungler here instead of Malphite, and that has been bread and butter for Cloud9. They have made really, really good inroads there with the synergy building up and allowing Blabber to have some carry champs from jungle too.
Yeah, I was talking to Blabber before the series started, and he was saying how he was really sad that he wasn't getting to play Kiana and these types of champs, and he's just like, bot lane is just too OP, man. You just have to play for bot. You know, you can't play a carry, you can't play for yourself because you got to be helping bot lane the whole time.
Yeah, and you got to build Zeke's Convergence and Protoplasm Harness and see about the extra tanks. But if you get a tank in the top lane with a Cassante, that bodes well for his carry efforts. The Cassante, of course, while it's not like, oh, the Galio or anything, you just build a Volcanic Rookern anyway, and there's your giant magic damage shield anyway. And most people run double APs with mid lane being AP as well, so you can have a very effective matchup in either side lane. We'll see if Lyon throws some wrinkles in it though, because if you have Rumble start, you can always pivot and build a Yone comp. Yone and Rumble comps are very, very common. We'll see which direction Lyon actually want to go for it because nothing has been revealed for mid lane, so you don't want to do it early.
Yeah, we've got the Cassante into the Rumble. Not super surprising there. And as C9 lock Yunara as their second pick, I do want to remind everyone, or maybe educate you for the first time if you missed the series last time, that 8,000 gold lead that you talked about, Azael, that was Sven's individual gold advantage at the end of their series against Sentinels, that was on Yunara. That is the champ that he performed at that level with.
I wonder if they try to steal the Lulu, because when you go with Aphelios here, you can steal the Lulu pairing from the Yunara, which I actually would really, really like. And that would maybe knock down the support pairing tier. Because yes, you can go other enchanters alongside the Yunara, but Yunara Lulu to me is the prime pairing. So I actually think this is really smart drafting from Lyon. I really like this.
Yeah. And Aphelios is the super common answer into the Yunara too. And Berserker's Aphelios is very famous, so it's a very good combination on their side. I love the Yuumi hovers because that has been another of the enchanters that has been used elsewhere and not a lot of success. So very much doubt that that would actually come through. Meanwhile, into the Lulu lane. All right, fine. You steal it, we engage. We look for kills. And I'm expecting Blabber on a jungler that could also go to that bottom lane. If you've got Yunara Nautilus, you are looking to pressure.
And remember that Nautilus was the engaged support that Lyon banned out in the second half of the draft in game number 1 that they did not want C9 selecting. So now that it's in Vulcan's hands, we'll see how many plays the C9 bot lane can make with this. Remember that with the Ezreal Karma dominant duo draft in game number 1, it was Berserker and Isles that controlled the bottom lane pretty much the entire time. Jungler activity was mostly focused towards solo lanes. I'm curious if that'll change much here now that Nautilus is down there in the bot lane prowling around with the dredge line.
And I like that Cloud9 are respecting the Yone comp I was talking about, because if you've got support on a Lulu, you need more CC and more engage from other areas. And so you would want some CC out of Inspired and possibly Saint for the rest of this Lyon comp, because if you got a Rumble Ultimate and you just have an Enchanter support, like, you need to keep people on the Rumble Ultimate to find success. So good respect here from Cloud9 trying to take away some of the further options that you would want to pair.
Yeah, I feel like it's Wukong or Jarvan probably is the next ban to me. You know, it is some of those junglers that you're talking about that can actually set up for the Rumble. They need to have some sort of setup, and it is going to be Cho'Ungle. That's a Zahungle-liker right there, you know?
This guy has been watching too many Azael casts, man.
There's no such thing.
That's fair. You are a literal world champ.
There you go.
Just not at the spelling bee. Like, that's not in that competition. The Wukong. Okay, if you're secretly hiding that, I give up. If you have a spelling bee trophy somewhere.
I won a spelling bee. I did.
Okay.
I did.
God bless America, dude. Okay.
And we can't really call him on it because you're like, well, I did some research on Canadian spelling bees.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, you guys spell color with a U.
Yeah,
that doesn't count because that's wrong. That's not the right way to spell a word.
Not the American spelling.
Hell yeah, brother.
God
All
bless.
right. So we got our Wukong band away, like you were talking about. Great pairing there with the Rumble for the AoE engage. Keep him on the red carpet. Lyon's also going to ban out that Jarvan. So excuse me. 2 more of these prominent AD junglers taken off the table with, remember, Xin Zhao also removed thanks to Fearless. And we're going to get Nocturne locked in for Blabber.
Gotta see, I'm seeing a lot of pressure put towards diving this Aphelios. You know, Nocturne, Nautilus point and click, Cassante getting in here. If they actually locked a Mundo, it would be scaling, but it wouldn't be hard CC for keeping people on your Rumble ultimate. So, I don't know. You'd have to worry about the early game a little bit if you did that. That's much better as far as getting some engage, getting some CC.
But you can't blind any, I feel like. If you blind any mid, the range is too short. You just play against Victor or champions like this, and you get poked out. You can't really even interact. So I think he is maybe showing we know you want to pick Annie. I think that's maybe what it was, because remember in game 1, Lyon banned the Annie. So clearly they think that C9 is willing to play it, and APA does have last pick. So he may be saying, hey, I know what you want to do, bro. But it is going to be Aatrox as the jungler here. So another AD jungler. But Lyon so far, no lockdown whatsoever. And I do feel like just historically, this team to me has struggled a lot more when they don't have hard engage.
Yeah, you're looking at the engage tools on Lyon being Aatrox, Sweet Spots.
I mean, both teams know it.
and Aphelios Gravitum Gun. Like, there's not a lot here.
I will say, Saint had a really hard carry Ahri game, exceptional performance from him, and he likes the Ahri into Annie matchup, so we'll see. I
don't think you should like that matchup.
I would favor the Cloud9 side.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think this is a really bad matchup for Ahri because like anytime you're going forward, it's about mobility, right? And you just have point and click CC, and the Tibbers can also block the charms. It can absorb W damage and R damage.
He's taunting it beforehand, hovering it and going right into it. They know.
I agree, he knows, but I think it is a really tough matchup, and I like Cloud9's draft way more, like way more. I feel like you can engage on anyone on the other side and one-shot them. There is no one who can absorb engages. You have Annie, you have Nautilus, you have Nocturne. You fly in and just literally throw your CC and your spells at whoever is there in the front line, and I feel like they should die. And so I am really concerned for Lyon, who has a comp that A, has no lockdown, B, no setup for the charm or for the equalizer, and C, has no options on how to start fights.
I think we are aligned.
Yep, it's a little scary for Lyon. They're going to have to get off to an early lead when you don't have lockdown, when you don't have a true front line. You look at the front line of what Lyon has drafted. You've got Rumble, who will have some health. You've got whoever Lulu presses R on, and then Aatrox can drain tank, but if he's just locked up and bursted down before he can effectively do that, he's not going to last much longer either. So Lyon has got to be clean in the early game. They've got to build these early leads. They've got to give themselves something to play around, because C9's comp seems like it's got plenty of tools for solving problems.
And both mid lane and bot lane need that jungle attention. I think these are both good targets to put early jungle ganks in. You can heavily sway this matchup with just a little bit of jungle pressure, getting the HP advantage, getting the summer spell advantage, and obviously the bottom side here with the Nautilus are going to be looking for the engage opportunities onto the Enchanter lane. Otherwise, you just take a lot of damage and poke.
Mm-hmm. And of course, the math on everything changes completely, based on the early game, so we'll have to see how they do. And we have Kanga standing by with Blabber's mom.
Thank you very much. I have Blabber's mom, Lily. Thank you for joining us here for a little interview. You just flew in from Maryland, correct?
Yes.
How's the trip been?
Nice.
It's awesome to have you here supporting Blabber. And we were talking a little bit before we went live, and you mentioned a story about Blabber's name and how he got his name. Can you tell everybody at home how Blabber got his name?
Oh, yeah. The first name is Blabberfish 2. Actually, that's his big brother's name. His big brother played first, then transferred the name. He took the account.
So he stole it from his brother. Is his brother here today?
Yes. Billy is here. Yeah.
Does his brother still play League of Legends? Is he upset that Blabber stole his name?
No. He played at the college start. So he only played like 1 year. Then Blabber start to play. He kind of helped him, but he just become a fan.
Now he's a fan. First the teacher, now the fan.
He said it's hard to play this game.
All right, well, thank you so much, Lily, for coming and chatting with us. It looks like there's action in the game, so we're going to throw it back to the casters.
I like how she's kind of like a little bit of subtle shade to Blabber. He tried to teach him, but, it's a hard game.
It is a hard game, man.
It is a hard game, yes.
A lot happens in League of Legends, but it does make the two make a lot more sense now. He truly is the second of the Blabberfish. As APA, you saw during the interview, nearly found himself a solo kill on Saint, got him down below 100 HP, and yeah, Chad appreciating the interview here too.
We interviewed 2 Cloud9 moms.
How many Lion moms we got here?
Yeah.
It could be a mom gap. We're going to have to search the crowd, find if there's any Lion moms.
We will scan for that throughout this game and see if we can succeed and get some more of those interviews throughout the day. That's another reason to hope that we get a full best-of-5 series. We'll get more interviews with more player families as Saint now back into the mid lane here. Ooh. Nice hit on the charm with the Electrocute proc 2. APA's bone plating not going to give him a whole lot, and Saint with the flash to reposition the return of the Spirit Orb takes APA out solo style.
He says, I know you're going to pick Annie, buddy. It's important that he actually flashes and gets the kill, though, because he had just used teleport on his reset, so he kind of had to leverage his buy, and APA there had no recall, he had no buy, and he wanted to get that wave in, but the little dodge back there, Saint expects it, and even though he gets the stun out, Q, and here's the pullback.
I mean, that was beautiful from Saint. Really greedy from APA, though.
Nice Saint.
Oh, wow. GG.
That's a GG, yeah.
I mean, you can see the look on APA's face. He was dominating the 1v1, right? He was already up 10 CS. He pushed Saint back early. And if you don't kill him there and you've committed your TP and you're low on health, APA is in a monstrous spot. He's going to crush that matchup. So big mistake from APA.
Yeah, but now it's C9 doing a 2-man invade, going after Inspired, but Saint is ready to respond. Blabber does get pulled back. Sweet spot. Q3 Inspired is about to pick up another
another one, and C9 are blundering the early game with Lyon happy to punish.
Mid-jungle diff here in game number 2. This is a huge start for Lyon. Inspired can now cross and steal your camps as well. The flash from Inspired to hit the Q afterwards, and he had just disengaged. They had them in a little bit of a pincer there. Another good collapse, all off this mid-jungle, and now look at the bottom lane being pushed in. Inspired can steal another camp as well. Oh wait, see if he actually finishes, because he doesn't know that the Nocturne reset to that top side of the map, but because he's got his bot lane pushing also, he's like, it's fine. Even if you tried to come, I would have the extra pressure here. So he gets both of these camps, steals them away. That is truly going to be a significant cost specifically for Blabber.
And this is an enormous gap now in the gold already. It's 5 minutes in. It's a 1.5k gold lead here for Lyon. Big mistake from APA. Then they get outplayed in the 2v2. And that knock-on of losing your whole bot side after that is brutal. So C9 now are going to be in a lot of trouble. Blabber is homeless right now. He's got nothing to do. You have no camps to farm. There's no scuttle up. There's nowhere for him to go.
Kill wards.
Yeah,
Found one.
Those give you some money.
There you go.
Yeah.
Found it.
A little bit of extra ward allowance. Okay.
Look at that vision score, too, going up.
Okay.
Straight to the moon.
See, there's some positive.
Glass half full.
Well, exactly.
I like where your head's
Look
at.
on the bright side.
He just only caught Inspired's vision score.
Yeah, Inspired might be getting to level 6 as well and get the bot crab that Blabber has built his whole personality around. But
he got the ward.
Better, vision score. That's good.
You got to at least sell it a little better than that.
All good. The other thing here for Lyon is that they have been able to get a lot of push elsewhere on the map, so it allows some freedom here. The early game going quite well for Lyon.
They're looking for a potential invade here, maybe. Blabber's still only level 5 on the Nocturne. Spell Shield's the first Electro Harpoon and does manage to walk away from Dokla.
He can't even get his blue. They're going to steal that side, too, on the respawn. That's why they all invaded there. They knew he would be going top to bot, so they stole away the bot camps. Then Dokla is just proxying, so he walks in, he spots him. He's still level 5. Inspired steals this away as well. Blabber is still quite far from level 6. Inspired is taking everything off of that 2v2 that they won.
And when we were talking in draft, I said Lions got to make sure they get these early leads to make up for the lack of lockdown in frontline. I feel like this is exactly the type of early lead that they want to see. 1,500 gold, nearly 2K, just 7 minutes into the game as Blabber still struggles to reach his level 6 and unlock Paranoia.
And a large amount of gold will definitely change how this team plays, because if Lyon have so much extra gold here, then Berserker's going to be able to play very, very aggressively. Lulu assumed Lulu is going to get like a Mikhail's as well, so you can peel for this Aphelios, and when they're trying to dive in, you have so many other threats that are going to be rich. Inspired assumed he's going to be rich. Saint is going to be a monster once again. We already saw him make huge pick plays on the Ahri when he got early leads previously. And so Lyon are going to have a lot of threats here.
They are, and Saint has been so good in playoffs. He was the target of a lot of criticism during the Swiss stage. He had been throwing games, he'd been making massive blunders in the late stages, and now he's been really stepping up, and even with this counter pick, he gets the early solo, Lyon invading again. Blabber can't play the game.
Yeah, I mean, they just have complete jungle mid dominance. Saint here playing with Inspired. It's really nice to see, because another big question with this Lyon roster when they formed, and they were undoubtedly signing huge names with getting the former MVP Inspired on the squad. But we were wondering, how are they going to work together? Is the communication, is the synergy really going to be there? And it certainly has been for these two in the exceptional lower bracket run for playoffs for Saint and Inspired.
Well, if it didn't already seem good enough that Lyon got the solo kill and then got the 2v2 outplay and then got the enemy blue buff and now they're getting the enemy red buff, they're also now getting an early Ocean Drake too. This is just total early game dominance from Lyon. Saint going in looking for another solo kill as APA missed the stun. Saint thought maybe he had the chance to finish him off, but still 100 HP left on the Annie. But it's still so much pressure, it's so much control for Saint and for Lyon.
And it's all these charms. I mean, Saint nailing a lot of these charms on APA as he's pushing the wave and then kills these last minions, and then you're taking a little bit of extra minion damage in addition to the Ahri damage. Regardless, Blabber is going to go over and grab those Void Grubs. You know, first dragon to line is quite nice too. An Ocean Dragon early is always nice for the laners, but Thanatos goes for all out.
Yeah, Thanatos looking to try to get something back for C9 here in this doomed early game. But no, it's going to be Dokla ready to turn it around. Dokla gets the outplay. He'll secure the kill. And Blabber has to use his first Nocturne ulti just to prevent this from also being a disaster.
Big Dokes with the outplay in the 1v2 there. Seemed like maybe there was a bit of miscommunication. Blabber wanted to finish the grubs. Thanatos wanted to go for the play. Blabber tried to finish the grubs first, then even had to pull off him, so he couldn't even get that final grub. It reset, and he uses the ult, gets the kill, but it's too late. So, you know, look at this. It's all about this right here. Blabber saying, okay, I'm going to finish grubs, then we'll go for the play. But Thanatos is already going. Look at Blabber desperately trying to finish this off, realizing it's too late. I got to go now. So has to leave the grub. But at that point, Thanatos was so low, he just takes the kill.
We were just highlighting the mid and jungle synergy and the timings for Saint and Inspired, and get a little desync there on the opposite side of the map for Blabber and Thanatos. So does kind of hurt to leave behind that other grub, you know, only getting 2, not getting to the nice bonus. It hurts more to actually have a counter kill for Dokla going over.
I think the thing that hurts most, and what I'm really scratching my head about, is the C9 comms just seem completely scrambled this game. The 2v2 invade early on for the chicken camp that went awry, this play that just seemed completely desynced. C9 is, I would say they're not on the same page. I don't even think they're on the same chapter in game number 2. They have got to recalibrate this.
Yep, it's been tough, and I just love how Lyon are pushing this forward, because this is the kind of play you need to go for. When you don't have hard engage, when you don't have the traditional kind of comps, ways to start fights, you have to get in your opponent's face, make them walk into you. APA is looking topside, though. They want to try to go for a dive here. Equalizer almost up, but there is no flash.
All right, APA does have Tibbers ready to summon. C9 just about have the wave ready to crash into the turret. Meanwhile, Inspired going for the play in the bottom lane here at the same time. C9 going to start their dive up there with the top side, but Tibbers summoned up and the burst goes down. Thanatos gets the kill as Vulcan drops here in the bottom lane right after. Inspired taking the kill as Sven's in a 1v3. He wants to try to get something back, but the Aatrox has the wild growth, the world ender, and another kill. It's Lyon 5v2 in the game. They come out on top in the play. Saints back in mid to answer the wave push at the same time, and the gold lead is nearly 2,500.
Yeah, so first you saw the original play with Saint and Inspired hovering, waiting to try and trap someone if they came to Raptors, but nobody went there because APA is going top, and Inspired says, fine, if no one's going to come into your jungle, then I'll just dive bottom lane. That is still more worth for the Lyon side. Dokla now getting in the chat as well, typing some of them. I believe that was probably for the gank, where he got the counter kill. But again, this one too, you know, when your bottom lane gets 2 kills, diving the bottom lane, and getting more money into AD carry, into Aphelios, into Berserker, that is very significant. But first tower bonus is a nice little bonus as well. So Cloud9, they do rush to that, and you get extra gold there.
Yeah, and I think it was smart to just commit to that once the play has already gone so bad, right? And quite frankly, it could have been a lot worse, because Dokla died as the equalizer came up. If that play was a second or two slower, then he would have just ulted the wave and nothing would have happened on top side. He would have lost everything on bot side and gotten nothing on top side. Berserker, again, out to a nice advantage over Sven. Kind of expected in this sort of a 2v2 when you are playing against these enchanters, and then obviously the dive slammed that advantage home.
And we've been talking about the jungle gap so far this game. Inspired off to this 2-0-1 start on the Aatrox, has his Sundered Sky completed. This is the item that always causes question marks to be typed in Twitch chat when he's in World Ender, has Deathbringer stance and Sundered Sky proc all at the same time, and regenerates 2/3 of his health with 1 stab. So the drain tanking power of this champion is truly online, as Lyon are invading the C9 jungle yet again.
Let's see if the recall goes off before the play. Okay, Blabber cancels the recall, so he's still hovering down here.
Did you see that Q activation there from Berserker with the red gun? Gave him just enough speed to get out of range of that hook there. So didn't have to use Ghost, didn't have to use Flash, just uses the Q activation, gets back out of range of the hook, and it means Blabber loses his buff again and can't really do much of anything.
Blabber hanging around the mid lane now, does have Paranoia ready to cast. He has the experimental Hex Plate too, but he is not level 11, and he's not even close. Barely level 10 here on the Nocturne, so still going to be a while before he can get the ultimate upgrade, as C9 look like they want to start the Drake.
And the biggest problem is they've known exactly where Blabber is the whole time. They're always walking in your jungle, so you know if Nocturne's not top side, he's bot side. If Nocturne's not bot side, he's top side.
Okay, Inspired's on the approach, walks into the banana brush. APA dropping the Tibbers, ready to try to defend himself here. Paranoia used defensively C9 do not want to go after Lyon with this. They just want to get out.
And they expend 2 ultimates to do that and grab that dragon play. So they're stealing away one of these dragons so Lyon can't keep stacking them. But now they're kind of combat weak for the next minute and a half or so with no Nocturne or Annie ultimate. So you would kind of expect Lyon to have an Inspired and Saint look for a play at the moment. Let's get a little replay of the top side.
What are we watching here? Oh, teleport. Oh,
interrupt.
that was an accident.
Oh,
There's no way that was not an accident. You're not TPing in the face of Xante that you're just trading with, so that has to be a misclick there from Dokla, because the Pathmaker interrupts it, the Q3 interrupts it, the All-Out interrupts it. There's just no world in which you press that intentionally.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a whoopsie there from Big Dokes. His Rumble now the one part of the Lion squad that is not ahead of his counterpart. So Thanatos trying to do some heavy lifting, keep Cloud9 in this game. Gold lead still at about the 2,000 that it was earlier. And remember, this gold lead has been around this neighborhood since about minute 5 into the game. So if you're C9, you're happy that it hasn't gotten worse. But if you're Lyon, you're happy that you still have control over the game like you do. The Rift Herald is down to 1,400. It will be secured by Blabber and C9 as Inspired wanted to move up and try to steal it away. Equalizer dropped down. Blabber trying to escape. Saint on the hunt looking for APA. Berserker's got the Calibrum. Keep your eyes on the range. No, he misses the Moonlight Vigil. So C9 gets themselves an objective, and again, they escape.
Honestly, that was a heist for Cloud9. Really good timing window, because we were just talking about, oh yeah, they don't quite have Nocturne ultimate and Annie ult. Well, they got the objective, and just now Nocturne ult comes back up, Annie ult is back up, so even during that window, they still got the objective, still get the Rift Herald, and now they've got their ults ready to roll.
And Lyon showing up there, I think Cloud9 getting away is great evidence of what we were talking about with the draft weakness of not having the lockdown, not being able to secure kills, that in a lot of drafts, a lot of compositions, you're going to get at least something back there. But since they don't have it, C9 can get themselves out. But now Lyon's on the attack again. They want to try to at least get some turret plates, find something, continue their pressure on C9.
And those turret plates are fun to wait.
There's a Paranoia over in the mid lane. Berserker protected by the Lulu. Flashes away even after receiving the wild growth. Thanatos Pathmaker is going to get him away from the Infernal Chains, and nothing more happens from the play.
Quite an effective engage there from Cloud9, though. They got Flash, Ghost, and ult off Lulu, plus the heal off Lulu. So a lot of tools there used, but Berserker survives. They knock down the tower. They keep that gold lead right around that 2.2k mark.
And critically, this money is into Aphelios's Infinity Edge fund.
That's an important investment.
Yeah, they set up a hedge fund for Berserker, and when that thing pays off and you get 2 item Aphelios, then that is where the big damage will actually come from. Again, especially if you group up for this champion, he can just murder people. And with the reintroduction of the Storm Razor, it gives so much extra move speed to Aphelios. It allows you a lot easier navigation of some of these team fights. Obviously, Lulu on top helps, and having summoner spells will help on top of that, but big item power spike in the future.
Yeah, and Sven as well just finished 1,500 bolts, so that is a big spike as well. Works so well on Yunara. You pop the R, you can dash forward, you get these big autos to start off the fight.
Yeah, as soon as the team fight begins, you fan the hammer, instantly just get those crits, and it makes him so scary. Like I say, one more reminder, this is the champ that he had the 8,000 gold lead on against Sentinels. This is the one that C9 really wants to play around him on when he's piloting it.
Yeah, it really is just so perfect for Yunara, because ultimate ability haste is doubly good on her, because then you get to use your ultimate enhanced abilities.
Transcend oneself.
And jumping around, firing off the Kamehameha big blast waves. We'll see.
That one does look way cooler than throwing that little bead thing. Like you get a little bead thing, or you get a laser.
Yeah, it's a pretty good upgrade. We'll see though. Mid lane, AD carry ego battle with the Lulu on one side. Okay, all right. Eating burgers. Honestly, that's pretty good for Sven's side. You know, able to push him off afterwards. Nobody overcommitting though, and we're just gonna have side lane pressure. Inspired here. They know he's there. Just took the Hex Gate and cleared out the ward.
And while the gold lead is good for Lyon, it was 1.5k, 1.6k at 5 minutes into the game. right? And that means so much more than it does now. And the problem is for Lyon, even though they did an excellent job of pushing that lead forward, constantly invading on Blabber, now the game is stabilized. And if Cloud9 just continue farming from here, they still have some of those compositional advantages where they get to be the ones to choose when and where you fight. They took away an early dragon, so there's not a big worry about a soul stack, so they are going to choose when to fight.
Look at this overcommitment here. Cloud9 are sending everywhere. That's 5 people. They're leaving the top side turret, and they're saying, hey, we're going to either force Saint's teleport or just give up turret plate money. Saint, right now, thank you for the picture-in-picture. Turret plate earned at the moment during this setup. And Lyon, again, it's worth reiterating, they are very okay with giving up early dragons for gold if it is a compromising position. You don't want to walk into this Cloud9 team. You probably just cannot walk into a Cloud9 team like this with an Annie, with a Nautilus, with so many tools to punish you. And so they say, fine, fine, fine. You're going to throw down the 5 people towards this dragon. You get it. We're going to take the tower instead.
Yep, and they are going to be able to get that tower. Just now, APA's TP came back up. Had that been up a little bit earlier, maybe Thanatos TP's in, then you can get the dragon, then TP up to defend, but they did not have that. So it is the single TP advantage now for Lyon, as they have it available on both Dokla and Saint.
They know there's a ward there. He's just looking at each other, giving each other some emotes.
Yeah, just a couple thumbs up, little burger here and there. Inspired does have his Sterix gauge fully completed. Again, this is another massive item for this Aatrox, who kind of stands alone on the front line for Lyon. It gives you way better chances of being able to drain tank through some of the burst and the lockdown. As there's your equalizers. Sven already down to half HP. C9 trying to get away. World Ender coming out from Inspired. First Q hits the sweet spot, and C9 are all trying to flash out. Thanatos defensive Pathmaker wants to try to go all out, but instead he's buried in his own jungle. Lions see their moment and they pounce.
Sven, pretty big mistake, honestly. He ate 2 of the knockups in a row from Inspired as he was trying to get an auto down on the mid lane turret. That chunked him low, and that prompted the engage, because now he's losing 40% of his health. Equalizer gets dropped on his head. Even through the locket, you're too low to fight. Then as Inspired comes to the wall, he hits him with another knockup. So Sven did not participate in that fight whatsoever. He takes that damage. Thanatos pays the price for Sven's sins.
I have to say, this is looking like a good jungle Aatrox. There have been a lot of top lane champions that have got jungle adjustments to be able to be flexed into jungle. Aatrox originally had a mega power clear. It's still really good on the champion, but that doesn't necessarily mean your jungler is going to be able to hit sweet spot Qs and perform well in team fights and be able to navigate like a normal Aatrox player would. But Inspired, he plays all other lanes. He practices a lot of other champions and has been quite good navigating this Aatrox. And now it's a 2-item Aatrox. You're talking about the Sundered Sky durability that adds with a Sterix on top. He's a true juggernaut.
All right, APA. Can you get away from this one, because Saint is ready? All he's got to do is land the charm. The Annie ultimate doesn't do the job. Saint continues his dive forward, and Big Dokes has enough damage to finish it off. The summon Tibbers didn't hit Saint. It didn't get the stun, and Lion solo laners find their target.
Yeah, APA shortchanged that. I don't know if he was expecting that he would try to flash over it, or if it was an anticipation thing or what was going on there, but it looked like he just whiffed, and he did not go with the Incinerate, with that Q to guarantee the point-and-click stun. He went with the Tibbers right off the rip and just kind of dropped it early, maybe tried to use it as a bodyguard for charm or something like that. I'm not really sure, but either way, he does get taken out.
And we were talking earlier about how Lyon wasn't building the gold lead any further from their early one. Now they're up 4,000. Now Lion's looking strong.
Yeah, my initial guess was he's trying to block charm possibilities, but they just go right past it. He throws the Q through, and you can see him zigzagging the Tibbers back and forth here. But because Rumble has such a long range with ultimate, you can add that extra damage. Dokla throws down that on top of him. And APA, this is like the 3rd time he's jumped out of his seat, basically. After every time he gets killed here, you can tell the pressure is on.
I mean, I understand the thought process of using that to block it, but if you're going to flash anyway, you can just wait until he comes in range, Q stun him, guaranteed, then drop the Tibbers, and then if he goes for a charm flash, you still have your flash, right? So definitely misplayed there, definitely misplayed in the solo kill in level 1, and C9 set up this draft for the Annie. Lyon knew it, as you talked about a bunch, Kobe, that kept flashing the Annie, clearly expecting the pick, as it wasn't banned in Game 2, and they're just dealing with it.
This is a lesson. It's all fun and games when you're chatting in game, but you talked about APA was doing IRL trash talk to Saint before this game. It's coming back to bite him. Saint's revenge here. Ticks over to level 15 on the Ahri. It's almost a full level lead, and they've got the vision advantage again.
And you see the damage on Sven's health bar. It was about twice that from one pass through of the Infernum hitting a minion from Berserker's Aphelios. You guys were talking about that Infinity Edge, that fund earlier, Kobe. Well, guess what? The dividends have come home to the wallet. That wallet has exchanged it for a sword, and now he's got the Last Whisper in the inventory right next to it. This Aphelios is an absolute cannon for the next fight.
And he's already on to, you know, the, wait a second, teleport up to the top side. Are they going to get chased down on Dokla?
They're definitely looking for it. You got Blabber up here as well. Equalizer already dropped. APA backing away. Dokla just trying to buy as much time as he can. C9 does not want to overcommit resources here.
Ooh,
so you can see they don't spend the all-out or the Tibbers, and they get their kill.
Now, APA is recalling. He does have teleport, so they can try and force on this timer. There's no rumble. This is a big 4-on-5 power play from Cloud9.
And Saint has no teleport. Saint has to still walk all the way up here as Lyon try to contest. The Tibbers still waiting over the wall from APA, using that for a little bit of scouting. Saint still making his way up. He's just about arrived to the fight. Watch Inspired, goes into World Ender, trying to make the approach here. He's caught with a wild growth as the dredge line finds its way into the back line, but Berserker's already got the kill onto Vulcan. C9 push forward, shut down on Berserker. The Aphelios is into the picture, but so is APA. Saint is on the hunt. The Ahri is powerful, but Inspired
Hold the sidestep.
C9's looking for another one. Blabber might just fall. It's a double kill for Saints. Ahri, this man does not want to lose, and Lyon, although it cost them casualties, will stop the Baron and hold the line against C9.
Saint is just vicious on this Ahri, man. Another big game from him, and Lyon defend the Baron power play. That Cloud9 start with a very good pick for themselves.
Yeah, I really like this. They get that pick, and then they're utilizing the Tibbers to make sure that they have vision in that side brush. Inspire goes forward, and they just full send on him. They put all the damage down onto him. He has to flashback. Saint is getting a ton of damage out, though. Nails a charm. They get that first kill, and then it is Thanatos and Blabber flying into the back line to kill off the Aphelios. Saint gets a reset. Here, watch Blabber, the sidestep on the charm, I thought might have allowed him to win out on that duel, but the flashback to the second part of the Orb of Deception hits him, and the red buff burn takes him down. Saint is just playing these fights out beautifully.
That is twice now in this second game that Saint has repositioned his orb with a flash to guarantee that he gets an outplay.
And I want to point out, his autos are important too, and that last auto, just enough damage too to make sure that he's low enough. Like, he's not missing any of these opportunities to weave in damage. Berserker though, he was the focus. You know, Cloud9 deleted him in that fight. He knows they're coming for his head. They know they have to deal with that Aphelios. They're going to split Dragon for another Baron attempt here. They're going to put pressure and force Lyon to come answer.
I mean, I just think it's really smart. C9 has such a good turn. They're pulling him into these fights.
Vulcan waiting in the banana brush, seeing if there's an opportunity to land a hook and start a fight. Saint flying through the Hex Gate. APA is separated from the rest of the team. He's coming around for the Tibbers. They find a lot of burst on the Berserker, but he isn't dead here just yet. Now he is. APA with a kill. Sven is also dropped to the backside of the fight, though. Lyon's still ready to turn it. Dokla's low, but he is not dead. Vulcan falls next, and Blabber dies too. A double kill of a Saint. Thanatos stands alone, but he will not stand long. 5 for 1. Ace for Lyon.
Cloud9 might have taken out Berserker, but at what cost? Look at the replay. They go for him again. The former Cloud9 AD carry is getting the C9 special treatment in these team fights. Annihilated, but then look at the work the rest of the team can do while all the focus is on him. They've got multiple threats. Inspired here, doing so much damage while everybody else is focused elsewhere. And Saint, again, on this Ahri. Reset after reset after reset.
And critically in that fight, Sven had no sum, so they full send it. The coordination was really good. You turn off the lights, so Berserker never sees any coming, right? You know, you get in there with the stun, but Isles was so quick. Mikhail's the stun, Wild Growth, Shield, everything in on him, and Sven on the other side is just dying to the Aatrox. So once Sven falls, even though you kill Berserker, the Lyon comp has way more sustained damage, and he's all upfront burst.
Do we got Saint in our league or Knight here? We got to upgrade Medjai's Soul Stealer for this guy. Respect Saint's Ahri, man. This is crazy. He's got the Zonias on top of it for the extra safety. So this is a very good Medjai's angle. 605. They're going for some extra damage here onto Thanatos.
Yep, they'll lock him down on top of the equalizer there with the Gravitum. Overheated Flame Spitter is more than enough DPS. Thanatos falls. That is by far the most durable member of the C9 squad. Lyon with their Baron for the next 2 minutes, with Thanatos dead for the next 45 seconds. They have every opportunity they want on Summoner's Rift to do whatever they want. They're going to push bottom with the large group. Saint Split pushing over in the mid lane. Vulcan dredge lines a minion and needs to immediately hoof it right back to the safety of the base. Lion's pressure continues.
Well, they want to even up the series, Flowers. That's what they want. And the siege here, as you say, with these baroned up cannon minions, look at them destroying the tower. Saint in mid lane, whacking this one down. Bot side has a little bit of a window here where you get rotation over from Sven and Vulcan, but that's just going to delay it. The buffed up cannons here will finish the job. One more shot. Mid lane is wide open.
Man, oh man, this game from the very beginning has been about two things: Cloud9 miscommunication and Saint. Those are the two biggest factors so far in this one, it has to feel like. And the mid laner for Lyon is up to a nearly 4,000 gold lead over his individual counterpart. This is just an Ahri masterclass from him.
Yeah, I mean, this whole game has been about Saint. He starts out with the solo kill onto APA, diving under his tower, and then because of his solo kill, the follow-up play on jungle meant that was their whole early game from Lyon, was built off of Saint winning mid lane and then playing with Inspired.
It's going to be really tough now. Cloud9, only chance is trying to get just an instant deletion on one of these carries and hope that you can protect Sven and win the fight after that. Berserker has no flash for a little bit, but it's going to be back soon, and that's kind of the opportunity that they would have to try to capitalize on, but all of Lyon is around him. Saint is the only one splitting, and Saint has so much mobility. The Verdant Barrier, the Zhonya's the flash. There's just no way you're going to be able to one-shot Saint.
Yeah, he's going in after APA, looking for the solo kill here, but now has to flash back as Blabber reinforces with the Paranoia. But that's one of C9's most powerful tools, most powerful ultimates, used just to save APA from Saint, who still has 2/3 of his health bar, who's still applying pressure in the mid lane, while the rest of Lyon pushes up top.
Okay, luckily for Cloud9, no more Baron buff though, so C9 keeping up the defenses, and they're actually not going to lose anything else in the base.
Yeah, APA even committed the teleport there just to try to come from a little bit of an unpredictable angle. It was spotted though, and Saint just backed off. He TP'd kind of to the side of his base, but that ward in the brush right there, that one actually spotted him. So wasn't actually able to get anything from that teleport.
All right. Cloud9 have been able to keep their base alive, but it's a 10,000 gold lead. So objective bounties are on for C9. If they can get a miracle pick, if they can assassinate someone very quickly, then maybe they can get a lot of comeback gold. But Lyon in this commanding position, all you have to do is move in safely from 2 lanes, get your ward set up, and there won't be an angle for Cloud9 to surprise you. They're doing just that now, warding up this jungle that is going to lead to the Dragon in a minute and a half.
Man, I got some bad news for you if you want C9 to get a quick, clean burst onto somebody on Lyon. Both solo laners have a stasis. Inspired now has Spirit Visage to amplify the healing of his Aatrox. Berserker just purchased Guardian Angel. And by the way, Lulu's on the team with the Mikhails. Bursting somebody down on this squad right now is next to impossible. C9 not only needs to execute perfectly, but Lyon's got to make mistakes.
Now, if I'm on C9, this is where I hit my team with the cope. Saint's full build, he can't get stronger. He's already level 18. There's no more room for items.
Into the what about already, huh?
Oh yeah,
just a big old
when you're
whip.
down
Okay.
10K, you're grasping for straws.
Well, I don't even think the straws are on C9's side at this point, because Lyon is just in total dominance of this second game. 45 seconds until that next Drake spawns. It will not be Soul, considering we are split even 2-2, but I don't really see a world where Cloud9 wants to take a fight in open neutral territory with a 10,000 gold deficit to try to take a third Hex Drake.
So we do have, I mean, we had the split push up on top side from Blabber here. I wonder what he was getting the last of his money for. Okay, he's got his 3-item power spike. He's got a Guardian Angel for himself. You want to get as powerful as possible for the next setup, but again, there's summoner spells on most people. Saint doesn't have flash, so maybe there's that.
I think for sure you just give this, just keep farming, hope that they make a mistake. The longer the game goes, the more explosive the fights can get. I mean, yes, obviously Lyon is massively ahead, but one pick can really change things. And despite the fact that they are far down, once APA has his death gap, that's going to be a big injection of damage. Sven is on 4.5 completed items. He is going to hit hard.
But the dragon you can give, I'm down. But Baron, that's where we got to send it.
All right, that's where we're drawing the line in the sand?
And it's right here. So
okay.
Guardian Angel completed for Blabber. Well, the death cap's still not completed for APA, though.
100 gold is what he needs.
Okay, he's back now.
All right. He recalled, he bought the hat. Now he's coming back towards the fight, but remember, he doesn't have a TP, so he's got to walk all the way up here, but it looks like Lyon is not going to immediately just rush the Baron. C9, they know the area is pretty dark. They need to be careful, and Vulcan was not careful enough. Saint with the charm locks up the Nautilus, but they don't quite find the kill. Paranoia used defensively once more as Dokla looks for the equalizer and slows down C9's retreat. Now APA has to flash away just to barely stay alive, but Sven is already down. Vulcan's gonna follow. C9 only 3 alive, and Lyon want the rest of them. Dokla's dealing with Blabber. That Nocturne is nowhere near strong enough to do anything here. Berserker will snipe him down as APA can't escape the infernal chains, and Inspired drags him straight to hell. C9 lose everybody except for Thanatos, and Lyon are barreling down mid lane.
They strike back with a huge gold lead here. 12,000. Lyon are going to push us to 1-1 Flowers.
Thanatos will try to just make a little space, but that Pathmaker is not making much. The ace goes over to Berserker. Lyon bounce back in game number 2. The finals for lock-in are delivering, and we're gonna have our series all tied up 1-1.
And Saint in all chat hits APA with easy. How can you get solo killed in this matchup as the Nexus is exploding? So Saint taking an exception to APA's trash talk a little bit there. It is getting fiery, but you can't deny it. This game was mid-gap.
Also, Saint is typing in all caps here, buddy.
He's fired up.
He also held that in all game long, waiting till the very end.
Saint's fired up. I'm fired up. Lounge, are you fired up?
Hell yeah, Saint is fired up. And
yeah.
trash talking back to APA. Is this the secret?
This is the meta.
I mean, also, I think the secret is not playing Annie if you're on Inspired's team.
Ooh,
so he
yeah.
survived the Annie test. It's not the canary in the coal mine, but that was, I mean, Emily, you have the mid 2v2 that broke this game open between Saint and APA.
Yeah, and I'm going to talk about the setup that we got to get here too, because importantly, you'll see this ward that was actually placed by APA, and APA and Blabber, we talk about how they like to work together for these early plays. They're going to be looking for a play on Inspired because of this ward that was actually set up previously by Mr. Thanatos here, because he had pushed the wave all the way to here and was dirty farming at this point. Also, as we already noted, APA did get killed once after Saint immediately killed him on the back. So now we look at the setup play. Blabber's already waiting here. They have the ward that APA placed there. APA is going to rotate up, but as is Saint. And the most important thing is the charm that Saint hits on the back half of this that basically kills Blabber. Because they're so forward in this, there we go. There's the charm. He gets charmed up, immediately dies. And this starts the jungle invade apocalypse from Inspired. He goes down to invade the bot side. When Rumble pushes in, he actually chases Blabber out of the top side jungle, and Inspired's able to get the blue. And Blabber was miserable. Like, could not play this early game out at all.
And we have the all chat. We can pull this up as well. What
were they saying at the end?
At the end of the game. I know the casters told us. We just need to confirm. All cats.
How can you get solo kill?
He's angry.
Saint's back.
He's back.
Yeah,
He's back
called a freak earlier on in the season. He wants to type back.
I mean, yeah, if anybody's going to do it, it's Saint. And I'm a convert now. Raz, you've been trying to convert people to El Santo.
Yes.
There we go. I'm now a convert. I have officially joined the church. And sorry, Stacy, I know that APA's mom is probably listening to this. I think Saint just ran APA this entire game. That was crazy. And if Saint's able to do that for the rest of the series, like, I'm already wrong on the prediction with the 3-0. I was trying to reverse curse because I wanted a 5-game series. Now I think we're actually going to have a close series.
It's not because you're wrong. Player of the game. Player of the game, of course, is Saint for this one. He ends up picking it up. I'm interested to see what the fans' predictions are, or at least their view on player of the game. He completely ran this one, and I think what he was able to do, to Emily's point, turned into a massive jungle advantage because Inspired is able to just basically camp in the enemy red side jungle, then just do his full clear. It was like a 2-level advantage at one point in the jungle. Yeah. It was pretty ridiculous, and yes, 92%.
Wow! I think I feel like that's the highest one I've ever seen.
Yeah. It's a bit of a mid cap, and we need to touch back on the jungle duo as well because this did end up mid jungle. Blabber and APA do work together. They did not work well together this game, though, because they planned
they were
that invade.
on the same page.
They planned the invade that ended up throwing the game away. But Inspired, when he's been in the LCS, this is the craziest thing. No matter who his teammates are, even though some of them are short-lived, he wins. He just wins. So in these 9 tournaments that he's been in, he's won 5 of them, and trying to make it a 60% tournament win rate in North America.
Crazy.
Which is incredible. And everyone on our desk thought this was going to be a Team Liquid or a C9 split. But with how much Inspired and Lyon have been scaling up and how locked in they seem and on the same page they seem, it could be anyone's game. Inspired could do it again.
All I know is that we're in for a treat because we have a series. It's not going to be a sweep. Lyon tie it up 1-1. We're headed to break before Game 3. But first, here's a look at the exciting new content coming to League in X2 of Season 1.
A symphony of justice. Demacia must lead by example.
They are nothing before me.
The fall inevitable.
Try to keep up. Every death is a sacrifice.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dove can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Holy smokes! You don't look so good, boss.
Tell me about it. It's a real inferno down here, and I'm burnt out.
Here, try a Red Bull. It's devilishly good.
Red Bull? Oh, that tastes heavenly. Wait a minute. What's this?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Wings? Wings? I can't have wings. Not in my position.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS. We got some VIPs in the house here watching as this is our lock-in finals, a best-of-5 between Lyon and C9. The first game was so close, down to a razor's edge. The second game, everything was built off of Saint and Inspired. Saint in particular looking like an absolute monster on his signature Ahri pick, and Lyon have tied up the series.
You could also say it was built off the blood of APA because Saint was out for blood and he got it, going solo kills, carrying these team fights. I mean, the Ahri pick is really, really big for him, so we'll see about this next draft as we get further into it. Remember, they opted to ban the Taliyah instead of try and get it in the draft in some way for Fearless. So you still have to respect the Ziggs and the Taliyah for sure. You know, two of the most fearsome weapons for APA for a possible like clapback game for him are still on the board. And they have shown from the side of Lyon that they are targeting him and will continue to throw those. But they start out with an Anivia ban, which makes me think they want the Rise. Yeah. And they're putting more pressure, at the very least, threatening, hey, if you leave this open, then we will go Rise. So now there's more pressure on you to deal with multiple picks.
And I'm just excited to see how this mid lane will evolve, right? Because there has been some trash talk back and forth in both of the games, and the one at the end of the last game from Saint felt like it had a little bit of heat behind it. You know, felt like there was a little bit of frustration getting released there, and it's going to make it that much more intense when both these players really want to win.
All right, looking at bans, things are a little bit different, but also still kind of the same. The Pantheon and Varus both remain banned out, but on the C9 side, they're first banning Anivia next to Illusion.
Yeah, as we said, now you have to choose, you know, because there's Rise Taliyah. So you can just do that sort of option on this side. And it looks like they're going to try for the 2-for-1. We'll see if the third ban comes through as a different counter pick.
They want to play Ziggs. They want to play Ziggs because Ziggs is not banned. And so they're saying, if you leave Ziggs up, we're banning LeBlanc. That is the traditional counter.
Yep.
Ahri is already gone as well.
Ain't no way they're going to leave Ziggs up, though.
Well, yeah, with the LeBlanc ban, you have to ban it. I think it is kind of a nice little back and forth there.
This also does mean that the Taliyah, is definitely still open. C9 have first pick. They can lock that for APA if that's the play and get him on one of those champions that we know he can perform on, that we've seen him do it time and time again.
A lot of these AD junglers are up as pairings too. You could always go Taliyah Vi. Obviously, if you lock Taliyah, Vi could be taken away, but then you still have things like Jarvan or Wukong, which are decent setup for it as well. So I do expect them to just go Taliyah. I mean, let's be honest, it's one of APA's best champs, if not his best champ. So I think, you know, regardless of how you feel the matchup goes, APA is going to be very comfortable on the Taliyah.
And then should be Rise from the side of Saint here, seeing that, and just go for the trade. But you don't necessarily need to do that early. Try and grab your pick of the junglers, the AD junglers that are getting a little bit, focused here. As you said, there's some pretty good options.
Yeah.
And bot lane priority. Okay, Ashe Seraphine possibilities early on. I love this lane right now, so definitely would not be mad if they slam an Ashe Seraphine lane early.
Yeah, I feel like you probably go Ashe Vi would be my expectation, unless they're really not worried about it, but that is kind of that traditional combo here that is up and available. Obviously, Pantheon has been banned out. Jarvan is kind of less consistent than the Vi as far as that Vi Taliyah combo. So I would have expected that, but they're going to go with Seraphine instead. So they're clearly not worried about the Vi. They're saying, you know what, you can take it. And Vi has not been that effective, to be honest, when it has been coming out in the LCS.
Ashe Seraphine, certainly a nightmare of a duo to have to go against. The way that the champions complement one another with Ashe, setting up Seraphine to get her roots, to get her lockdown. It can be very oppressive.
Yeah, it is oppressive for your jungler as well. And that's one of the reasons you're not as worried about it, because not only are you a strong lane, your bot lane can get pushed in most lanes, but you also hawk shot to keep track of the Vi. And so you're constantly spotting Blabber, and you give Inspired that extra information. Inspired always picks and grabs a couple camps here and there and tries to work his way into a lead that way. Now for the bottom lane for Cloud9 though, do you throw Vulcan on Engage Champ and go to kill the Seraphine? Because that can be the angle. When you see Ashe Seraphines, teams could be like, you know what, we're not taking any more of this garbage, and they're going to try and go for kill lane themselves.
Let's see what they're going to go for here. Are they going to go with the standard rise? No, instead it's going to be the Aurora. So a more aggressive option. Of course, this could be flexed up towards top lane too. I'm here for the vibes too. The vibes have been good today. The vibes have been
fantastic so far. Crowd's good, games are good, series has been good. We're having a good time.
I do think I'm expecting the Blitzcrank ban. That is kind of that traditional counter to some of these enchanters, specifically the Seraphine.
Those are the kill lanes.
It is high risk to be willing to play that, but Vulcan also really good on the Bard, which is a strong laner and something that does have engage against the Ashe that has no dash, so they are going to ban that out. I think that makes a lot of sense. And then the question is just, are you worried about the Blitz or not? Because Blitz is high risk, high reward. It can either look amazing or completely useless.
It's interesting because, you know, the Bard ultimate really flexible too. It could have been used on their side as well, but let's see. I'm just assuming the Aurora is going to go into wherever, you know, top lane here for the Renekton, because that's a really good matchup for the Aurora. And so I'm assuming they're still looking at the mid lane, and they're just going to let Rise go for now. As Cloud9, not too worried about it. I guess he would be running a lot of Merc Tread value then, because Ashe stun, you know, Seraphine, so much Merc Tread value into double AP solo lanes. It is right now that value is already high, so maybe they're not too worried about it.
Well, since C9 was able to secure their Vi combo with the Taliyah in the first half of the draft, and Lions still don't have a jungler, C9 are looking at that Wukong. You mentioned it earlier, Azael, if the Vi did get stolen away, you would still have some powerful AD options like the Wukong and the Jarvan available to pair with the Taliyah afterwards. We'll see if the Jarvan ends up being the second one. No, instead, they're going to ban out that Yone that was hovered a little bit earlier by Lion.
I do wonder if C9 would go towards a Lucian lane, you know, go for some laning power here, try to...
Well, they banned out.
Lucian? Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Of course, yeah, it was banned out early in the first phase. So I'm trying to think what Sven would actually be playing towards here then, because most of his picks are already gone. The only thing that hasn't been banned or played already that he has still played is the Sivir. You can go towards obviously like Jhin and things like that, but Jhin to me has just been so weak, and is especially weak into enchanters who can absorb a lot of that damage and kind of reduce the kill threat there with the Curtain Call. Obviously gets more and more damage because it has that execute the lower you get, and shields kind of negate so much of that.
Man, the healing and shielding on this Lion squad is crazy. Getting Trundle on the front line as well with pillars to be able to create some more terrain for the battlefield.
Are they going to cook? Oh, they're going to go mage bot here. This is really cool. So this is terrorizing solo queue. Is people are playing a lot of Mel bot in solo queue and Mel plus enchanters. They're doing ASOL plus enchanters. Basically, control mage plus enchanter bot is really, really abusive. The amount of poke you can land is very difficult to deal with for these AD carries. So you are playing heavily to dominate in that 2v2. And it's new season, you can't lane swap away from it.
And it's new Mel, so it's really good with the Nami because you can get the slow to make it more damage off of your Q, where they made it harder to hit all of the parts of your Q, but they up the damage of it. So if the enemy is slowed and it's easier to hit all of it, they're gonna get you know, a lot of value there, a lot of damage. So that is gonna be dangerous as far as the bottom lane goes. We've got a lot of weapons down there. I definitely foresee some roams, some intervention as well. And we rounded out with the Zehen top for Dokla over here. Again, when you have Ashe Seraphine, your bruisers will thrive. If you can just clump up into this ball comp, then you're kind of a death ball here with Zehen and Trundle on the front line, Ashe Seraphine on the back with all the utility there. So Lion here definitely have a very dangerous mid game.
And Lion have great setup for the engages. You throw down a Trundle Pillar, it becomes very hard to actually dodge out from the Crystal Arrow, from the Encore, from the Aurora follow-up there. A lot of tools, but of course you have to remember, Mel can, you know, reflect an arrow. You know, you can reflect some of these abilities back. So we'll see how it is going to work out. Don't see a lot of mages in pro these days, but it's something you see a ton of in solo queue. So I'm excited to see how Sven and Vulcan can pilot this 2v2.
Yeah, see how well they can chain their CC as well. There's huge CC setups from both sides, so that's why I expect some roams, you know, some jungler attention, maybe some mid laners down there even. Because if one of those squishy champs gets hit with some CC, they will chain it.
All right, time for game number 3 here of this series. If you're a Cloud9 fan in the audience, you got to be hoping that they're more aligned here in the early game. Game number 2 had a lot of mistakes with the C9 decision-making, as now Saint walks a little bit close to Sven and APA there, does take a chunk of damage. Tough stuff.
Yep, and Blabber looking to reclaim his throne. You know, these are some of his accolades. He had been pretty much unanimously the best jungler in the LCS for a long time, but over the years, some more junglers came in and started to either compete with him or, in some cases, eclipse him. Nowadays, people have talked a lot more about Inspired as that unanimous top of the table, and Inspired on this invade trying to push him out, and Blabber really wants to reclaim that #1 spot, but to do it, you gotta get through Inspired.
And that's difficult, especially when Inspired picks Trundle into your Vi and goes into your invade. He has won 6-1 in the head-to-head best of 5 wins. And he's starting this one out with abusing that Trundle power, walking into him and splitting the map.
All right, as we're getting things started here in the jungle, we've got Kangas standing by for an interview with Rainover.
All right, Rainover, very late pick Mel there. What was your message to the team after seeing this pivot in the bot lane?
I mean, honestly, the Mel pick is not as familiar. I think we've faced once in Scrim, and then we did like kind of struggled in lane. So we'll see. But I think Ice Surfing should be still fine. And just about the game, like they're playing like Vi, Talia, so their playmaking is very strong. But our engage is kind of low, but our team fight is very strong. So we should just keep being able to keep fighting around the objective as much as possible.
All right, keep focused on the objectives. Now, you've had a couple series in a row now, the lower gauntlet run here in the lower bracket. Do you see it as a buff that you got to play 2 series ahead of this this big Sunday's final?
Yeah, I mean, I think lower bracket actually, I mean, I think I've won most of the, like when I won the split, I think most of the time it was just lower bracket run. I think the good part about it is you just get more experience, you just get your momentum going on, like flow going on, and then you just play more game, you get used to the stage match, your ring condition with the comp you're playing is getting more clear and clear, you know, you problem solve, so I think it's pretty good, yeah.
Any more ranged top laners for Dokla, huh?
We'll see.
We'll see. All right, thank you so much. Back to the casters.
Looks like Blabber kind of made the wrong read here. He was assuming that Inspired would have gone down towards his bot, crossed there to try to defend, and now it's a red buff on Inspired, and Blabber, he might just get chased down.
Yeah, Inspired is after him, and you do not beat Trundle in a duel like this. The Vault Breaker is interrupted, and this one's going to be donated over to Saints Aurora so that he gets a blue buff on top of it. Disaster in the early game for Blabber.
And again, Inspired does this to so many junglers where he tries to remove their options and wait a second, the bottom side lane on the chase down here.
There's a lot of damage on Vulcan, still has 200 HP left, so he will be able to get away for now. The volley tags him again, brings him down to 100. So Lyon not only getting that first blood, getting the extra money in the blue buff onto Saints Aurora, but also winning out in the 2v2 bottom with the power of the Ashe Seraphine.
I mean, it's just so brutal for Blabber. That's back-to-back games. It happened in the Nocturne game as well, you know, losing that 2v2 and then Inspired is in your jungle the whole game. The same thing is going to be true now. He gets level 1 invaded, pushed off, and I have to assume Blabber's read was he was going to go red to red and defend the bot side. So he's saying, okay, you're going to expect me to go to red, so you're going to go to red, so I'm going to go to your blue and do those camps instead. But unfortunately for him, that's not where Inspired went, and he ends up face-checking, giving over first blood, not to Inspired, but to Saint, which is even worse. So that's a brutal start for Blabber back-to-back.
Especially after Saint had such a killer game on Ahri last game. We heard Rainover talking about momentum, talking about getting in your flow, and I feel like Saint is in that flow state right now.
Also, I just went back, and when Blabber crossed over mid, at 2 minutes and around 25 seconds, there is a tiny split second where the minion moving up does see vision of him, and there are 2 blue pings from Lyon. So they also see him on the cross as well. And we have seen a lot of these games with the early jungle going one way, just snowballing out of control in the current season, in the current meta. And especially with a Trundle here in the hands of Inspired, looks quite nice. I will say as well, though, I want to touch on the bottom lane as well after your point, Flowers.
Well, I was just going to say, yeah, you're talking about the jungle domination determining the entire outcome of the game. That's what Blabber did to Griffin all the time in their FlyQuest games. He was the one on the giving end of the jungle punishment, and now the receiving end is not nearly as much fun, Mr. Kobe.
It's not fun at all. No. The other thing I was going to say for the bottom lane is the Mel reflects, you know, there's a lot of talk about the lane, but for later on, the ultimates, like Seraphine ult getting reflected into your team just destroys your whole team. So you have to be very careful.
All right, we'll see how well those rebuttals can be timed by Sven here in the bottom lane. 1,000 gold lead for Lyon early, mostly, once again, on Saint and Inspired. You can see Blabber is a full 3 camps behind in his jungle clears because of the fact that everything got disrupted so badly. As Saint goes in between worlds, APA only level 5 here on the Taliyah, trying to get away, but the twofold Hex comes right on back, and Saint finds a solo kill on APA for the 2nd game in a row.
Had the experience advantage, you know, because of that kill that he got. He had the blue buff, he gets the XP advantage, hits level 6, immediately goes for it and kills off APA. And this is feeling suspiciously like the last game. Mid and jungle out to a roaring start here for Lyon. They're going to be able to grab the dragon as well. And such confident movement here, you know, from their bot lane as well. But, I mean, this is APA trying to interrupt the recall. Saint just goes in, and the flash was on nothing. I mean, he didn't actually avoid anything at all. The weirding hit, the twofold hex hit.
GG, no flash.
GG and no flash gets the guy. I mean, yeah, he's level 6. Good burst damage here from Saint. And as you say, no flash.
That is tough, man. Flashing away when the twofold Hex has already tagged you. You're going to take the return damage. You're avoiding absolutely nothing. And now that summoner spell is down. Remember, this is Taliyah. She doesn't have mobility in the kit except for the long-range Weaver's Wall, which you're not going to use right there in combat to escape in the moment. So he's really vulnerable now.
I mean, it just seems like panic moments, honestly, in back-to-back games here from APA. You know, not mistakes that you would necessarily expect him to make. Once you're hit by the twofold Hex, you have to flash the weirding, right? You have to flash the E. That is the thing that matters. You can't avoid the pullback. So, you know, flashing after you've been hit before the weirding has been used is just a big mistake. And that is back-to-back games. He gets solo killed. This one obviously was made harder because Blabber had already died to him, and that gave Saint the XP and the gold advantage. But still, just not acceptable deaths at this level if you want to be the champion at the end of the day.
Mid jungle is having so much impact in this series. Remember, even back to game number 1 that was so close for so long, that Baron fight that ended up pulling things into the favor of C9. It was Blabber winning the Smite fight. It was APA living with 5% HP and then still contributing afterwards. So C9 coming out on top there, but then Lyon dominating in game 2, and now it's looking like Lyon's off to a strong early start here again in the 3rd one.
I will say, though, quietly, look at the lead in top lane that Thanatos has opened up. He is up 25 CS right now, 24 CS in that top lane in an isolated 1v1. He has been giving Dokla the business so far, so it's going to have to be a big performance from Thanatos if he wants to win this game, right? You know, he has a big individual lead, and he's the only one that's doing well.
And guess what? It is hard for Renekton to win games versus Ashe Seraphine comps. So this death ball that Lyon have constructed, you're probably, if you're the one super far ahead, you're probably going to Trundle ult on your head, and then the enemy team's got these Seraphine shields and all the stuff you have to get through, all the CC. So we'll see if Inspired uses it on Thanatos or uses it on Blabber, probably whoever dives deeper.
And you can see Dokla realizes, you know what? I'm losing, but who cares? The rest of the team is doing well. I just need to survive. So he's going early Bramble. He's saying, yeah, I'm not going to contest you 1v1. I'm playing for minions. I'm playing for experience. And I'm playing for my mid jungle and my bot to carry me because all of them are winning.
And he's playing for jungle right now because he went to go chase the Vi off those grubs. Uses his little time from top lane to make Blabber scurry away.
I think the movement has been really impressive from Berserker and Isles. When you play against these double mage bots, if they are hitting everything, it is so oppressive, and you start getting whittled down more and more. You stop not being able to contest. Berserker's just been positioning so aggressively. He's always standing in the face of Sven. He's dodging out these skill shots that are much more slow-moving after the changes, after that rework to this champion. So Berserker playing confidently, and every time you miss one of those skill shots, Ashe can step forward and trade auto attacks with you, and that is going to be in her favor.
And they've just been pushing the lane here. Priority on the bottom side. So thank you for the picture-in-picture. Blabber goes back afterwards after Dokla has to go answer the wave under his tower. And they will at least get their grubs finished.
Yes, but Kobe, you and I are both of the same belief system that the grubs are a consolation prize at best. So C9 will get that, but you do have to have some pressure on some turrets to get any value out of the extra damage to them.
I thought you were going to say something different because you're both also of the opinion that the grubs are ugly.
Well, yes, the Grubs
they're
are
bad
ugly,
and
but that's
ugly,
just-
and they should feel bad too.
Yeah.
I'm on the side of they're ugly cute. They're funny looking.
No, they're just ugly.
Like a pug. They're the pugs of League of Legends.
No, pugs are fine. Pugs are good dogs. Grubs are ugly dogs.
The producers have let me know that the control room agrees with me.
No, okay,
so
well, that's fine.
Is the crowd fans of the Grubs? Are the Grubs cute?
Thank you, crowd.
Sounded like the Grubs are cute, Flowers.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. You guys are just finding out you're the weirdos. How you like them apples?
Shocking discovery, but you know what?
Yeah. Calling the Grubs ugly, that means you have an ugly personality.
Oh, man. Okay. All right. Mr. Turk immediately.
Well, now
like,
he's just being mean.
Well, hey.
I'm letting it go to my head. I take it back.
You know what that's really good at? That's good for killing ugly grubs. But
Now
there's none
Flowers
left on
is
the
sad.
map.
Look what you did.
There's none left on the map. No grubs to kill, whether they're cute or ugly or whatever. But here in 20 seconds, we are going to have our second Drake of the game. There's a replay of them.
Is it?
Just give them a little scratch on the head, you know?
Got like big purple pimples on their back and like the spike. I don't know. Their teeth are sideways.
We got a little hawk shot.
Like I said, the pugs of the rift.
Berserker was in that replay. There you go. Get the little hawk shot in there. Keep the vision. Regardless, inspired bottom side. Got the crab on bottom side as well. Dragon immediately started up. And let's see if they can transition over. I mean, your mid lane priority is huge here with Saint once again pushing the wave and slooping into this line brush on the Aurora. But with the Thanatos teleport, they say, okay, you're teleporting Thanatos down here. I guess you want the dragon. Fair enough. You can have it.
Yep, there's the... Hey, at least they're getting some leverage out of this Renekton that's been hard winning his lane, right? Even though he will have more difficulty later on in the game, fighting into the Ashe Seraphine, dealing with the Trundle stat debuffing like we were talking about, he can still come down here and kind of flex those alligator muscles a little right now as Sven has to flash away from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
He did not have his Reflect up and available, so had to flash there. Used it on an earlier little trade with Isles. Also worth noting, not only did Thanatos TP down, but because he was winning that lane so hard, he was able to push out the wave, clear out the next one, TP down. He didn't really lose anything. Often on these plays, it can be so expensive these days because the crystalline growth stacks up that sometimes you TP down for a dragon, you lose multiple plates, and it doesn't feel worth it at all. In this case, he basically lost nothing.
And I'm glad that you bring up the fact that the Mel rebuttal wasn't available. It does have one of the longest cooldowns for a basic ability in the game. 35 is the base cooldown at rank 1. It's really, really tough if you can end up, 26 at 25.93. That was I don't know if you guessed that or if you had looked at it beforehand, but I'm going to assume that you guessed it because that's a really, really good guess.
Thank you, Flowers.
He's just going to nod.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, I think you got it figured out, as it looks like Thanatos has Lyon figured out here, tries to turn the burst back around onto Saint, but no, they brought Inspired and Saint together. Although the play almost went sideways, Lyon still gets their man.
Good try there from Thanatos. You know, the flash forward, the stun onto Saint. When he went between worlds there, threw down the ulti, it didn't quite clip Thanatos, so it didn't have that damage. He had to kind of commit forward to get that kill and almost turned around on him. But again, this is the knock-on effects of that early laning going the way of Saint, because traditionally you think of Talia as the one that's going to be getting out of that mid lane, you know, using the Weaver's Wall to assist these side lanes. But now the one advantage for C9 has been effectively cut in half because Dokla was the one who got a kill up there.
Yeah, that's tough for C9 as this early game continues to be rough water. The Dragons are at least tied thanks to Thanatos' presence at the previous one, so it's not like Lyon are just stacking up a ton of pressure around an early Drake Soul. Remember that is what we heard Rainover say in Kangas's interview. Their team, they're kind of afraid of the playmaking of C9, but they have really strong team fights and they want to fight around objectives. So C9 at least getting that early Drake to shut some of that down as Saint goes forward again, just looking for this powerful burst against APA.
But I mean, if you told me that you were going to pick Vi and you hadn't pressed R by 14 minutes, I would tell you to not play Vi. So, you know, that is
character.
Exactly.
Reconsider your life choices.
Exactly. It's like the game has just gone so bad for them so early that Vi has been tracked everywhere. Blabber and APA went into recovery mode very quickly, so they haven't been able to utilize the whole point of picking these two champions, which is this combo. Guaranteed point and click CC into the seismic shove, trying to 100 to 0 people.
Yeah, I mean, if you also told me you're going to pick Talia and you're going to get solo killed at level 6 and then you're going to flash and then...
Hey, it was level 5.
I would also tell you don't do that.
It was Saints level 6.
Yeah,
with the problem.
Exactly.
So we still, we have not seen Weaver's Walls. We have not seen Vi combos. We have not seen C9 find any of this playmaking that they're supposed to be drafting for.
as Blabber is down in the Dragon Pit, but there's no dragons.
And it is crazy for people who have been following the whole lock-in tournament as Big Doke's up here.
Yeah, Grim Deliverance looking to set this up. Dokla wants to go all the way underneath. It's already flashes in. He's got the determination stacked all the way up, so he'll resurrect afterwards. And Big Dokes gets the big solo kill.
Yeah, he's putting that money to work. Trinity Force done. Yes, time to go all in.
I mean, Thanatos had this massive early lead, goes for the quick clips, but then he gets 3-man dove. That gold goes to Dokla. Dokla gets to complete his much more powerful, much more expensive Triforce. And now the shoe is on the other foot. Everywhere they are losing. Lyon starting to really run away with this one. C9 need to make some plays. They got to do something because they are just bleeding out across the map.
I think that shoe is being applied to Thanatos' butt right about now. He has had enough of this early lane bullying, and Dokla now has an individual 259 gold bounty on his head. Lyon is up 2,000 gold as a team. There's a lot of vision control around this bottom side river, though, for C9. They're looking at the next Drake. It's spawning in under 45 seconds. Here's Dokla in Swiss and playoffs. We've been talking about Saint leveling up as an individual between those times. Dokla is only getting stronger.
He has been looking really good individually, bringing out a ton of cool picks that even though they haven't come out now in this series, it's things that are in the back of your mind, right? You have to consider that in the draft. It makes it more difficult. My only question is, why was he looking so happy on the left there when he was down 700 gold?
Because he knew he was about to have a glow up.
Oh. It's the character building.
Yeah, he was looking forward to the future.
Love me a top laner that will play weak side tanks and with a smile on their face. Honestly, though, the glow up from Lyon as a team, here we go.
Hold on, though. APA and Blabber finally finding their chance to make a play, and the shutdown on Saint is exactly what the doctor ordered for Cloud9.
There's your Vi and Talia that you ordered in Champion Select. Vi ult used, and Aurora killed. Perfect time in there for Cloud9. They get in, they've got the vision set up, they have the people in the place ahead of the objective, and they make it count.
How Dokla here. Shout out to the signs. The vlogs at Worlds were fire, I'm not gonna lie.
No, that was some of my favorite stuff from Worlds this past year. But now Lyon still with a 1,500 gold lead, thinking about invading the enemy jungle. They've got Inspired with the bot lane duo. So much lockdown, so much pressure. Dokla is going to take out the tier 1 turret here in the top lane at the same time. Thanatos 0-2 on the Renekton. Yeah, he has Eclipse, but he's still not feeling super strong against a Lyon team that's looking to make moves.
And guess what? Even though you...
even though... guess.
All right, guess. What's my point gonna be?
He's calling your bluff, buddy.
Yeah.
Dokla's scaling. He's looking really strong.
Nope. You're going to be playing into a team comp with the Seraphine healing and shielding we talked about, buffing up bruisers, against a Spirit Vision's second item Trundle. The healing is insane on this front line, so the Death Ball comp is going to form a ball of death very soon. And like, how are you ever going to kill Inspired now? The healing is going to be out of control on this champion. So it's one of those situations where, like, do we even get heal cutting, or do we, like, can we burst anybody? Do we try and play side lanes? With our, Talia and our Vi, maybe we like pick people off instead.
Yeah. It's kind of a similar situation to last game where you end up in this spot where, okay, you have to dive on Berserker and kill him, but then you realize Inspired is who you're fighting through, Dokla is who you're fighting through. They have such high consistent DPS. If you're trying to walk past the Zehen and the Trundle, it is not a winning proposition.
Yeah. And one of our chat messages that popped up, Yozu saying double bot lane Mage mentioned. That's one of the challenger players at the start of the year when all the pros were doing their race to the top of the ladder. Yozu and Cupid were a challenger duo who were constantly playing double Mage bot, and now we'll see if Sven and Vulcan can survive the aggro from Lyon here in the mid lane. APA rides in, and Sven gets the execute on Berserker. The power of the meld right there. He gets enough stacks for that ultimate to claim the kill.
Golden Eclipse, able to knock him down. It did not look powerful for a long time, but he hit that one thing. Nice reflect.
With a nice seismic shove, too. Dokla's now in a very dangerous spot. Has to use Grim Deliverance to try to get away. Blabber thought about maybe wanting to finish that off, but he would not have had enough damage.
Turns out C9 are the true ball of death all along. They group up back-to-back plays for them. It's all about preparation for these plays and being able to pick off another one, get more resources. Here's a running away Thanatos. Those should be fine. But these are big plays for Cloud9 in their efforts to get back into this game and actually get themselves, some fighting capabilities. So You know, the mage on bottom lane here is going to be shredding magic resistance as well. Sven goes for the pickup with the Bloodletter's Curse, which will be very effective for him and for APA and for Nami damage that's being added on top of all these things. You really do have to respect some of these mage bottom lanes. I believe the shout out that you mentioned there, Flowers, for Cupid and Yozu, or pretty famous as well for the Zoe and Lux combo, which is a truly, truly frightening CC combo and crazy burst. I honestly do hope that we get there in Fearless at some point, but this one, here's another look at the extra damage from Sven.
I mean, this is the thing. You can feel like you've dodged every skill shot the entire game, but all of a sudden the mages hit their spells and you just die. And this time, Berserker ate the full queue. The stacks were up there. So even after the disengage, he had the golden clips ready, is able to knock him down. And I mean, that's the frustration when you're playing against, whether it is Nami and Mel or Lux and Zoe or really any of them. You have to dodge everything because if you get hit by one bubble, one root, everything else is going to be guaranteed right thereafter.
C9 fighting their way back into this game. They've got a 1 dragon advantage. They're only down 500 gold now as Lyon are going to try to use the Herald here in the mid lane. Weaver's Wall summoned up to make it so the Herald charge is not successful. C9 doing everything they can to beat this thing down, but meanwhile, Lyon are duoing the Baron and C9 seem to have absolutely no idea. Thanatos is wrapping around, maybe looking to make a play here in mid. C9 still unaware of the Baron. It's down to 1/3 HP. Now they're moving over. Baron down to 4K. Tidal Wave coming through. Inspired and Dokla both low. Thanatos makes his way into the pit. Blabber wants to try to steal it away. He flashes over the wall. But no, it's Dokla securing the Baron here for Lyon. But Inspired is already down. And Lyon's got to try to get everybody else out. Honestly, you lose your jungler, but you claim a Baron. I'm going to call that worth for Lyon.
That was huge. Inspired didn't even get his smite off, I believe. So Blabber goes in, tries to land the smite combo. But the Zehen is the one who finishes it off, and Lyon get away there. That was so risky. If they lose the Baron, that is tragic for their game.
Oh my goodness, yeah, I mean, Sven, when he gets that feeling, gets that inkling, then he blue trinkets over by the Baron, then everybody presses the emergency buttons, Flowers. You've been in those games. Everybody get in the pit now! And the smites are going off, and the Baron last hit goes over to the top laner, and it's craziness all over. But look at that Baron power play. You saw the gold lead. So here we're going to get the, I'm assuming we were going to get the vision toggle, but they're working on the Baron the entire time. Nice. Here we go. So here you're going to see it gets whittled down, and then Sven's blue trinket, he's going to say, they're acting a little suspicious.
Yep, no one answered the wave on bot lane tower. That is generally a giveaway. No one's answering those side waves. They spot it. And now watch when Blabber goes in. His smite is for 1400. I believe he smites at 1480. Tries to combo it here as he gets into the pit. Has the Q to get in range. Decides, you know what, I got to flash in. And he's going to go for the smite here. Down to 1480 was the last number I saw. 1489. There's the smite. Tried to combo it. He actually had Inspired in the R, though, so he couldn't actually land any of his own damage at the same time. So it was basically just a guess of when is Inspired going to press smite. Is he going to press it first or second? And unfortunately for Blabber, he gets a smite off, but Dokla's damage comes through and steals that away from what would have been the 80 remaining health.
So one of the consequences of that after the fact as well, C9 now on Soul Point on a Hex Rift. So if they can get the next Hex Drake, that will be a massive power infusion for them. Lyon are going to try to do everything they can with this last 60 seconds of Baron to get some standing gold on the map from these turrets. You saw they got the tier 1 in the bottom lane, but it's still only a 2-2 turret game, Azael.
I mean, Mel Poke is already so annoying. If you get Hextech Soul on top of that, you know, the E from, oh, is they're going to go for a potential engage?
Yeah, but that engage is immediately stopped. Vulcan there hits a nice bubble. The Solar Snare from Sven is also such a pain to try to work through as a melee champion, and Lyon won't find anything.
Man, crazy stuff so far this series. What a banger. We are 1-1, and this game has drawn back to even gold lines as well. After this Baron, again, negative on the gold for the Baron power play because of the kills that happened afterwards. But Cloud9 are on that 3 dragon, you know, dragon soul point of pressure at the moment, and it's 2.5 minutes, or 2 minutes and 50 seconds away from it, and they're already camping in brushes and looking to blow flashes because those flashes will be the big difference maker in that big Dragon Soul fight. So Blabber spending a lot of time waiting on this brush, and they had the early wards too.
People always talk a lot about Renekton having a weak late game. Is Blabber?
Yeah, Blabber wants to try to get away with a blast cone. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow won't find the mark, but Blabber's still down to 60% HP. Gets back away with a Vault Breaker. Is now Inspired's going to be your target, separated from the rest of Lyon here with a Weaver's Wall. He's got to be careful. The Golden Eclipse could execute him if he gets too low. Berserker also exiting now next to Isles and Inspired. That was real scary there for Blabber.
It was very scary, and then almost was able to turn around that Inspired, but they couldn't lock him down and knock him down. But anyway, Thanatos, not even on Asterix right now, so already Renekton difficult to teamfight on late game. Really all you have is Flash Stun, but not even having that Asterix means he is very squishy at this point of the game, and is going to be difficult for him in these fights.
All right, C9 will take out the tier 1 turret in the mid lane. That will be their 3rd turret of the game. All 3 outers removed now from the Lyon battlements. We have less than 2 minutes until that Dragon Soul spawns. Lyon has got to be ready for this. They do not want that Hex Soul in the hands of Cloud9, not with the game being this close. This is so similar to game number 1, where remember, we had a gold lead that didn't go past 1,000 either way until about 30 minutes into the game.
Absolutely. It's just been such a competitive series back and forth here. Vulcan obviously has had the Mikhails for a bit, but that is going to make it so much harder again. You're really dependent upon the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, the Encore, you have the Mel Reflect to deal with, you have the Mikhail's Cleanse to deal with now as well. So C9 going to have a lot of tools to be able to absorb that initial engage. And you touched on it with Zehen, it's true with Trundle as well. When you're trying to run straight at that Mel, you're trying to run through the Tidal Wave, through the Solar Snare, through all of the Unraveled Earth and the rocks that are getting thrown at you. C9 does have a pretty good kite back.
They do have a good kite back. I think you can just fight whoever's in front for Lyon, though. I don't think you have to dive with this team comp. You can just do front to back. You've got a Trundle on your team with 2 Trinity Force champions and just try and play off of your range anyway. Kill whatever's in front of you that you can actually hit. Pop that Trundle ultimate and just try to melt them. But we'll see if that is actually the case, because the Dragon Soul is going to arrive shortly, Flowers. 50 seconds on the clock. Everybody trying to do their prep work. If you can get a little advantage out of one of these lanes, out of one of these wards on the side, it could be everything.
Well, the clock is having a little bit of a problem right now. I don't know if it's 50 seconds or if it's 10 seconds. But the Enchanted Crystal Arrow flies out, and it connects onto Thanatos. With the defense from Cloud9 is already there. They're trying to hold the line long enough, but Thanatos has already died. C9 falling back as Lyon find their pick, and Berserker hits his target dead on.
Yeah, the snipe from downtown and the assist to the pillar from Inspired to keep him there and make sure that it hits. Now, C9. 4v5. Can they pull it off? They're hoping for a steal. They're hoping to create some chaos here and get a soul out of it.
The only ultimates left up are Inspired Subjugate and Sven's Golden Eclipse. C9, they back away. They don't want anything else to do with this. It's a 4v5. They don't want to risk it.
I mean, this was just an incredibly risky spot for Thanatos to be recalling in. He's recalling in that side brush with them around, gets spotted by Saint. I'm not sure if he already knew he was in there or if it was just him kind of walking up and sussing him out that he was in that brush, but he finds him, and that ends up costing C9 their chance at Soul for now. Of course, they are going to be able to get another crack at it later on.
What a crazy game, man. 49.9 to 50.0, 1,000 gold. This one could not really be much closer, as we'll take another look at how Thanatos got caught here.
He got spotted walking in. He tried to like loop around, but he was still in vision, I'm pretty sure. I would want to see the vision from the very start.
Too.
Yeah, so that to me was a mistake from him. That's just a lazy recall. He wanted to base TP back with his Sterix, but gets caught, and that is a punishing lazy recall. And now Lyon are on the Baron here. They're going to try to force.
Okay, Thanatos has already used his empowered teleport. He's got the extra shield. Baron still at about 11,000 HP, so not super low. Lyon can't just try to brute force this here just yet. Dokla loses half health, but he eats all of the super tasty honey fruits, gets himself back away as C9 continue looking to try to find a pick as Lyon make their retreat. They're not going to get anyone. They will at least steal away the enemy blue. Blabber has access to that one. This Vi still only level 15, still about a full level behind Inspired, catches up slightly thanks to the blue buff EXP as C9 will retake control over the top
topside river, but they have not cleared out all of the vision that Lyon left behind. Vulcan is trying to sweep away some of that, but both of those wards still standing for now. Thanatos will sweep away the top one, but there is still this one little pocket of vision right here at the bottom side of this upper river.
And look at that damage from Sven. All the poking from this Mel has been pretty heavy. Solo laners definitely still at the top though. And we'll see about that fight over the approach to Baron. So far, Cloud9 doing a good job defending these wards, defending that vision.
And you can see the Sterix gauge for Thanatos now completed for the Renekton as well. That's the item that we were calling out. He really needs this if he wants to be able to survive in team fights, and now he's got it. Death's Dance also up for Dokla, gives a lot more survivability and drain tanking to the Zehen, and you can see he's working on the Maw of Malmortius next.
And you can see Thanatos still on those brown bags, doesn't have the upgraded boots, so didn't have Merc Shreds or anything like that to deal with all of the CC that was landing on him, and was obviously pretty heavily punished for that. Sven just trying to step forward and flex on him. Look at Dokla.
Yeah, Dokla coming around from the flank, but meanwhile the fight has already started. Blabber going in after Saint. The exhaust is there, but he goes between worlds and gets away for now. Blabber with a chase with the ball breaker, but he finds his mark. Thanatos trying to use the ultimate to get enough survivability here on the Renekton. Sven is also incredibly low. Everybody on Lyon still with plenty of HP, but they've lost their mid laner. Blabber's still looking for an angle, but Blabber gets tagged by Berserker. The Vi is just dead, but a beautiful seismic shove, and Berserker's gone too. Thanatos to the front line as Dokla lands with Grim Deliverance and leads the charge after the C9 lines. Sven still firing back with the Radiant Volleys. He rebuttals, he gets the root onto Isles, but the Solar Snare just doesn't have the range to follow it up. And Lyon back away, C9, both sides losing 2.
I mean, these fights are crazy, but Blabber was playing the early stages so well in this fight. It went bit bad later on. You can see Dokla was on the flank here on the side. APA throws down the Weaver's wall. Sage is on the retreat, and Blabber is able to chase after him and finally get this finish off. But as they're looking for this kind of re-engage as they're going back and forth, Blabber goes in a little bit too far as he Qs over the wall. He has no flash, so when he Qs in here, Berserker realizes you've got no ult, you've got no flash, you've stepped too far forward. He gets tagged by the slow, the encore comes through, the root and stun is there, and then it's just madness.
Yeah, the seismic shove from APA then answers the kill onto Berserker. Then they chase down with the Bruisers falling afterwards, and the crowd is loving it. It is just back and forth between these two juggernauts of teams in the LCS finals, and we're back into the mid lane. Flowers, we're back into the action.
And Saints right back between worlds. Sven's gonna be the target, but he pops the rebuttal for safety, then has to flash away from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Dokla was wrapping around to the right side flank and could have followed that up with some serious threat if Sven gets caught by that CC. Still such a close game. Dokla moving into the bot lane now, seeing if there's an angle here after Thanatos. Should be able to tag him with the dreaded return. There it is. The Renekton under some serious pressure as he continues his retreat.
And that lost flash is honestly off of a little mistake there from Vulcan. He used the Mikhails early. I don't even know what he was trying to Mikhails there, but it was just like a slow or something like that. So once the Mikhails is used, Sven can no longer tank that Crystal Arrow, so it means he loses the flash. That is going to be a big deal potentially for these subsequent Dragon fights.
And they're going to teleport in. Phase checking into the darkness.
Weaver's wall. Not going to find a whole lot. Lyon still trying to back away. Berserker gets tagged with a slow, but nothing more. Inspired clearing out some of the vision here in the banana brush. Very important when you're fighting around a dragon. All 5 alive on both sides. Saint still far away, back by the chicken pit on the Lyon jungle. As Thanatos wants to step forward, dread return, going to grab him. Sven under pressure, Inspired going in after the enemy carry. Blabber tries to go after Saint, but he gets away between worlds. Thanatos has already killed Berserker though, and Lyon are in some serious danger. Inspired's already dead. APA goes on a killing spree, but now he's going to flash away. Otherwise, Dokla might have taken him out. The determination bar is full. Saint still trying to find a little bit more damage as Dokla keeps fighting. He'll finally get knocked down, but he'll come back with full HP. He tries to get a little bit more drain tanking. Dokla's still very healthy. C9 might have got the extra kill, but their health bars are blinking red.
Lyon tried to flank around and put extra pressure onto Sven and try and punish this flashless Mel. Even Inspired flashing in to go point blank on him, but they can't quite get him. Kiting from Sven, very nice, and Cloud9, they still have the Guardian Angel on Blabber, so they're going to start the Dragon up.
And one of the critical things is that Inspired is the one who died on the Lion side. There's no chance to contest here with a smite, and that is Hex Tech Soul for C9, 34 minutes into the game.
These fights are just insane this late into the game. It's on a knife's edge. Watch this attempted flank from Saint as he tries to get past Blabber. He's able to, but on the other side, it's Sven getting targeted. It's him retreating, but it was Berserker dying so early on thanks to Thanatos.
Huge stuff there. And then on the other side of the map, they burst down Inspired because of the overcommitment there into the attempted dive. Dokla can get back up with the passive, but as you know, nobody else does get chased down. They kite it out nicely. Isles as well, the Seraphine ult going over the top. He was trying to follow the play on this Sven, but it didn't hit anyone in that fight, and they need that to land.
Talked earlier about how it is so hard for the Renekton to find efficacy in these late game team fights. I'd say right there is about the best effect you could have. Killing Berserker at the very start, you saw the frustration on his face, and now C9 with their Hex Soul are starting to bear it.
Dokla is bot here. They're trying to force the TP out, and Sven completed his death cap, so he is super strong now with the Soul and death cap.
Okay, here's the TP. Everybody from Lyon is ready to challenge for this, but Blabber might just die. Beautiful enchanted crystal arrow on the C9 jungler as Lyon nearly find the pick. Saint might just be able to knock him into the Guardian Angel at least. Blabber's gonna revive. Saint tries to get away. Sven's already down, and Saint will follow. Lyon looks for more. They know that Blabber is low, but it's still a 4v4 on the Rift. Thanatos trying to escape. He's got the dominance for the extra health for now. C9 managed to clear their retreat.
All the ults are down except for Zehen, except for Dokla. He can have a big re-engage. They're wrapping back around. Vision is on Baron. There's a control ward in the back.
They're just going to start it because Sven is down. That's the biggest poke for C9 here, and they still have so much consistent DPS with Berserker.
Okay, Blabber's starting the red, trying to just secure that one real quick, but the Baron is slowly losing HP, down to about half right now. Remember that Thanatos does not have the dominance ready to go. Dokla's going to be the target here of APA with the threaded volley as the Grim Deliverance from Dokla lands in the middle of everybody, but where's the damage? Thanatos has already died on the other side of the fight, but now Dokla's out of the picture here too, and Inspired is about to drop. A little bit more from Blabber might get it done, but no, a double kill from Berserker with a focus fire. He's killing everybody. Arrow after arrow finds Cloud9, and Inspired will secure the last kill.
These fights being determined by the slimmest of margins. Both teams go after the enemy top laner there and barely being able to get the kill early. Trundle gets so big of a heal off of a dying champion, and that means Inspired's back to full health here after the scrap, getting the Baron on top of it. Look how close this is.
So much of this. This is the later fight that we did have here. So Blabber's going to go through the portal to try to get in behind them, while the rest of Lyon are just chasing after Thanatos, who has no ult. So he's going to try to just go in and get this damage down on the Berserker, but he's losing on that side. And over here, Dokla and Inspired are just lasting so long through APA's damage.
And Cloud9 are saying, hey, burst down Dokla before he can stack up his passive here. And then they're chasing Inspired to finish him off. But look, so close. They can't get the kill. And then he gets the big heal. They chase them down. Berserker also, he hits hit with this bubble and then barely can dodge out on the Nami wave as well. And they know the Baron is theirs after that scrap.
To me, so much of the fight, though, was decided before that, with the play from Saint over the wall, gets Blabber incredibly low in the Baron pit, then Blabber tries to retreat out through that Tri-Brush, but Saint is there waiting for him, takes his GA away from him, and Saint got so much done in the early stages of that fight, it created chaos. Sven is trying to run away. Sven dies super early, and he is so much of the threat from Cloud9 on this kite back comp that they're trying to play.
Yeah, in that fight, Lyon playing their ranges really well. You know, Ash Arrow from Berserker, stunning up Blabber so they can poke damage, and then slowly moving in. What a tense series, what a tense game, and it is Dragon Soul on the side of Cloud9, but Baron on the side of Lyon now after that latest victory.
We have all of the big ticket items, you know, that are already through or are now coming through. APA just completed his death cap. Remember, he has the actualizer as well. So watch out for that second activation of that rock throw. That big rock with the actualizer and the death cap does insane damage.
Exol versus a 3,000 gold lead plus the Baron that you mentioned, Kobe, for the next 75 seconds. But critically, about a minute and a half from now, the Elder Dragon will spawn. And I can't help but feel like this game is going to come down to the battle for that objective. It is desynced from Baron. We're not going to get a trade of super buffs. This is going to be the whole game, it has to feel like.
And Berserker just got his GA, so that is going to be so much more difficult now for C9 as Inspired just walking in very confidently here.
Can't quite get it though.
Oh, that was close. APA though, he has the cleanse on his Talia with the Summoner Spellbook. That's why he didn't feel pressured to need to use the flash. Even if the arrow hit him, he still would have been fine. Less than 60 seconds until the Elder. Lions still have the Baron, so they still control the tempo of the lanes. The map is still very dark for the Cloud9 side as they'll have to approach this bottom side river.
And critically, Flowers, the cooldown on that Ash arrow is also less than 60 seconds, so that's why he just throws it out there. He's going to have it back up for another attempt as we see the big dragon arriving to the rift shortly. And man, walking through darkness is so scary, but Cloud9 trying to deal with the mid lane pressure first and open up a way in.
And you can see that Inspired, he loves going towards these support items later on in the game. He has the Knife Thou, and it's actually linked onto Dokla here. That is kind of the Bash Bros up at the front. He knows that Dokla is so strong and is trying to help him drain tank.
Okay, Cloud9 trying to back away a little bit now as Dokla goes straight in for APA. The Talia's under pressure, knocked up into the air, and Saint's already got the kill. Blabber's gonna die here second. The Guardian Angel will not protect him for long. Thanatos will die beside him as Inspired continues locking up the Cloud9 jungler. Sven's on the run and barely staying alive. Rebuttal keeps him going for a little bit longer as Berserker has to resurrect into the Guardian Angel, but Dokla is not done. Grim Deliverance will deliver Lyon to the nexus of Cloud9.
And it is Big Dokes who finds that pick. He goes on to APA with the dreaded return. His return to the LCS has been glorious, and Lyon will march on the Nexus.
They're making their way straight through the enemy base. The Elder itself is not required. A 41-minute battle ends in victory for Lyon, and they move to match point.
And what a play from Dokla to finish this one off. Goes in with the teleport, so confident, straight in onto APA, hits the dreaded return. APA tries to flash, but it doesn't matter because now he can't get back over the wall. He's pillared in, he's knocked down. That is the game decider. That is a huge play from Dokla. And Lyon now, match point.
It's a Big Dokes angle for me. Lounge, what do you guys think?
Inject that into my veins.
Yeah.
That is such a nervous game. Raz, that is such a nervy game.
My palms are sweaty for them. For both of them.
Okay, the fact that that was so close, though, is crazy because what happened in the jungle, and we've had our team pull the comms from what happened early game, which I think is very important. Let's check in on that now.
Okay. I need to do 3 camps and go into our bot side, guys, bot lane, okay?
Yeah.
Because I pushed her out. I need to secure my top
so
camps.
you want to push this?
But it's really hard for Vi, she's weak. I just need to secure these camps.
Oh,
so
we saw Pai.
Okay. I'm running after.
I think Trundle's on his black camp.
Seraphine, okay. No.
Yeah, I think Trundle's on his black camp right now.
Seraphine's still missing. They warded deep in jungle Blabber, I think, or something.
Okay. Oh, wow,
I'm gonna take a base Blabber.
Yeah, I heard. He's on wolves.
I could. Oh, Vi here, I'm fighting.
Okay, you fight on Lyon. Fight here.
She flashed, I'm flashing too.
Okay, I'm going. No,
she has Q.
Okay.
No flash, has Q.
Yeah, she's there. You want kill?
Yeah. Can I get?
Ranked and tournament.
Wow, GJ.
Two things to notice. Blabber did not know he was on vision. It was a blip. It was like an eighth of a second in mid lane. But then to me, it's crazy that he said he's on wolves and he still goes in.
Chooses
when
to.
he's going to go. That to me is just a bad Blabber decision that is becoming too common in high pressure games. But the game was still close after that, Raz.
It was. Even with Soul being picked up from C9, they're still fighting for Elders. So look at the vision. The vision right now, this is their perspective. They want to hard push mid and walk in as a team. So I'm just showcasing this one because if we could speed it up a little bit, it's the TP that comes through from Dokla. You can also see Aurora coming in from the side. Like, this just nuked APA.
Big Dokes, man.
He was basically just cornered here. So the Saint damage is the one that ends up getting the kill, but Dokla is the one that really finds the game-winning play on APA.
Unreal how close that game was, and now we're in a situation where it is match point. C9 has to win the next 2, otherwise they are eliminated from lock-in,
Yeah.
and they will not be the representative for first stand. So how are we feeling now? This is tense.
So much of the conversation was Cloud9 dominance, right?
Yeah.
Even coming into the finals, it was Cloud9 having an undefeated streak and making history. Like, that was the main point of talking points that were being made. Meanwhile, it was Lion's improvement in the lower bracket. So anything goes. It could really go to 5, but with how well, I say, the supporting cast from Inspired is playing, it looks Lion favored.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big difference maker for me when I was looking at, like, okay, what would give C9 the edge based on how these teams have played, it was team fighting, right? Like, it was that C9 seemed so much more well-coordinated, both in some of their early game plays and in team fights. The early game plays we've seen, they're coordinated. Some of them have not been great decisions. I'm not even talking about this game, but the previous game where the mid-jungle duo early invade on Raptors did not work and actually set them significantly behind. And then also we saw that some clutch team fights coming out of Lion where it feels like every fight they're getting more and more well coordinated with each other.
Specifically, Dokla in the late game team fights. Raz, you were highlighting that. So let's talk about our player of the game. It's going to be back-to-back top laners. We got, well, I guess Thanatos earlier on in the day, but like we got 2 top lane player of the games, and it matters right now.
In the close games, and this is a situation where he did end up with counterpick against the power pick Renekton from Thanatos with the things like Varus being banned away. So Thanatos thought he'd be able to take it into anything. And we were even pointing out the early Eclipse that Thanatos bought for the dual Raz. Still couldn't get it done against Dokla. So Dokla really showing up in a big way. But now we're going into Game 4 Fearless. We've seen the way that these things have turned around in the past, Emily.
Yeah, and so I wanted to pull this really sick graphic that our graphics team puts together of in Fearless. I love tracking basically what people have played. This is for the entire split, including the game that we just saw. So I wanted to see if you guys had anything that stood out. The thing that stood out for me, because we're going to see Lion in a minute, don't swap yet, but the big difference to me is Blabber's willingness to play a ton of different things, right? And then comparatively, I think Thanatos, kind of similar to how we talked about Morgan, has really focused on the prio picks in top, where Dokla is a little bit more willing to be flexible.
And my eyes are on Vulcan, because 2 of his best picks in my eyes, Bard and the Rakan, are still available. So like you still have ways to be able to start fights and push this to a Game 5.
Yeah, ready to go to Lion?
Yeah, let's swap.
Let's do it. Check it out.
And you'll see immediately.
Whoa. Big
That's a little bigger.
We barely can fit him on the screen with how many champions.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
So based on the lower bracket run, though, they've had more games to show their champions. So C9's going to have stuff that they can play that hasn't been seen before. And the thing that jumped out to me on both graphics is there's a lot of jungle champions left. Some of them have been ban jailed. But like the Pantheon or the Wukong, if they want to start letting those things through, and even the Jarvan can make a big difference. And Saint still has a lot of his really powerful mid laners, whereas APA's picks, aside from the Ziggs that you'd really expect him to excel on, I think are more lacking in this series.
And the interesting thing for me is Inspired. He is the scary one of all. Last year, he picked out the Trinity Mirror when no one expected it. We already saw the Ornn pick when no one expected it. The Mundo was his first of his career. Like, he will pick up a champ, and also the Ivern is not what he's played this split, but is always willing to play.
But I want to remind everybody what's on the line here. Lion could win this entire series, and if you look at this as an organization, they won 16 times in the South. They have championships, but this would be the first time that an org would win in 2 regions. They need 1 game, and then they're the first to do it, winning in 2 different regions.
And for C9, this is a story that's all too familiar. I kept bringing it up. I was kind of trolling them.
I'm looking away.
That last time they've gone to an international event was 2023. Time and time again, it looks like it's just down the road, but time and time again, they slam into the wall at the last moment. It might be happening again. We're headed to a break. Match point is for Lion after the break in Game 4.
Vi maybe.
Yeah.
Does she ult?
No ulti, no ulti.
Okay.
There's no ulti, no flash. Bye. I'm
If you guys can tell them Renekton is best. Or Vi maybe?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Look Renekton,
Look
Renekton.
Watch out, no flash still, no flash still. Look.
Me and Ash are playing on us.
Yeah, play there.
I'm coming.
By W and 3, W and 3.
Blue pipe first. I'm looking. Nothing good, looks.
It's okay, maybe. It's okay, maybe.
No flash, no flash.
By W8, by W8.
No,
W5. I will kill him.
Give me W.
1 second.
Speed.
Go Nation, go Nation.
Wait, let him heal.
Take a cell, take a cell.
Deep breath.
A 41-minute battle ends in victory for Lyon, and they move to match point. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS Lock-In Finals. We are about to enter Game 4 of this best of 5, and what a best of 5 it has been. By far the best series so far here in 2026 North American League of Legends. Lyon now leads the series 2-1 after Game 3 was so close pretty much the entire way through. It came down to the team fight before Elder, and it was Dokla finding the angle to guarantee the win for Lyon.
It has been so cool to see the journey of this Lyon team up to the very top of the LCS here, where Cloud9 have dominated so far this lock-in tournament, and they sat undisputed at the top, you know, here waiting at the finish line, whereas Lyon put together have really had to work through a very, you know, difficult journey, much more difficult journey, up through a lower bracket run to challenge them, and now just being one game away from winning it all. You know, having to deal with stuff like Zamudo not being able to officially join the team and actually play any games with them, bringing in Dokla at the last second, and now Dokla performing so well for them in critical moments as well as true fairy tale.
I mean, it's kind of crazy. C9 had only lost one game the entire lock-in tournament. They have now lost 2 to Lyon.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking about C9 here is you think back to their run all the way up until this point, losing a single game to FlyQuest, and then the next time they play FlyQuest, they just 3-0 them, absolute stomp, right? Everybody else, they've just had a clean sweep, whether it was a best of 3 or best of 5. This is the first time so far this year that Cloud9 has been truly pushed. And now that Lyon stand at a 2-1 advantage, the question is, will C9 bend or will they break?
And I think so far, I have been a little bit concerned over the last 2 games for, I don't know, just kind of like the mental of C9, because some of the mistakes from APA and Blabber have been a bit uncharacteristic. The AD, the lounge, if you didn't watch the segment, even got to watch back and listen to the comms on what was happening in that early jungle pathing from Blabber. We made the assumption that he thought Inspire was on bottom camps. That was true, but he spotted Inspired, knew he was there, then used his Q, then blast-coned in on a Trundle who has red buff. And you're never gonna win that. 1,000 times out of 1,000, you lose that. There's no outplaying it. You don't even have your spell, and even if you do, you still lose that 1v1. So to me, that spoke to a little bit of tilt or a little bit of frustration. And APA, back-to-back games, getting solo killed in situations where you would not expect him to die, definitely did hurt. And they got put down pretty early in both those games as a result.
Yet still, the back and forth has been exciting here. The back and forth has been so close, fighting over some of these positions. And let's see if this game will be more of the same. I think a lot of people just want to see more of these types of games.
We want 5.
So I definitely do. You saw the fans in the audience with the signs cheering for Silver Scrapes. And anybody who wants Silver Scrapes wants C9 to fix what's wrong with this communication that you guys are talking about. Because games number 2 and 3 clearly had a lot of problems like you're talking about with the invade. Game number 2, you think back to the APA gets solo killed and then then they go for the two-man invade at the enemy chickens right after, immediately lose that one too. It has been some blunders on the Cloud9 side, but you've got to wipe that away. You've got to come into Game 4 with clear eyes and a clear head so that you can bounce back and take us to that 5th and final game.
Absolutely agree. So we'll see if they're going to be able to do that. But even ignoring some of the early game mistakes, C9 were in a position in that game where, yeah, it had been very close, but they had Hextech Soul with a poke comp, with this composition that you would think would really run the rift with that. But it was Lyon that made the big play. They were playing composition that, we were thinking is going to have a lot of trouble engaging because there's the Mel, be able to block the Crystal Arrow, there's some Mikhails, there's all these tools, but Dokla just found an angle to decide the game himself.
And the angle was straight at APA.
Yep.
And he ran him down. All right, let's, oops, I believe.
And not just APA, that was APA to Leah. That is one of the champions that normally everybody spends the whole series trying to keep away from him, and that was a Lyon win.
Big for Fearless Flowers.
Oh,
very
yeah.
big for our champion select that we are going to get into shortly here, just rearranging the order of the players in the lobby. And that is one of the critical things here as we get deeper and deeper into Fearless, because you are forced to show everything that you have been practicing. And this is where people assumed there would be an edge for C9, because Lyon have had to show everything the whole road here. They've had back-to-back eliminations. They're coming through the lower bracket. They got to win every single match that they have been playing to get here, and Cloud9 have had extra time. So let's see how deep those champion pools on Cloud9 go, and if they've got some tricks for deep Fearless.
I mean, I always love the Game 4s and Game 5s of Fearless the most, because I feel like, and I think I heard you talking about this on one of the past couple of days, Azael, rewarding players for having mastery over multiple different champions, I think is great for the game. I think it really showcases your skill as a player. It showcases mastery over so many different aspects of the game. And Game 4 and Game 5 is when you really get to reach deep down into those pools.
I mean, that's where the rubber hits the road as far as your champion pool is concerned, right? I do think if top laner A can play only tanks, but he plays them really well, and top laner B can play carries and tanks, that guy should get rewarded, right? And when you get to Game 4, when you get to Game 5, all of a sudden, all the champions in one specific type of pool can run out. You are pushed beyond that. Bans can be really, really effective if someone is not comfortable going beyond that. So I do think it's really fun, and I love the strategy in Game 4, Game 5, where sometimes, especially if you've let some of these picks through, you can really just start targeting players instead of meta picks with your bans, right? You can say, you know what? I think this guy doesn't have a deep pool. We're going to actually triple ban him, even if that is not the meta, because now there's been 6 mid laners already played. You throw 3 more bans, all of a sudden that's 9. Then you take first pick mid, now he's 10 picks down the champion pool.
Yeah, and specifically talking about mid laners, I'm glad you used that as the example, because APA is the guy that commonly gets targeted, triple banned, even in the first games of Fearless. It literally happened today, right? And now we're at this Game 4, where, yeah, Talia's permanently gone. Orianna, Azir, permanently gone. The one that's left up that still immediately comes to mind is Ziggs, but that's the one that everybody's always just like, yep, ban it.
All right, they've been trying to update me on the champion select issue for the lobby, and we are reorganizing. We're going to jump in and be able to get the champion select done and then get people on the correct sides because of the choices. So we're just a slight delay here to get into the next game.
Ain't looking like he's in a good mood, though, and why not? He has been crushing it far in playoffs and in this series.
And against someone who's been trash talking it. So is that not the best feeling?
It is the
when
best
someone
feeling.
else, starts it and starts talking, and then you get the upper hand.
So my rule for solo queue was always, I'm not going to type first, but as soon as somebody types something toxic, I type out the exact same thing, down to capitalization and punctuation.
Unless they're saying some words that he's not allowed to say.
And, yeah, unless it's something absolutely heinous.
Sometimes you don't want to repeat those words.
But as long as it's nothing absolutely heinous that I'll get banned for, I control C, and then when I'm killing their Nexus, I control V till I can't type anymore. That's how you get them.
Well, Saint did wait all the way till they were killing the Nexus to do his all caps, talk back. So let's jump into at least the beginning of this champion select, and hopefully we'll go all the way through.
double Enchanter bans to start off for C9, as I'm sure we'll get this up for you momentarily. But Renata and Melio as the 2 bans, pretty atypical. But to me, that is a nod towards the fact that, you know, we have seen Berserker love playing these hyper carries. We've already seen Lulu, Seraphine, Nami, Karma, a lot of these Enchanters coming through. And a lot of times it's Lion playing them. So they're saying, you know what, you can't play Enchanter, you can't play this scaling thing. Let's try to push you off it, put Isles on an engaged champ where maybe Vulcan feels he can outperform.
Okay, let's see how it goes then, because Pantheon and Varus, these two have been banned every single game so far this series. Both of them have always been first half of the draft, and that's not changing in Game 4.
Okay, so what about the Ryze and Nivea question here? Looks like nobody's going to throw any mid lane bans with all of this focus elsewhere and all the fearless champions taken out. Those two definitely very, very high prow. Of course, the Anivia is a really good answer to the Ryze, so that's why nobody really jumping on it early.
It is interesting to me how far we've come as far as, you know, early on in the split, it was all about engaged champions. And we talked about this even at the beginning of the season on the dive, where the role quest to me made it so I think Enchanters just are better, point blank period, because you get such an injection of gold, and Enchanters scale way better than these tank supports. When you're on multiple items, they can truly change the game. And clearly in the finals, I mean, just look at the support champions played, right? You know, 4 out of the 6 are Enchanters. We have double Enchanter ban here in Game 4. And so we are being pushed towards that. APA going to be grabbing this Ryze. And like you said, Kobe, we have to kind of expect that Anivia or potentially the Cassio to come out.
Exactly. The two kind of big answers. I think that Anivia is better and stronger with it, but if you are very confident as a Cassiopeia player and the rest of the team is like short range and kind of clumps, then it can always be a good kind of answer pick. Let's see which direction Lion wants to go for, because Ryze gives you a lot of things.
That's a long way to travel. Shout out to you.
Yeah. Ryze gives you a lot of things. It gives you some good clump damage for team fights. It also gives you some side laning pressure to set up for rotating over to those fights. And Lion do opt to go for the Cassio angle into it, plus the Jarvan here, one of the primo jungle picks that can put pressure onto that Ryze. The Cataclysm keeping them in there, and then you lay the Miasma inside the Cataclysm, and you are grounded.
I'm kind of thinking we might just get Wukong. Wukong has not yet been played, and is one of those, you know, AD junglers that is pretty popular, so would make sense here, and is going to be the pick. And so now, okay, we get Vulcan Bard. This got banned out. I think it was second phase, though, last game. Yep. And so now Vulcan is going to be able to play this. They target the Enchanters. They ban those out. So I think they're really hoping that they are going to get a range versus melee support matchup and try to use that to abuse it, because such a strength of C9 in playoffs have been Sven and Vulcan creating these massive gold leads. That has not been the story today.
And they should have huge side lane pressure. Bard ults, like Bard could put so much pressure on people's flashes for side laning here. You already started out with the Ryze. You have the Bard on top of it now, and clearly Lion are going front to back. You got a Scion, you're just laying down.
And now you're going to do protection bans for top lane, pretty much guaranteed. You're going to be like Gwen or Fiora or whoever you're thinking about, trying to ban those out. And I'm expecting C9 might just continue throwing more support bans, really try to get an uneven matchup down there on the bot lane. They need to get Sven going. They haven't been able to do that so far this series, at least that's what I'm expecting.
And the Scion also feels even better, considering just last game, Inspired played the Trundle. That's one of those typical picks that's really good into Scion to sap his mega tank stats, but just not possible anymore. Yeah, dude, you're really putting brainworms into fans with these jungle words. But you were right. You were right. Your brain was working correctly when it came to the ban predictions.
The voices, the worms, you know, they're telling me the right things.
Sometimes the worms know what they're talking about.
You gotta trust the worms on this one, Flowers.
Yeah, all right. I don't know if I'm going to fully trust the worms, but I'm going to trust the Gwen ban.
He's got worms in his head.
Hey, maybe the worms are grubs.
If it works, it works.
Well, the Gwen's banned away, but instead of going after more of the supports, it looks like C9's going to target the other half of the bottom lane, remove the hyper carry Zeri from the pool.
Yeah, they're like, we know you're still going to go for it. Look what they have. They've got a Scion front line already with Cassio Jarvan. You're like, you are building your 5-on-5. And your name is Berserker.
And if you're on C9, Berserker had about 70 pentakills on Zeri while he was on C9, so not going to be giving him that late on into this series.
And the last ban from Lion here will be the Sivir. And where does C9 want to go with the last one? Are we still looking at more AD carries?
I think it's more bot lane, whether it is AD carry or it is going to be support. I think C9 have identified that has been the issue. Their bot lane is struggling. They can't really get online. And APA and Blabber haven't been having a great series, so I think they are going to emphasize that And you can see on the other side, it is the Sivir ban. So Sivir's being targeted, Rakan's being taken out. That obviously is supposed to be targeting the Xayah-Rakan pairing. So you're taking out all these enchanters. So many of the common pairings are gone. We're going to have to see something new. There's no more champs for Sven left that he has played this far.
Yeah, and there are some enchanters like, you know, Janna or Sona, but those are way less frequently played. If you go Kai'Sa, then we do have lots of scaling as well as dive here, follow up. This is much more follow from the back, you know, just open up, keep your range if they went the other angle, but I guess they're just hovering other possible options for the follow-up. And the Poppy W, okay, maybe try and keep the Wukong at bay.
Yeah, and this is going to be a support Poppy, obviously. That does mean the 2v2 is going to be tough. I do think you are kind of seeding the 2v2 when you're going up against the Bard. Yes, you can have pretty good gank assists. You can try to get in there and make things happen. And you can see Berserker was hovering the 2 picks that they were kind of expecting. Smolder would be pretty hype. I actually feel like Smolder can be pretty good here, can answer the Jarvan, and, you know, does have good front to back damage as well as some assistance for that dive with your ultimate coming over the top.
And you should be stacking on a Poppy lane. Whatever you're pairing with the Poppy, you know, Smolder should be able to get some stacks.
This is also interesting because this is kind of like a page out of Keen's book. You're going for the Rek'Sai top, Rek'Sai into the Sion. This is something we saw a lot at Worlds. Rek'Sai has been nerfed a couple times since then. It was really this matchup where you wanted to super bully and try to slam home these advantages through your sustain, just constantly chipping and poking and pushing in. But if you do not do that, Rek'Sai is just worth so much less than the Sion later on, so you have to dominate the lane.
And Rek'Sai, Ryze both end up with a ton of health. Wukong ends up with plenty of health. And remember that Kai'Sa with Dusk and Dawn, once she evolves her Void Seeker, once that W goes over 100 AP, you get 3 plasma stacks for landing it. It primes your Dusk Dawn proc. The next 1 auto attack applies the remaining 2 plasma stacks. It's just W auto, boom, plasma detonator. The HP shred is serious on modern day Kai'Sa.
And Rek'Sai doesn't like playing into Poppy teams either. The W is really annoying for the tunnels.
Can't dig a hole.
It's very hard to take tunnels. You know, they're not very fast, and Poppy can always react. So honestly, I think C9 are going to have to put some pressure on some side lanes with this. If they can get some advantages early and put that pressure like we talked about with Ryze and Bard ultimates, and if the Rek'Sai is going to have early pressure, that might be their way to you know, get their advantages and then move in towards the rotations.
So a little update, we are going to have to remake Champ Select and try to blast through that. So basically the players were on the wrong sides. So they were on the side of, like, in the old days, first pick. So I guess they were on the wrong side. It was kind of disjointed there. So are going to have to go back through that one more time to make sure that they are on the right side of the map. You know, not just first pick, last pick, but blue side, red side, as that is obviously changed this year with the new first selection process, as it's called.
Okay, so while they remake that, let's talk about something that we were talking about before we got into Champ Select anyway, which is Cloud9 cleaning up their early game. Now that we've seen the drafts, now that we see what both sides have, how do you think a clean Cloud9 early game looks in this game number 4 to take us to Silver Scrapes?
I think they've got pressure on top side, guaranteed with your Rek'Sai. Have your push up there to allow your jungle to move in and try and get some extra camps. Don't let Inspired scale off of you know, extra camp experience or anything. Steal away a few. And you should have pressure on the other side too. You know, get your Smolder stacking off this Poppy. So if they can win all of these lanes and have pressure that way, try and then take out the heart of Lyon, Inspired. If you can get him behind, sometimes you can hope that their shot calling will get worse as a little bonus.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and I just want to see from C9 side, Blabber and APA have a more stable early game, right? You cannot be going so high risk, I think, in a game like this after 2 bad early games. Lyon, of course, is going to try to do the opposite. They're going to try to emphasize this mid lane matchup with the Cassio for Saint. They're going to be trying to find a lot of early action potentially. You know, if Inspired finds the right angle, he can look for level 3s on Jarvan. Of course, there is a lot of risk there, but he can mix it up. He can try to go for these plays. They have a game to give, and they are on match point.
Yeah, and everybody is going to be kind of ignoring top lane. So everyone's going to have the same focus.
Sion versus Rek'Sai?
Yeah. Including the top laners, so also be watching elsewhere.
Yeah, they're going to be watching the other side of the map. So everybody's going to have the same focus. So it's also going to be about marking enemies and keeping really good track of enemy jungle. You know, Wukong you have a lot longer before you can have the impactful gank. You need your level 6 to bring the CC to the table. Yeah, you can bring some damage earlier, but generally, you're going to favor some early plays with Jarvan, having more options for some of these ganks and for putting that pressure.
And I like the point you mentioned, obviously, that you can stack off this Poppy. It is such a difference maker. I played a lot of Smolder. You know, when you are playing against a melee champion that does not have Snap Engage, that is the most ideal champions to stack off of, right? When you're playing against range champions, you lose the trades. When you're playing against Blitz or Nautilus, you can't risk getting hooked. When you're playing against Poppy, Tahm Kench, Braum, champions like this that are much less threatening on the hard engage, you walk forward, you get way more additional stacks. When you get the first 25, all of a sudden you're AoE stacking the wave. When you hit 125, all of a sudden you're stacking off the enemy players while you're hitting the wave. So, you know, it really does start to accelerate, and I do think that Sven here has been set up for success. C9 clearly came into this 4 bans towards bot lane, really want to do well in this 2v2, and I think the pressure is on Sven and Vulcan. They need to step up because your whole pick and ban strategy was to get you this kind of matchup. You got to perform, or their split is over.
Yeah, and the pressure on Vulcan's Bard is going to be there. Last year, remember, Busio's Bard was always the one that came up when we're talking about NA supports. Busio's Bard, obviously incredible, but Vulcan's was also really, really impressive. A 99 out of 100 is still really good. It's just if there's a 100, it's not the highest grade in the class, right? So that's what I want to see from Vulcan. I need to see a 99 on this Bard report card because these Tempered Fates need to be on point. The bindings, we got to be trapping champions together every single time. I want to see this pick have the effectiveness that Cloud9 drafted it for.
Lock in finals, and Cloud9 are being pushed to the brink, Flowers. They do have to perform right now if they want to push us to a game number 5. Synergy on the bottom lane looking good already. I like those chromas on the skins. Looking very close here, trying
both
to match
Christmas themes.
Yeah, trying to match the theme down there. They're in sync.
We got the hot cocoa skin and we got the reindeer skin.
Yeah, I actually don't even remember what the Bard things are normally called because I just call them hot cocos because everyone uses that skin.
Yeah. What is the Skinergy looking like for Berserker and Isles? I didn't notice.
Well, we'll see that here in a little bit, but right now we have Kangas standing by for an interview with I Will Dominate.
Thank you very much, Dom. Backs against the wall here, and it's been fun following your journey with Blabber to junglers. What were you talking about with him between games?
Just creating stability in the early game. I feel like a lot of these games have had funny things happen early. There was an invade, and where we invaded them in game number 2, and then in game number 3, they invaded us, and I feel like the games just felt kind of like off balance from the beginning. So for me personally, it's just been about control the game, because when we're in these neutral states, we are stacking Drakes. Like we had Soul in the last game. So Lion's a team that likes to play slow, and I feel like sometimes we're trying to aggress too much or like capitalize on it too much, and I think that if we are just happy with the wins that we're getting and we're opting into these types of games, I think we'll be fine.
Well, I see an invade here coming in from Inspired. Was this on your radar with you, Blabber, talking about going into this game?
Yeah, I mean, this is something that Inspired is smart about. He's really good at pathing. That's like his biggest strength, and I think that he's just the type of player where if he gets control of a game, he won't make a mistake. He won't like int the game at any moment, so we just have to be like comfortable with these types of trades.
All right, cool. Well, it looks like they might just run into each other here. So thank you so much, John. We're going to throw back to the casters for the action.
Thank you, Kangas. I want to highlight 2 wards that are helping out with that. It was this mid lane ward.
Behind him.
Hold on, Inspired is already making the play happen. The tackle into the wall is there, and it's first blood, and it's on Berserker 2 minutes and 15 seconds into the game.
And we got to catch back up on all of that jungle information because it was hugely won by Lion due to those early wards that I had just highlighted. They had perfect information on Blabber because both Dokla and Saint use their trinket wards to get this extra jungle advantage of information for Inspired, which he then uses to split the map against the Smolder lane that, guess what? You built everything, all your hopes around here. So it's just really good team coordination. Lion using their trinket wards, you know, to then be able to go split the map, counter jungle into bot lane gank, and it is a beautiful opening here from Lion.
I mean, it's just a disaster already for Cloud9, let's be honest.
In 5. I'm gonna go. Can you go? Yeah. My E's in 3. Yeah, go. Look at bot maybe. Yeah. Go bot.
I'm looking board, yeah.
Oh, you give me B?
Nice.
Okay.
Nice. Really good.
I don't have a ward. Yeah, and of course, he's just predicting the flash there, so, you know, he's covering the other possibility, and they do get the kill.
And look at that. That is some proxying going on for Dokla. He's cleared out the wave, and he's just going to execute now and then go back to base. So He's saying, you know what? You drafted for this early game advantage. This is the best possible thing you can do as a Scion against Rek'Sai. You lose early, you lose all the trades, but you outscale so hard. So great. You fight the minions, I'll fight the minions. I'll see you in 20 minutes, buddy.
And I just want to always give top laners so much credit for doing early jungle wards. Because sometimes top laners can be stingy with their trinket ward timers.
You were looking right at me. What's up with that?
Selfish top laners. Well, you know, Flowers is a jungler. We're 2v1 up here.
Come on, buddy.
Sometimes those brushes are just a little too dark.
But yeah, Dokla took the time to invest the ward into the Krugs, and that gave Inspired full confidence for the bottom lane play.
Now he's got the confidence for the mid lane play as well. APA might live to see another day, but he loses half HP and the flash, so the pressure is still on.
I mean, everything is just going so well for Lyon. You know, Cloud9 put their whole setup into getting this winning 2v2. They talk about, you know, Kangas is interviewing Dom, and Dom is talking about, yeah, we really want stability in the early game. As we're hearing that, Inspired is stealing away both of his camps, killing his bot lane that you drafted for the winning bot lane, and your top lane is getting proxied on, so Thanatos isn't even getting the winning matchup that you drafted for there either. So Lyon strategically have just felt like they're on another level today.
Yeah, Inspired looking stable. Very, very stable in this series. And in the previous game, we did bring up the all-time head-to-head between Inspired and Blabber previous to this series, 6-1 in favor of Inspired.
How about that Inspired win rate all-time in NA? You know, quoting on 70% win rate. He's played with EG, with Fly, now with Lyon. 5 titles, 3 MVPs, a bunch of first-team All-Pros. This guy is just making everyone he plays with better, and it is undeniable with how many comms listen-ins we have heard. People talk a lot about, yeah, Inspired makes team better, he's a good shot caller. We are listening to it. He is playing the whole team. He is telling them exactly what he wants from them, exactly how he wants them to play it out, and it is working.
Yeah, I gotta say, our production team has been smurfing it, getting a lot of the inside info for us.
Inspired's of production.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think it's funny, like talking about Inspired doing all this shot calling, kind of being the puppet master for everybody else on the team. Because the other person that comes to mind when I think about that, if you go back to the old school original roster of Cloud9, people always talked about Hyde and how he would do that type of shot calling for the whole team, how he would be the one masterminding all of the plans. And now, up against this modern iteration of C9, it's Inspired pulling all the strings.
I actually really love that point, because shot calling is something that I think, oh, Thanatos is going to look for a kill.
Yeah, forces a flash at least.
Yeah, going to be able to trade that flash. Dokla knew if he gets too low, you could be executed there. As Sven getting incredibly low, barrier has to be popped. Yeah, that hurts. I mean, Thanatos knows he needs to create action, right? This is just not a matchup you want to just farm in, but Dokla still has his TP and his ult, so, you know, he's just going to TP right back, be full health. And Thanatos wants the proxy, but does take a couple tower shots. He'll at least pull the wave, so it's going to stack and push towards him. So instead, I think he's just going to base. That is a clever little play, something that you love to see from top laners. He wants the base, has no TP, so Dokla's going to try to hunt and cancel that now.
Whoop. Okay, does at least cancel
the recall. Well played by both sides, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's interesting, though. Back to the shot calling point, I feel like that's something we used to talk about so much, you know, with High, with Aframu, with a lot of these guys who are the legends of the old LCS. And it is a good point that Inspired, I think, is making a name for himself in the same way.
Okay, nice stun under the wall there from Vulcan. Plenty of CC onto Isles, but not enough to threaten anything lethal. Vulcan and APA now backing away from the Miasma. Inspired is nearby. The Jarvan and the Wukong, both junglers, level 6 here, despite the fact that Inspired made the early play in the bottom lane that got Lyon their lead. Blabber has not fallen behind this game, and I want to see if this Wukong can find ways to get involved himself now that he has the Cyclone unlocked.
Yeah, they do come help for the mid lane push out there and grab the turret plate, but it costs a flash from Vulcan on bottom side, so we'll see if that ends up becoming a problem. Another wave pulled here. You know, you want to basically get them to focus on one minion so yours dies first, and you want it in towards the middle of the lane too, so that they are arriving at similar times rather than being bunched up and yours arriving first. So pretty much everybody trying to do that. You know, you always want to min-max, burn a couple extra minions, deny a little bit, and we'll see about the next consecutive play here, because both junglers, once again, into their re-clears. But the Scuttle Crab is spawning towards the dragon. Bottom side Scuttle Crab here. And we'll see if they overcommit. Inspired actually just clearing up to his top side, and there's a red ward at his Gromp that I believe Thanatos left behind. We'll see whichever way Inspired does go. He's probably going to go over some vision from C9, because C9 do... Oh, that ward by mid lane just drops. So now he can sneak through a little bit.
And there's no flash on APA, so they were looking to see if there's an angle. APA is playing very far back, though, so he's just going to get the push, be able to move over towards that skull, towards the dragon. And it's a good look towards the APA, but this time not going to get caught without that flash.
And I like you can see there, as Inspired approaches the banana brush, he just immediately drops Golden Aegis just in case Blabber is waiting in that brush. He can slow him down and potentially set up a play as Sven is under pressure. Berserker here with a killer instinct. Mom roars through, though, making sure Sven doesn't drop too low. Inspired, nice use of the Demacian standard to interrupt the recall from Blabber. Just kind of rock his tempo there a little bit. And now Inspired will begin the first Drake. Cloud Drake does a lot of DPS, though, so generally if somebody else is in the neighborhood, that can get a bit dicey.
Yeah, I think Lyon probably wanted a little bit more out of their attempt at Sven, because Sven held his flash. He just uses his ult in response. Inspired, though, is still sticking around by this dragon, even though his mid laner is, you know, in base looking for teleports. I think Cassio just pinging she wants to walk, so.
Yep. And Inspired, you know, he takes the blast cone over the wall because he knows he can just use the EQ to get back to safety. There's not really an opportunity to steal something away there. So C9's going to be happy to first Drake.
Yep, going to be feeling good about that. Thanatos did just proxy one wave base. You know, he's going to be working towards the Titanic. Almost guaranteed that it's pretty much the only thing people are rushing these days. But again, you know, Dokla's gotten through that tough early game. He's at the point where you have enough levels, you have enough armor, you are chilling, and you're just killing minions and scaling up. So Thanatos, you can find effectiveness in the later stages of the game on Rek'Sai, but it's just way more difficult, right? You need to be able to get back in on one of these carries, find someone like Berserker and put pressure on him. That's the onus that is on you as the Rek'Sai, where Sion can kind of just walk forward and create space for the Cassio, and that's good enough.
Yeah, you look at Rek'Sai's skill set in big fights, and you're like, well, she doesn't die. Well, Sion also doesn't die, but he creates a ton of disruption and this just massive brick wall that nobody can get through. So Dokla set up in a good spot here.
Meanwhile, despite despite Vulcan dying in the earlier play with the jungle invade and wraparound bot, Sven is still stacking, and that was one of the main goals here. He's still been able to CS, he's still been able to stack very effectively. He has 80 stacks at 10 minutes 45 seconds, which is a pretty healthy stacking pace, I think. And seems like they still have their game plan on the correct direction here for Cloud9. You know, they've got their dragon taken with first Drake here, Cloud Drake, so everything is okay despite the very worrisome early start to the game.
Yeah, and we'll see how Sven can accelerate, because I think his pace is not super fast, but it's totally fine. It accelerates every time you get a new breakpoint, right? It's just easier and easier to stack. And once you get towards that Essence Reaver, you have infinite mana, you can constantly get higher and higher CDR and look to really ramp that up. So that's exactly what he's going to be trying to do. There's a lot of pressure on him as kind of one of those big, consistent damage dealers who's supposed to be built to deal with Dokla.
So one of the big differences in the current game state is items are fully completed for the mid laner and jungler of Lyon, but not of C9. The Rod of Ages is stacking for Saint, and the Sundered Sky is completed for Inspired. So these are some pretty big power spikes compared to just the components still in the inventories of their Cloud9 counterparts. Thank you, Isaac. The Kraken Slayer also done for Berserker's Kaisa compared to still just components for Sven's Smolder. So even though that gold lead for Lyon doesn't look like anything you're going to write home about, just 500, it's in the right places to create pretty big power spikes.
All right, Blabber going to go in. He's got the ward to see the red buff. We get a good old-fashioned fight on the smite, and he wins it.
Blabber gets it, but meanwhile, here in the bottom lane, Vulcan is the target. Sven and Vulcan staying close enough to their turret that Lyon will not be able to finish off this kill.
Stacking a lot here with these fights. You know, they're scrapping over and over. And again, with the champion select here, we're thinking he's going to have a lot of stacks. Sven continues to keep it up.
And even in the team fights, in the 5v5s, there's 3 melee champs, right? So if you are having these standoffs where you can hit Qs on multiple members, Ws on multiple members, ults across the whole team, that is such a big injection of stacks. You can see Thanatos is going to be constantly trying to heal up. Bramble is so popular for Sion in this matchup, but it never feels effective because all the healing is done while he's not hitting you. All the healing is done by the Rek'Sai while he is burrowed, where the Grievous is not actually applied. I obviously understand, the thought process behind it, but it just never feels like it gets a lot of value to me.
Yeah, Bramble Vest having the disadvantage compared to the other cheap Grievous component items where those, you get to make the active decision, I will hit you, I will cast a spell on you, and that will proc Grievous wounds, whereas Bramble, you're kind of at the mercy of the other guy needing to bonk you first. So Thanatos is going to get another wave crashed into the turret as Blabber puts in the work here on the grubs. And I feel like normally we see whichever side gets the first dragon loses out on the grubs. This time, though, C9 is going to get all 3 grubs and the first Drake, so they're feeling good about the neutrals.
It actually got really close, though, because Blabber didn't have Smite. He had already used it on the earlier one. So Isles almost stole that last grub with an auto, which would have been pretty frustrating for Blabber.
That would have been pretty cringe.
It's key for Blabber because he's got enough for Trinity Force on his back too. So really nice back timing now. Trinity Force is expensive, but he does have it. So Wukong with Trinity Force completed, with Flash, with ult ready. Blabber is now ready to make some moves on the map. Let's see if the Monkey King can do it, because we're already getting different lane assignments, with Sven getting rotated into mid lane after his Essence Reaver completion.
EPA now going to get jumped on by Isles and Berserker. Another Void Seeker tags him, but APA is still fine. Still does not have his Rod of Ages completed. Saints already got a couple of stacks on his, so APA is going to be behind in that department, as Isles and Berserker are still looking for more pressure onto the Tier 1 turret. They might just look to go for the dive. Flash into the tackle. Keeper's Verdict knocking APA straight up into the air. The greed was his demise. He wanted to stick around. He didn't respect Berserker and Isles enough, and Lyon get their kill.
And they always do this. You know, he's always inspired, that is, trading. Yeah, Dragon is going to come up in a couple seconds, so they're already making the move up to the top side. Inspired didn't even get there in time because Isles and Berserker take care of it, but they play to the top side. They drop. They're very comfortable dropping the first couple of Dragons. And look at what your reward is. Berserker gets the tower. He is 1.2k ahead on this Kai'Sa. Huge, huge threat.
If we get a replay, I also want to get a replay of not even the dive, because I think that was actually less important, of when APA took a lot of damage and lost Ghost. Because to me, that was where the mistake was. Blabber was already on the other side of the map. They were already going to be playing towards Dragon. You know you are weak side, and he was going in for these trades and lost 30, 40, maybe even more % of his health with that trade and lost his Ghost. The dive, there's not really anything he can do to survive that besides just not being there, but I feel like if he's at full health, he can maybe make something happen with that outplay.
Well, 1.7 thousand, 1.8k gold lead for Lyon now. Feels pretty good for them, but C9 do have both of the first two Drakes. APA finally stacking that Rod of Ages, but is multiple stacks behind. And here's the replay of how he lost the HP.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. You know, you see them both. You're in their face, and almost 50% of his HP. He did have the potions running, so he obviously regained a little bit of that, but that was playing with fire.
Okay, the dive onto Dokla. The Scion is very tanky. Can C9 cut all the way through the health bar? Both Cyclones already used. Thanatos has to pop the ulti to drop the turret aggro. That is one of the strengths of the Rek'Sai, being able to do that with the turret dives. Meanwhile, over in mid lane, Lyon looking for some pressure of their own. Vulcan's Tempered Fate not going to find a target there, but it does buy enough time for Sven and Vulcan to survive.
And guess what? Where's Berserker? He's making money. Berserker on the bottom.
Just loves money.
The bottom side of the map. Guess what? That's another turret into that Kai'Sa, guys.
Yeah, that is such a problem for C9. 1.6k ahead now. I mean, Sven has farmed well. Even on farm, you know, they died to that one gank, but so much gold going over to Berserker because of the dive top that gets a kill, then the tower bot that gets all of that additional gold in his pocket, and now he has the Kraken and the Rage Blade done. 2 items very quickly here for Berserker, plus the tier 2 boots already upgraded.
So now is the critical point, because you're dropping some objectives and you're giving them to Cloud9 in the early stages to try and get to these moments, these breakpoints, the actual completion of the items in these. Oh, brush camp.
Okay, APA, he smelled something afoot. He does detect it before the play gets made, as now Inspired takes a little bit of damage. Vulcan has to go on a magical journey, trying to get away, flashes away from Berserker. Now Inspired down to 1/3. But there's not enough firepower from C9 to try to finish him off. Realm Warp is going to send Thanatos forward, but he immediately has to turn back around, tackle into the wall from the Poppy as Inspired goes in towards Blabber, who wants to look for Berserker. Damage from APA, but Berserker flashes out, and Blabber's going to be the only death here so far. The Rift Herald drives into Berserker, but it doesn't have enough horsepower. Vulcan hops out, he wants to get the kill, but he goes on a magical journey right back away as Isles falls to Thanatos. It's an absolute madhouse here in the bottom lane, and only one dead on either side.
And the entire time, it was a 4v5. Wait, Saint's not done.
We're not done just yet. Nice stun onto the minion there from Vulcan. Thanatos still waiting, but he has almost no HP. Sven has arrived into the fight. The Tempered Fate from Vulcan locking up the enemy. Cassiopeia stunned into the wall as Thanatos has the knock-up and a killing spree. Sven takes Inspired low. Not low enough just yet. Magical Journey for the flash follow. Inspired wants to lock him down here with a Cataclysm. C9 doing plenty of damage, and Inspired dies. C9 are coming to life.
Vulcan heard you talking about Busio Bard. What about the Vulcan Bard? He is going crazy.
Okay, Dokla's made his way in now.
now, though. Berserker nearly kills Vulcan with a Cathian Rain, but they want to turn their attention back over onto Sven instead. Dokla gets the shutdown, and Vulcan barely gets away. Thanatos using his network of tunnels like a pinball machine, and he gets out.
What a scramble! I mean, first we had Sion split pushing, so then he joined Waylay with his ultimate. Let's take a look at the flank, though, from the Wukong. Look at the minimap at the moment. They're kiting back right now. Lyon here, you see the channel on the Poppy ult. They knock back the Rise, or they knock back the Rek'Sai here, and then Rise will just Realm Warp him in. At the time that Blabber goes for this, he also summons that Herald that you see on the screen here, which Vulcan is then going to use to long chase this and knock up Berserker, who just got chunked. So you get Vulcan going through, you get some Rift Herald knockup damage. All of this, though, doesn't really result in anything for C9 until the follow-up play.
And critically, there was no Cyclone for Blabber on that flank because they used it on the dive way back when they killed Sion on the top side. So they were missing a lot of those critical tools.
And then that's the follow-up play, the chase down that results in Vulcan punishing them. He hit the Bard stun, he got the Bard tunnel.
This is the last time these Lion players won a Tier 1 tourney. For some of them, it has been quite a long time. For some of them, it has been never. You know, Saint has never won a Tier 1 tourney. Isles, last time he won was back in OPL in 2020. Dokla obviously winning a bit more recently, Inspired winning just last time. But for a lot of these players, it has been a long time coming, and they are hungry for one of these wins.
Well, they're only one game away from taking that win here, and they are about to grab their first Drake of the game. They will stop C9 stacking towards Soul. And once again, fellas, this is the third game out of 4 where 20 minutes hits the clock, and we're a couple hundred gold apart.
It is crazy how close this is. Inspired trying to change that as they are looking for Blabber, and Isles is behind him.
Now, C9 reinforcing their lines. Sven fires the Snot Bubble in, just stacking up a little bit more. Flap's going to do the same. He's at 199 stacks on the Smolder, 26 away from that execute.
Exactly. That's what I wanted to highlight after that crazy long fight in the bot lane. Smolder is hitting you with ability after ability after ability. That is accelerating his stacking pace. He's going to be at 225 easily before the next dragon here. So that is when you really turn online. And when you get that rapid fire in and you're 225, you can have these standoffs where you are just Q poking with rapid fire over and over and over and forcing them to be the ones to engage.
And his positioning will be critical. He does not have flash. If you get hit with a Jarvan EQ or Poppy flashes on you, then you're going to get plasma stacks on you. And guess what? Berserker is coming for your head. So
not even Mom can save you.
Not even Mom can save you. Sometimes you can if you have 225 stacks too. That helps out. We'll see.
Oh boy, Saint's going to be your target here as he throws out the miasma. Blabber cannot close enough distance in time.
Oh,
wow, this is a lot of teleports. It's looking like a Christmas tree up here in top lane as C9 sends the whole crew. Vulcan arrived even with the Summoner's Spellbook to make sure that he could join the fight. C9 continue backing away for now. They don't want to allow Lyon to get any kind of a pincer attack. Defensive Tempered Fate coming out from Vulcan, but now he's in danger. Tries to get away through the magical journey, but it ain't going to happen. Make it a 2 for nothing for Lyon as Baron is on the map. Disaster for C9, and Lyon find exactly what they wanted.
The CC team was perfect there. Isles finds the engage, and then Blabber tries to turn around for the re-engage, but he's in the miasma, and he gets hit by the miasma. He can't get out of that. Then he's hit by the petrifying gaze. He's stunned up. He's knocked down. C9's 3 members trying to make something happen here, but Inspired is just going to finish it. They're looking for Sven.
There's the Keeper's Verdict immediately with Killer Instinct right after it from Berserker, and Sven's falls. C9, another punish from Lyon. Another mistake from a C9 player results in another objective taken by Lyon. That gold lead that didn't exist just a minute ago is now plus 3K for the Lion squad.
That is huge. I mean, C9, they're struggling. They're trying to look for something. Maybe we get distinct recall, stop someone in the aftermath, but they just can't. Isles here, he put that ward. He walks back and he waits for Dokla and Saint to be able to follow. And then immediately flashes onto Vulcan. Makes it look so easy. He's like, what are they doing walking against this wall? This is my territory. And Isles here starts it out. Wait a second, bottom side now. They're going to make a play.
Yeah, they want to look for Saint yet again, but a flash away from the Cassiopeia keeps him alive for now. Dokla and Inspired ready to back up their mid laner as Thanatos is down to below 50% HP. Now Inspired re-engaging after the Rek'Sai. Dokla creating a lot of space here on the front line, and C9 are in full retreat. Another snot bubble from Sven to try to slow everybody down. Realm Warp for safety. Blabber with a defensive Cyclone means Inspired has to use his flash getting back away. Lyon wanted to play, but they couldn't find the angle. Blabber cast the second Cyclone there to chip away a little bit of Dokla's HP. Less than 2 minutes on the clock until the Drake. Lots of skills being spent down here. Critically, a couple of summoner spells as well. The biggest one being the flash for both Saint and Inspired.
Exactly, those missing flashes. So even though no one goes down, C9 do get out. They look for the aggressive play. I love the disengage Bard ultimate there from Vulcan, playing that well with the Tempered Fate, being able to get his team out, exfiltrating the hot zone with the Realm Warp, with the Magical Journey, with all the tools at their disposal. Sven still very close to this third item here. That is going to be huge for him.
Yeah, rapid fire, then you can poke. It kind of changes how you can actually play the game a little bit. Maybe then they can soften up the front line and it won't be as threatening when they fully commit. The extra range goes a long way with this champion.
This one's another nail biter, boys.
Oh, yeah. I love it. I'm loving every second of this finals.
This has been by far the best series of our whole lock-in. I don't particularly think it's close.
Like, this a lot of 3-0s.
Yeah, this has just been...
Cloud9 was 3-0 in a lot of teams early on.
Absolutely a great contest between these two. And C9 would love to take it to a Game 5. C9, though, has got to get through a very fierce Lion squad. We've talked so much about how they've leveled up throughout playoffs, and I just have to reiterate it again. It was a team that people expected, that I expected, to need time to warm up over the year, to find their tempo, their pace, their synergy together. And it seems like the little bit of a break they had between Swiss and playoffs was all the time they needed, because they're looking clean.
I completely agree. I mean, I'll eat my humble pie on that one too. You know, I had them power ranked way lower than they're obviously going to end up. You know, I thought it was going to take them time to get going as well, but Lyon has just been incredible.
Okay, Dragon started up by Lyon. We talked about how it's big to have the Smolder 225 for the next Dragon fight, but even with that secured, C9 does not want to risk it here. So the second Hex Tech Drake goes the way of Lyon, and looks like they will not be able to secure the blue buff from the enemy jungle at the same time, but they're fine with that.
Crazy stat. So since Double Limb has been introduced in the LCS, a team from the lower bracket has never won. This would be the first time that has happened. Lyon here are on match point, are up 2K gold, are in a position to do something that has never been done in their league before.
And they are close. You can kind of feel it here, the tide turning in Lyon's favor. Can Cloud9 pull out all the stops? They have to channel their energy now, hovering this Rise split push at the moment. You see Blabber here trying to hover for him. He does get visual.
Yeah, Isles with the tackle into the wall, but nobody's there to follow it up. APA exhausted, knocked up into the air by the Keeper's Verdict. Blabber's got to be careful trying to get away from this one, but Inspired chases after him with the dunk over the wall. That's Jungler down on the C9 side as Inspired gets back away, and Mom won't do a lot. Thanatos needs more damage to find the kill on Isles, but he does not have it. The execute won't do it. The tunnel over the wall to try to escape. Thanatos on the run, but Berserker's got that killer instinct. Lions AD carries on a rampage.
You can hover the split push, but Lions just send everyone. They run you right over. So many extra kills going through, and now they're blowing the game open. Berserker is solo pushing the bot wave afterwards. This Kai'Sa is a problem.
It is just so impressive how decisive they are being. Clearly the call is we are going no matter what. It looked like Isles is there so early. Is he really going to be able to stall enough time? But Dokla sends the ult. Isles uses a spellbook exhaust. He stuns him into the wall. He knocks them up. He buys time for everyone to arrive and to pile in. And all of a sudden, all of the Lion members are there, and C9 are sent scattered to the winds.
Lyon never hesitate because they're all on the same page. They're all listening to Inspired. We hear it so many times on every listen-in, every comm, and they immediately go for it. They full send. They're rewarded again. This gold lead is 3K, so there are still rays of hope for Cloud9 if they can try and utilize, Bard ult, blow some flashes, try and cook something here. The rapid fire is done for Sven, so maybe they can poke and earn themselves a little bit of a health lead before one of these quick engages goes off, but that's very difficult.
The gold leads 3K, and 2,000 of it is on Berserker. I also want to point out his Kai'Sa build. Kai'Sa's one of those champions that can kind of just pick up any random object in the garage and put it in her build. She has all sorts of options. Berserker's not going for really any of the AP options just besides the Ginsus this game. Instead, opting for more attack speed, opting for more damage, and it's because he has the ability to fire onto Thanatos and Blabber and APA, and he's jumping in again. Thanatos his target this time as the damage just pours through, and the Rek'Sai can't do anything. Meanwhile, C9 can barely knock Dokla below half HP. Lyon just walking away with that free kill.
And this is the thing that makes the gold lead lie to you a little bit, is that Dokla is worth so much more than Thanatos at this point. On one side, Dokla is just absorbing all of the damage, forcing the flash out of Sven, and on the other, Thanatos is just getting killed off so quickly.
Dokla still alive for now, very low. Does not want to attempt too much more against the execute threshold of the Smolder, but Lyon are sending everybody except for Dokla up towards the Baron pit. They know they've still got another 20 seconds before Thanatos is back alive, and even once he respawns, look at the teleport timer. It's in black and white, so it's hard to tell, but there's still a lot more than that 10-second death timer on it, so it's not possible for him to immediately join. APA's got to be careful here. Down to 60% HP, does not get tagged by the Void Seeker, and C9 walk it off.
Isles doing his best acting over there by the Baron. Come on in, you know.
We're hitting it, I promise.
We're for sure doing this. But despite the acting there, it doesn't actually bait Cloud9 in. I do want to take a moment though, because Isles on this Poppy, so many snap engages have been really good for him. He was the one who actually got that plasma applied to Thanatos, the Rek'Sai on the top side of the fight, with another very quick engage on support. Poppy has been making lots of plays. And this is one of the players that is not a star on Lyon. This is one of the players where everyone was like, oh yeah, they bought Inspired and Berserker back and Sync was already good. But Isles was kind of an afterthought, and he has definitely had a huge impact in this game.
I mean, they have been winning the 2v2, and it's not just because of Berserker. Isles looking again.
Yeah, he wants that tackle. Vulcan gets away through the magical journey. Thanatos is going to be your target, but Sven also gets caught here by the decimating smash. Vulcan ends up locking up Sven, and now the Smolder is grounded. Another smash is going to knock him up into the air, but Mom comes in for the counterattack. Berserker's into the back line. He finds the kill into Sven, and he's going to get even more now. A double kill for Berserker, and he'll resurrect right after the fact. APA might have killed Isles, but he's got to try to get away. The Realm Warp is canceled by Miasma. A double kill for Saints, and Lyon is gonna march it down mid lane.
The Bardold from Vulcan catches Sven, and Dokla does not hesitate, flashes in, takes him out. Lyon have done it.
Lyon starting off strong here at the beginning of 2026. Their Swiss stage leveling up so much as they've made their way into playoffs. They had to run the gauntlet in finals weekend on Friday, on Saturday, and now against favorite C9 on Sunday. They will show that they deserve to represent North America at first stand. They will knock out the #1 team in C9, and Lyon are your LCS lock-in champions!
And well-deserved. Through the lower bracket with back-to-back-to-back elimination series, they come out, they change their draft, they use flex picks all over the place. Huge confidence in each other as teammates. They prove any doubters wrong, and they take the lock-in championship.
The first ever Tier 1 title there for Saints. The first since 2020, since back in the OPL for Isles, and the first time Isles had ever even made an LCS Finals, after having been in the pro career for so long. Achieving this here today with Lyon, they have done it.
The trophy raise for the triumphant team, and now they've earned their opportunity to represent North America and the LCS at international competition. The challenges are going to be tougher than ever. But with the way that they're communicating, the way that they're going in fearlessly, I'm excited to see what they can bring.
Very impressive stuff. All players having their moment as well throughout this playoffs run.
He's like, wait, how many have I won?
Absolute swagger from Inspired. The MVP from last year, joining a new squad this year. Obviously such a huge, huge part of how they play the game. Earned every bit of it.
And I think he has to be the clear best player of the lock-in tournament. He would be my lock-in MVP easily. This guy has just been on fire. A big part of why Lyon are here winning today. They've showcased so much. Today they just played standard stuff against Cloud9, but throughout the playoffs, they've shown so much flexibility, so many different styles, so much versatility.
And man, it's good to see Berserker back in North America, lifting a trophy up there on stage.
Not just lifting a trophy, but lifting a trophy against his former squad, against his former lane mate that he had to beat in these bottom lane 2v2s. We already talked about how powerful Berserker and Isles were looking down there. What a day this must be for Lyon and all their fans.
Really cool moment for the LATAM community as well, as their team here, the one to take the lock-in title.
We'll be right back for interviews with the victorious Lyon, but first, listen in on their comms from that final game.
Rex, I know E. Okay.
I'm hitting. They use bar ulti.
It's decent for us now.
Look, look the guy.
Oh, okay.
Look.
Go.
Nice.
Nice eyes. Good. Shit.
Take it slow, guys. Don't get excited right now. I think they're gonna take it interesting. Kai'Sa is gonna come soon with ult.
Yeah, I'm looking. Yeah, I'm looking.
Look. Get in. Nice. Nice coming through. Yeah.
Look. No flash. Do we have anything?
I think, guys, take it slow. We should recall soon.
We are looking Sion.
It's looking bad. No, we shouldn't engage with
chasing Wukong. I stun him here. Anything?
Look right.
I'm coming.
I don't flash.
Guys, just front.
Kill front.
My jump is Rex.
I got him.
Yeah. I missed him.
I have flag. I think I should be okay.
Can you just go?
Look Rex side.
Look Rex side.
Okay,
look Rex side.
I have no W now.
Rex side.
I can go up. If you
look,
we're chasing Rex side still. We're still chasing Rex side.
Just take me Rex side.
Rex side done.
We can look,
I'm coming.
Okay.
Wukong position is decent. I will zone Wukong.
Yeah, look Paddy.
Look Rex side.
Look Rex side if you can. Look up. It's there.
Look to window.
I have no W.
Yeah, it's fine.
Wukong is looking. Careful.
Wukong.
Look
front.
Yeah.
Just kill her. Nice. Next side.
Res is still strong. Res no flash.
Come, Saint, we kill him.
Rex side has flash.
I'm tanking, bro.
Rex side has flash.
I think we can end.
He has flash, okay?
Take it slow, guys, breathe. Rex has no flash, right?
I think he has flash.
I don't know if we can end. This shit is tanky.
Let's go!
And then.
Just focus.
Just it! Nice.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, as Lyon take their thrones after winning the LCS lock-in tournament. Congratulations, guys. Saint, I'm going to have you come up here and join me while your teammates cheer you behind. You win your first title here in North America, and you beat APA, the smack talker, the all chatter, who I believe called you a freak at the beginning of the year. How does it feel to take down APA?
I know always APA say like that. I know he's freak too, and I mean his team is pretty good, but his champion pool makes his team can't win, I guess. So today is mid game, I think.
Well, hey, congratulations on winning that. How does it feel though to win a title now in North America?
Actually, I can't believe it this, cause I was like 7th or 8th place before the year, and
years ago it looked better than
I actually didn't know until Swiss Stage, but after Swiss Stage and we playing playoff, also we feel we are really getting better. So I pretty much expect this.
Expected and deserved. Well done, Sam. I'm going to let you take back to your throne. And I'm being told that I'm supposed to approach the players, so I'm going to hop over to the bot lane and take a knee. Isles, you can use your mic. Go for it. This is also your first title, and you beat C9. You finally took them down. You've talked about how you've never beaten them in a best of 5. That's fantastic. How are you feeling after this win?
I mean, all the credit goes to my teammates. I think they all played fantastically today, and I'm just so grateful to be sitting, I suppose, next to these poor guys.
Now you finally overcame this challenge. Did you? Was there ever a moment where you're like, C9 are just too much? I can't beat them. They're too strong. And then when did that mentality maybe start to change to think, no, I actually can do it?
No, honestly, I always thought that I could beat C9 in every iteration of every team I played. Maybe I was completely delusional back then, but obviously with these 4 guys, it was a piece of cake.
All right, congratulations, Isles, on that win. Berserker also back in North America. Great to have you back, man.
Thank you.
First off, did you miss us?
Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, when I came back to LA, I feel like it's just like so familiar, you know? Yeah, it's like feel like it's my home. So yeah, I'm happy to just come back here.
Well, hey, we're happy to welcome you back, and I gotta say, it was a tough 2 years for you there. But how does it feel now to prove that you can still win championships? You can still win titles.
Yeah, I mean, this just be champion again for me. It's like not just like about the win. I mean, to be honest, like I lost like confidence too much like past 2 years. So like, yeah, I mean, when I like on the stage, I feel like, you know, I lose like confidence like compared to like when I was on C9. But like now, I feel like I have so much confidence. So yeah, I mean, just whoever I versus, like I can win. So I mean, of course, we should like need like play better. Like we need to like hard working more. But yeah, I want to enjoy this time now.
Well, again, welcome back. We're happy to have you. I'm gonna hop over to this side and alternate my knee that I'm gonna take down, bowing down before the victorious top half of the map, Dokla. Was that a knee how Dokes that we got this finals? What do you think?
Yeah, it was.
You're a bit of a mercenary at this point, always hopping in on these teams. But I also want to highlight the fact this is your second title won now. So, you know, you were on a more stable roster with NRG, picking up your first title there. But since then, you've been jumping around. I also want to have you reflect a moment on your career and think about, you know, were there any moments that you were like, maybe I don't have it in me? And then what does it feel now to prove that you do still have more championship runs in you?
Yeah, I mean, that moment was very recent. I mean, in the first couple of weeks, I was like, am I just a fraud? Like, holy shit. Yeah, I mean, I thought I was like an imposter, honestly. Yeah, I just stayed with it. I mean, that's kind of been the journey of or story of my career, just like perseverance in that regard. So glad I'm able to win again, and glad I played pretty good in this finals.
Hey, I mean, and also the path to get here, the range top laners, the Vayne, the Varus. How come we didn't get any of those in finals?
I'm trying to win.
All right, maybe for a first stand then, you know?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe Brazil. To be determined. We also have the king himself in the jungle, Inspired. I mean, what is there to say anymore, man? First off, do you have a microphone? Here, Douglas, I'm going to pass that one over here to Inspire. We got to hear from the man himself, because this is now another organization that you've won a title on. This is 6 titles across 3 organizations. And Five okay, yeah. You know, give the 5 up. I mean, maybe counting the LTA overall championships as well, but still, multiple titles across multiple orgs is the point. And we know that from the comms we've listened in on, you've taken a very strong leadership role on this roster. So talk to me about kind of the journey that you've had so far with Lyon.
I mean, the journey with Lyon is pretty short so far. I think it's kind of hard to call it a journey so far. It was more like a
stroll?
1 month boot camp where we started pretty slowly, but we managed to be the best team in NA. Yeah, I think the beginning was a bit rough, but I'm happy we managed to improve this quickly. And yeah, we'll see how the journey will actually continue, because I think the next splits are going to be the more interesting ones, like going into Worlds and stuff. And yeah, I think this is just the beginning.
Yeah, how do you feel about the current form of Lyon versus what you see as the potential of this squad?
I mean, hard to say. I think we are still making few mistakes in the games, especially in mid games. Like we are getting caught a lot, and it seems like our team fighting also can have some improvement. So I think there's still a lot we can learn. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
How normal, Dokla, is that a response from Inspired after a win?
Yeah, I mean, he's like, it's just another day for him. He's won 5.
Yeah, bro,
right?
like before the final, I told my teammates that I played 5 finals in LCS. I won 4 of them. Like, it's very unlikely we're gonna lose. I think I played in total, this was my 9th split, and I win 5th.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not losing. Like,
That's the confidence that we saw on the stage as well. And I gotta say, also, I'm hearing in my ear, it is confirmed, you are the finals MVP again. Give it up, everybody, for Inspired, your Kia Finals MVP for LCS Lock-In. First off, how do you feel? Do you feel like that's deserved on your front?
I think so. I think I played fine. Overall, yeah, I'm happy we won. I mean, I never really think about like getting the MVP. I just try to win, and it just happens. So, yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah, well, hey, in your pre-show interview that we had with you, kind of the hype leading into this finals, you said, once you've won this many times, people start to say, you know, they always compare you to past versions of yourself. But I want to look to the future, because we just saw G2 win earlier today. They're going to be going to first stand. So I got to say, NA versus EU, it's still a rivalry, at least on our side here. I mean, how do you feel about your matchup versus G2 going forward?
At this point, it seems like it's me against G2. Because, I mean, it's probably not like secret that I was always interested in joining the team. They never gave me like a shot since the beginning of my career. Like G2WC is the best org. It kind of feels weird that I'm playing against them with like so many different orgs. First I played against them in Rogue, then with EG I made it to Worlds and I played against G2, then with FlyQuest. Now we are gonna play against them with Lyon. Like it feels kind of weird, but hopefully with this time we're gonna win.
All right, we'll be cheering you on. Any smack talk you want to give to the G2 players right now?
No, not really. See you there, Hans.
See you there, Hans. And with that being said, that is it from all of our winners here. Champions from Lyon Gaming for LCS Lock-In, the first and only org to win in 2 regions. That's it from us on stage. Back to the lounge.
This guy.
Oh my God.
Inspired is...
I love that so much.
Oh my God.
That's one of my favorite interviews out there.
I don't think about winning MVP. I just play well, and it always happens.
It just happens. It just happens.
I win every time. You know, I'm not losing.
And I just like coming out and just saying it, how he's like, hey, you know, they've just kind of rejected me on G2. It's just me basically going against them on every new team. That is so funny, and I now cannot wait for that series.
He so clearly has run the region.
Yes.
Like, this is just even more evidence because FlyQuest was so dominant for that 2-year stretch.
Yes.
A lot of it is attributed to them having that combination of players once they found Quad, Whippo, Inspired, Quad, Masu, Busio. But it breaks apart.
Yeah.
Busio finishes 3rd. FlyQuest finishes 4th. Inspired gets 4 more teammates and straight to 1 again.
Busio finished 2nd, right?
2nd, yeah,
They
second.
lost today.
Oh, sorry, JoJo
yes,
finished 3rd.
Yes,
Another former teammate
Yeah.
of his. Busio finished 2nd in Game 5. Thank you for the correction, Emily.
My God.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. I was like, wait a minute, he was playing today.
Emily, you go. I'm just blown away by Inspired.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the most impressive thing to me about today is just how well he anticipated. Like, we've talked about how both Inspired and Blabber have anticipated a lot of what the young junglers coming in have wanted to do, right? In Kryra, in Griffin, and it felt like today Blabber either felt forced to make plays and made the wrong decision, or Inspired was forcing him into scenarios where he had to make a very risky decision, and it did not pay off due to his early pathing. And you even heard that from Dom's interview, right, where he was like, you know, we need to play around our early timings because this is Inspired's strength, his pathing and his creativity. And it just seemed like he really got the better of Blabber today, like we've seen both him and Blabber get the better of the younger junglers that have come in.
Yeah, and talking about his career, you mentioned how he's Inspired to kind of just run the region. And a lot of the times, it didn't even feel like his team was favored to win. Now, the Evil Geniuses, the regular season
came out of nowhere. They were 5th place.
Exactly. Yeah. It was the eyes were on 100 Thieves and Team Liquid specifically with that super team that they had with Whippo. And then you go into, with the FlyQuest run, C9, it was versus them and C9. That was like the story at the time. The FlyQuest was, I would say, favored in that instance. Now he's on this team, and you look through all the preseason expectations, a lot of it was, well, it's Team Liquid with their super team, or it was Cloud9, and they met Cloud9, and this was just them really stamping in their presence. You mentioned Inspired success. Saint also was incredibly successful this series.
I was gonna say, I think we all put either C9 or TL in our power rankings first, right? And part of that, I put Lyon 3rd, just behind them. I believe Raz did too. I think part of it was that they came online a lot earlier than I thought. And a lot of that, especially from listening into comms, has to do with Inspired. But a lot of it also, like, you could see how much it meant for Saint and for Isles and for Dokla to win this split this early and to have them come together and kind of, even if it's Inspired, pointing them in a direction, the fact that they were able to coordinate so well this quickly is really, really good.
And be so calm under high pressure. Also want to shout out Sheep Esports' preseason power rankings had Line #1.
Oh, there it is.
Part of the broadcast.
Oh, there you go.
But they can take a little victory lap if they would like.
That's a thumbs up for you guys out there.
They did a great job. Inspired pulled them together, but everyone else played their part. The final player of the game was also Inspired, so Finals MVP as well as player of the game.
Yes.
And we can roll the fan vote for this last game as well while we continue.
Oh yeah, I'm curious.
While we continue talking about this team, because they're going to be moving to first stand now.
Oh.
And I feel like this has been. Isles had a great Poppy game.
He did have a sick Poppy game.
Yeah, Isles had a great Poppy game. They're going to be going to first stand where you are challenged in a much bigger way. There's a high chance they're going to be playing a best of 5 against maybe BLG. We don't know who's going from LPL yet, but Gen G, who just sweeps literally everyone. It's going to put a huge burden on them to continue to try and improve, because to Inspired's point, like, their journey's just beginning. It doesn't even feel like there's been a journey yet. It's like a quick boot camp, he said.
Well, and also when North American teams kind of go, and then you have to have such a good mental, because a lot of times, especially teams from LCK or LPL, are just going to continuously beat you in scrims, right? And then it's like, okay, how do we keep, because I don't know, when I lose a lot, I feel bad. It feels bad, regardless of whether I'm learning something. So to keep the teams kind of mental, stable, and organized is going to be another task for them as well.
And I want to go back to the victory lap that's being ran by the Lyon fans, because there was so much doubt towards Lyon, especially after last year, and like the unluckiness, but also just not finding the success that they really wanted. And this year, you get it immediately, and you see the love that comes through the fans towards the players. Like, all the nicknames that come through, Dokla has a very prominent one.
Dokla has a great nickname.
That's a great one. Not gonna say it,
We
but he's
can't say it on there.
But El Santo, especially, El Santo is like a very famous Mexican luchador. So like, they're even trying to get Saint to just wear the luchador mask. And you say, if I win the championship, now he has to wear a mask. So you might see a picture going to social media afterwards. So like, for that to come so quickly, just immediately propels them to the conversation. And so it might get a lot of Latin American fans that were feeling a little distraught like years ago about finding that sense of identity and being able to see it in Lyon, at least in the LCS now. It's really, really, really cool.
Yeah, early on, the big investment is paying off with the Lock-in Championship. The Kia Most Fearless player, so the champion that's played the most unique champions, was not actually playing today. Nobody surpassed him. It is Impact.
Known for his big champion pool.
Who traditionally is not actually known for his big champion pool. He's known for playing.
No, very well known for his big champion pool.
When I was coaching him in Team Liquid Summer 2020, I feel like he played probably 5 champions the whole split. I think he was on Orange Shen Mordekaiser duty, and I think he had 1 Renekton game.
Yeah.
I'll have to check the tape on that.
I'm kind of sad we didn't see the Shen.
Yeah.
It was played today.
He had more left.
True.
He had more left. That was a really close series as well. Let's pull up the bracket,
so
because
fun.
This is what threw me off. I was so on the hype train of C9 hasn't been tested yet. Winner of Lyon Team Liquid has a good chance of winning the split. On this or that, I actually said to Kobe that I'm taking that bet.
Yeah.
Either one of those teams.
So you're hedging your bet.
And game 3 and 4 that Lyon played against Sentinels threw me off the scent yesterday, and then Lyon took them off. So I did the Raz. I flip-flopped at the worst possible time.
And I did the unthinkable.
Usually you were steady. You were right today.
Usually I get all my predictions wrong. That one, I got every single prediction correct. Didn't flip-flop once.
Well done. For the whole weekend.
Yeah, pretty surprising. You know what?
Good job, Raz.
Never gonna flip-flop again.
You did Lyon over TL?
I did Lyon over TL.
Man, good job.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Congratulations, Raz.
Never doing that again. Never flip-flopping again. And I'm just, it is what it is. It's not about me though. It's about El Santo and the Sultan.
They're going to be going to first stand. Also remember that America's Cup is coming up. So that's it for us here. But next week, Wednesday, same time, 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific, America's Cup is starting. So it's 2nd and 3rd seed from NA, 2nd and 3rd seed from CBLOL, battling it out. The best parts of LTA happening with America's Cup. So see you there on Wednesday. to watch more League of Legends.
Let's go.
Let's go, C9 and Sentinels. Take another trip
Recover.
for us.
Please recover quickly.
C9 have been favorites all throughout these first couple months of competition, but Lyon have been looking fierce here lately.
We have to find Vi maybe.
Yeah.
Does she vault?
No ulti, no ulti. I guess no ulti, no flash. Bye. I'm
If you guys can tell them Renekton is best. Or Vi maybe?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Look Renekton, go Renekton.
Watch me. No flash still, no flash. Look.
Me and Ash are playing on us.
Yeah, play there. We have fun, I think.
By W3, W3.
Look 5 first. I'm looking. Nothing good. Looks.
It's okay maybe, it's okay maybe.
No flash.
My W8.
Flash.
No, Chilean no flash.
W5.
I will kill him.
Give me W.
1 second.
Go Nation.
Wait, let him heal.
Take it slow,
Deep breath.
A 41-minute battle ends in victory for Lyon, and they move to match point.
Wukong position is decent. I will zone Wukong.
Yeah, look at it. No flash. Look
Look side you can. Look up there.
Look to middle.
I have no W.
Yeah, it's fine.
Wukong is looking. Careful.
Wukong.
Wukong.
Look front.
Yeah.
Just killer. Nice. Left side.
Res is still strong. Res no flash.
I tank.
Come Saint, we kill him.
Rek'Sai has flash. Rek'Sai has flash.
I'm tanking, bro.
Rek'Sai has flash.
I think we can end.
He has flash, okay?
Take it slow, guys, please.
They will show that they deserve to represent North America at first stand. They will knock out the #1 team in C9. And Lyon are your LCS lock-in champions!